Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Monday edition, last Monday of 2025 edition of High on Politics. I'm your host, Pep. Good to see everybody. How are y'all doing? So, quick announcement. Guys, we're live on TikTok. Yeah, it's 420 somewhere. Not quite yet. It's about to be 420 in my area. What up, Pinkerbell? Hey, Pinkerbell, can you do me a solid? I know that you follow me over on TikTok. Can you go and see if the stream is all good? If it's not, then I feel like I'm wasting bandwidth. But hey, yeah, first stream over on TikTok. Finally got some things figured out. I'm going to be also going vertical on YouTube probably starting next week. I would have done it today, but there's I'm a little traumatized from the last time I tried because there was a little stream key situation where I guess you have to input two, but for some reason the OBS I'm using only lets you do the one. So technically you have to, it's like manual if you want to do like a vertical and horizontal stream. So yep, that's where I'm at. That is where I'm at. But yeah, guys, we're trying. Hey, look at that. We have TikTok. Awesome. Well, I just realized that my TikTok chat is not going to be up there. So, all right, I'm gonna have to figure that out. Let me do that. Since this is the first time. Let's go. Yeah, let's effing go. Hey, thank you for this space checking on in over on TikTok. Oh, hey, my multi-stream is working. Sweet. You deleted TikTok. Sorry. Oh, well, I mean, ain't that a bitch? Because, yeah, I was all excited to share my stream over on TikTok. As you can see, the format is kind of set up to where any of the videos that I play will be up here in the top here. If you're over on TikTok, and hey, you know what? Yeah, check it out. Encourage your viewers to show. Oh, okay. So essentially, I just got a chat bot. Cool. I will. JR, hey, I appreciate that. What's up? So here's the other thing. Unless you are carrying the same name that you usually do over on Twitch or on YouTube, well, you might have to sound off if I know you. If I don't, welcome. I really appreciate anybody who checks out my stuff. Wherever you are, if you're nice and curious, I always appreciate the people that take the time to give a smaller stream a look. I've been doing that more and more. I found some really cool content that way. That's how I found Channel 100. Changes, not with me. Holy war. Well, I mean, what are you going through there, Zombie? Also, let me say hello to my regs here, Zombie Banana, Etch. Appreciate you being here, Pinkerbell. And yeah, as I said, this space checking in, that's always freaking cool. You guys can catch me on this space on Tuesdays, and you can also see some of my my wonderful clips over there. It's cool. It's fun times. It's really fun times. But hey, I appreciate that. Thank you for joining. Also, yeah, like I'm not sure what you guys have to do over on TikTok. I don't really watch TikTok live streams, so if you guys got to hit a like button, a share button, something like that, you got to hit a bell. I don't know. I appreciate if you do any of that, especially over on YouTube. I do know that you got to hit that bell, or that's not the first thing you do. You got to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and then turn the bell on for all notifications. Hey, look at that. I'm getting good at this. What up, Natch? How you doing? Oh man, it's good to see everybody. I had a pretty good weekend. I had a nice refreshing weekend. Spent some time hanging with some friends. I actually went out. Holy crap. Like I know, like this is a big deal. I went out, guys. Like I actually went out for dinner and some drinks. I don't do that. My friend kind of forced me. Forced me in the way where he's like, I'm buying. And then I'm just kind of like, well, how am I to say no to such a wonderful, a wonderful offer? I have to say, yeah, free food and drink, you'd be silly, especially if you guys are, if you're into that kind of thing. It's just like, so I gotta put some real pants on. Okay. I kind of felt like I was underdressed though for where we went. We went to I'm not sure, like the bar. It was kind of like one of those neighborhood bars, but for some reason everybody was like dressed up. I'm not sure if it was like because it was like post Christmas or whatever, but I felt super underdressed. So yeah, that was definitely something I was kind of wrestling with a little bit. I'm glad you got some time to unwind. Yeah, you know what? I needed that. I really did. So it was a good time. Got to play some video games yesterday, do some catching up on Final Fantasy Rebirth, which thank you to whoever told me on this stream to not even try to 100% it. I feel so much freer, like so much more free, I should say. Because, yeah, I did the entire first arc, or like the entire first land. I 100%ed that, but it took me, let's see, 41 hours or something like that. Too much. Yo, everyone, chillin'. Yo, well, that's awesome. Natch, welcome in. Let me get some music here. Oh, guys, let me know if the music's a little too high, because I was watching my playback not too long ago, and I was kind of like, oh, hey. Oh, hey, thank you for joining in over here on TikTok. Hey, guys, like I said, this is essentially my first TikTok stream. I kind of did it when they had some stringent rules, and I finally made it. So I did one stream, but for some reason, it was my very first stream was my last stream over there because they were like, "You are banned, sir," and I don't even know what I did. They didn't even bother to let me know. So I was specifically banned from live streaming. So I don't want to hit the bell. I just want to be Belle's friend. Well, are we talking Belle from Beauty and the Beast? Let's see. I think that was between Ariel and Belle. Like those were the ones that I had a crush on, like growing up. Jasmine. Wait, no, mine was Princess Jasmine. What am I talking about? Come on, it's so easy. But no, guys, I will just say when you do hit the notification bell, it makes it easier on me. I finally turned notifications on my phone for Discord, for YouTube, for pretty much everything because I felt like I was being a hypocrite for asking other people to do that. So yeah, now I get a lot of notifications. Which is not bad. I understand why people don't do it because I have ADD or ADHD, whatever you want to call it. Back in my day, it was only attention deficit disorder. Now it's got the hyperactive to it, which technically hyperactive. I think that we're missing something there, but just saying. Yeah, I got a little bit of that, so I understand how it gets a little overwhelming when you're just like, oh, there is way too much crap on the screen for me, and I have too. I do that with emails. Oh, speaking of, I still have. I forgot to check my emails this weekend. Uh-oh. Yeah, well, hope nothing important's in there. But thank you for joining over on TikTok. Appreciate you guys checking out the stream. If you guys are new to my channel, I'm Pep. It's very nice to meet y'all. Also, if you guys could do me the solid. I know that this is a big thing over on TikTok. Y'all are, you tend to not really like a lot of, the whole YouTube side of things, which I kind of understand, believe it or not. But if you guys can do me the solid, I am currently growing over on YouTube. So if you guys can head over there, check out my, my stream, or just check out the channel, and I really appreciate it. Also, yeah, I don't know why, but for some reason, whenever I do like a short, I'm not able to just like put it over on TikTok. So yeah, I'm gonna start doing some TikTok only content. It's gonna be a thing if there's a platform where we win. I think so. I think that, yeah, I'll be real. Like, that's the YouTube is it's the better platform. It really is. I hate to say it. Yeah, if you guys hear Stan in the background, he is having himself a day. My neighbor is outside moving, so he is protesting because I won't let him go and bark at them while they move their stuff. Not sure if you guys have that, but it's a lot of fun. Hey, Smokey, appreciate you joining in. I can see who pops over on TikTok for like a few seconds. So yeah, I appreciate you guys. I'll try and shout you out. Lesages. Is that? As I said, I put the emphasis on the try. I will try. But like I said, if you guys can also at some point head on over to YouTube, you know, help out over there a little bit. That is that the peppers on the cup? This is my pepper cup. Yep. This is the pepper cup. The famous pepper cup. If you guys are just joining us, like I said, and you're new here and you don't know, my name's Pep. Of the channel Pep Talks. Nice to see you. Yeah, I'm actually you know, as you can see. So I'm a little on brand here. Blue Dirt Pro Aggressive, what up? How you doing? Stan said those are his bushes. They need to stay away. Actually, it's kind of funny. Yeah, there are like bushes at the corner of my yard that you could make the argument that he is kind of being a little protective of them. That's where I pee. You know, you ever think about that? Like most dogs, when they see another dog in their yard, it's just like, that's my pee spot. You're doing excellent. Great. Lots of flat Packers. Well, we talking about like the Packers? Like, yeah, the Packers, they suck. Go Bears. Or are you talking about just like the fact that they're probably... Okay, so I have dealt with this. I just dealt with this where I had a friend that was moving and he was just like not packed at all. And he essentially had us there packing for him. Never doing that again. At that point, it's like, come on, man, get your stuff packed. What are you doing? Oh, man. But yeah, we're going to be going through some news and politics here. It's not as much because, yeah, you know, we're leading up to the new year. Not a lot of people are live. Not a lot of news. Actually, there's more news than last week, surprisingly, outside of all the Epstein stuff. Trump talking to Netanyahu. We'll get to that at some point today. I'm not sure if anything really came of it. But, yeah, dude, my dog is being a massive pain in the butt. So at some point, I'm also going to have to probably let him up. I don't want to. I know how this is going to go. It's either I let him bark at the door and just be kind of a pain there, or let him upstairs and he's just going to howl the entire stream. So, yeah, maybe I won't do that. Yeah, here he is. Come on down. Hey, come here. Here. Let's start the day right. All right. Let's see. Can we get the stand cam working? Oh, all right. We almost got it working. Dang, that's small. Yeah, sorry guys on TikTok. There we go. There you go. I'm rewarding bad behavior. This is what you're not supposed to do. But he is also, you know, he's putting in the hard work right now. So, come on. Let's give him a little, you know, a little something something. He's a good dog. As I said, he's just having an off day because, yeah, freaking neighbors. They are being loud about it, though, so that's not helping. Hey, Stan, the star has arrived. Yes, thank you for the 5. I appreciate that.
At HBX $5, the star has arrived.
Hey, come here, bud. You just made some money. Yeah, this is what happens when you're not here to collect your debts. Yeah. Everybody wanted to hear it. Everybody wanted to see you, and you just ripped a fart right before you left. Oofa. Oh my god. Dog. All right. All right, let's get to this. Whew. My lord. Okay, well, also, if you guys haven't followed over on TikTok, yeah, give a follow, because I'm going to be focusing a little bit more on that. Also, follow me over on Twitch, Pep Talks TV. Guys, I'm trying with the socials. I'm trying. That's the 2026 thing, is I'm actually going to try with, you know, the social element of creating a channel. Did the good thing over on YouTube. My YouTube is growing. I'm very, very happy with it. And also growing over on Twitch, actually. I just kind of realized I should probably check that here. Also, I just, like I said, here, let's put TikTok here. There we go. And we'll just kind of cover up Discord a little. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to mess with the interface just a little bit because I have no idea. Yeah, if everything is a little too much over on the screen, let me know as well in the chat on TikTok. I would really appreciate that. Yeah, I think the interface looks good, though. Yeah, we're looking good. 1 is the loneliest number. Oh, Hermit. Oh, man, I just saw that oh, I'm sorry. Well, Twitch. Hey, guys, yeah, don't forget, I'm over on Twitch, too. We got to give the Twitch some love. Oh, man, I just realized that I totally negated my Twitch. See, this is what happens about having, like, too many social media accounts, dude. I gotta say, he is pushing the buttons today. Like I said. Here, we got one more thing to share with y'all. Thank you. What a crappy time of year to move. Yeah, no, it is. And, oh, God. Okay, so, had me a situation, but I want to celebrate this with y'all first. And then I will go into it, because I got a little story time with Pep. Something happened last night that was not fun. And it involves my internet. Yeah, so apparently, yeah, my internet issues, they really do kind of come down to the company. They were trying to save their asses, and oh boy, did I get into it. It was not fun, but happy 420. If you are freshly joining us for this program, we are 420 friendly. It is 420 local. So we do a little cheers. Because of TikTok, I'm gonna just do this. It's magic. See? It's so magical. It's the magical puffs. Awesome, guys. Yes. I set it up for tomorrow. Mostly because I had to order a strainer. And it'll be here, actually, that might be what he's barking as, the fact that Amazon might have been here. Dude, I let you up there, and you just howl. It's going to create problems for me. Well, I guess I have no other choice than just to let him up right now. I'll be right back. He told me. Dude, stop. Yeah, okay. I'm pretty sure it's Amazon. There he goes. Oh my god, that houndy bark. Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot. There's nothing quite like having a migraine and then having him right next to you doing just that. It's not fun. What up, Fred? Good to see you. Good. Oh, by the way, just so you guys know, for all my members over on YouTube, something special comes this way for you. I'm going to be revamping some of the emotes and some of the fun stuff over on that side of things. So in the new year, look up. Really? Okay, guys. So I just got suspended from TikTok. Again. Wait, really? So I had 27 viewers. Cool. This live is longer than live streams made by 70% of creators with a similar following. That's great. That's great. But so why did that happen? What the hell? Here, let me see. Any notifications? That is literally just TikTok. No, give me... I would like a reason. You keep saying repeated things like... Oh, I burned on... Can I not do that on TikTok? Oh. I was not aware of that. Oh, crap. Well, it's a guess. I mean... Well, that sucks. Let me see. Stream is disconnected. I just don't understand why Karen reported me. And now stream is disconnected. What? No, it hasn't. Okay, whatever. Whatever, TikTok. Good thing that I don't really try that hard with that. Oh my God. Ah, crap, but this might have fucked up my whole stream. You hope it's just tech issues? I don't know if it is. I think that this actually might be a bigger issue. YouTube wins again. Hey, is my YouTube crashing out at all? Because if it's not, then that just means Streamlabs is having a hard time trying to connect to TikTok here. Is there any way just to end stream on TikTok? No. Okay. Well, that sucks. No, not that I see. Okay, well then, we're fine. Then what I will do is I'm going to just close out the vertical. Cannot change displays while live. What? But I'm not live anymore. YouTube is fine. Oh, okay. Oh, whatever. Man, I didn't even get to a video. Oh, man. No, it's saying right here. I violated community standards. 420. Really? So 420. Okay. That's literally a thing. Fuck. You know what? Fuck TikTok. Fuck TikTok. The shit that they allow on TikTok. Please. Get fucked. Seriously. What? No, I'd rather not even try to curate my my stream for that garbage. Like, what? Absolute frickin' that's absurdity. I even turned around. Like, really? That's like half my shtick. Anti-stonerism. I just don't understand it. It's legal. Like, again, but the shit that I've seen on TikTok, like, it's insane. The stuff that, like, I've seen kids lighting off fireworks, and that's blatantly illegal. But okay, let's focus on, you know, this guy that might have said a naughty word. Oh my gosh, he said something naughty. Yeah, let's take a look. Because it looks like I might be in trouble. It looks like I might have accidentally gotten my entire account banned. Crap. Yeah, here we go. okay, so if you guys want me to stream, like, that's the thing. It's literally saying they want me to stream more, but then it's like, oh, okay, so they're going to punish me for actually streaming on their... Whatever, man. We are oppressed people. Yeah, no kidding. Although, okay, guys, I got to do a movie review. All right, that's how we're starting today. We're going to do a movie review. So, I have a feeling some of y'all might be a little bit upset with me because this is one of the better movies of the year, according to like everybody that told me to watch this. God, I forgot the actual fucking name of the movie. One Battle After Another. I didn't even have to look it up. Haha. So, yeah, I watched One Battle After Another. I got opinions. I got opinions. Number one, was it supposed to be was it a comedy, or was it supposed to be like tongue in cheek? Because like the whole Hail Santa thing. Oh, sorry, spoiler alert for anybody that hasn't seen it. Yeah, I'll let you guys, especially if you haven't seen it, have that one out of context. Because yeah, that's a thing. It's really weird. I don't know, man. I didn't like it. I'll be honest. It's one of the first times that I have ever actually kind of like thought about changing my lifestyle because of the way that they portrayed like being a stoner and just like kind of, you know, burning out in your later years, where it's just like, oh, yee. So if you guys don't know, yeah, it's the newest Leonardo DiCaprio movie, Paul Thomas Anderson, which when I ended the movie, it was funny because I was just kind of shouting by myself, going, what is it about any director that's named Paul that is just so up their own ass? Because that's what I kept hearing about it, is like visually it's great and like the mixture with the music, so it's like very James Gunny. But it sucked. It was the movie was ass. Because I'll tell you what, if they were trying to make a political statement, which I'm not sure if they were, because it was very, you know, this is where I'll give them, I guess, some credit, both sidesy, where it was like they were making a mockery, like I felt like they were making a mockery of like the most hardcore of like the right and the most hardcore of the left. Specifically with the way that they treated like the whole revolutionary movement. Yeah, like holy crap. I went away for a minute. What movie is this? Oh, the new Leonardo DiCaprio one. Oh my God, One Battle After Another. Because I had it sold to me that it was like, oh yeah, Leonardo DiCaprio, he's kind of, it's like, what if the dude had a kid that, you know, like was getting hunted by the government because his ex was a revolutionary or whatever. Number one, she sucks. She sucks. You want to talk about, like, honestly, if anybody watches that movie and they say, yeah, that's how that would be, they're dumb as fuck. Like, certifiably dumb as fuck. Because seriously, it made like it was a caricature of what every right winger thinks Antifa is. Just gonna say, God, it was, yeah. I think it was so bad in that aspect. And then on top of it, where they could have shown like some of the more like, you know, atrocious things that ICE is doing and really have a social commentary on the conditions of ICE and the immigration system and the racism behind these guys. Nope. They had to make it a weird thing where it was just like this horned up fucking Sean Penn character is hunting her because he had it bad for her, but he's also, you know, super racist. Because again, it was honestly, you would have expected it to be him actually it should have been a trans character, in my opinion. But that would also defeat the whole, you know, daughter, like, I'm just saying, I don't know. I think it should have been a trans character that was the revolutionary they fell in love with, because it would make the whole, like, taboo thing a little more, I don't know, up to date, because just the idea where he's just like, were you in an interracial relationship? It's like, what? Like, that's, oh, what the fuck? Like, oh, we're back to this? I don't know, man. I kind of felt like the social commentary of all of it was missed on even me, because I was just sitting there focusing on how annoying and how like every character in that movie sucks. Every single one. There isn't a good character in that entire movie where you're just like, yeah, you know what, I can get behind that. Like, nah, they all suck. Like, so yeah. Have to say, Emma Vigeland might have, I think that she was wrong on this one. I talk about stupidity. Wait, so is Stalin Mussolini style? No, it was weird, man. Like, I'm just gonna say, like, it was definitely something, I don't know. Could have had the girl be an alien, like a legit alien, forbidden love, something like that. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, but instead it was just like they made such an emphasis on the fact that it's just like, oh, so, oh yeah, and then it also has this other social commentary thing where she technically grapes him, because they break into like some military installation. And she embarrasses him by like, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. It's just weird. And I'll just say, like, again, Leonardo DiCaprio's character, it made me want to quit smoking, like, entirely. It made me want to quit. Like, it made me want to quit all of it. It made me even want to quit drinking, like, all of it. I just was like, nah. If this is like if this is the societal, or like how society sees me, then fuck this. I don't want it. It was kind of like holding up a mirror a little bit. Because, yeah, like dudes ripping bowls before, you know, a PTA meeting and shit like that. I'm just like, you know, again, like this, just instead of just explaining that he's a fuck up or just that, you know, he sucks, it's a broader because like they go out of their way to just like say, oh, he's, you know, oh, he's a dope head who does blah blah blah. God, it's annoying. And yeah, like I said, the fact that it took itself way too seriously and just didn't know what it wanted to be, in my opinion. And also, I'm just tired of any, like I said, directors named Paul that just seem to take themselves just like, that's it. Like they think they're funny, but they take themselves way too seriously. Paul W.S. Anderson, Paul Thomas Anderson. For two. God. I don't know. Guys, people talk about his movies the way that people talk about Woody Allen movies, and I'm immediately like, I'm just like, okay, fuck you. I don't care. If you cannot like ever look at a movie that somebody did and just be like, yeah, that one kind of sucked. Like, God, what's that guy's name? The guy that did the Life Aquatic. I feel like people just do not have the ability to admit that sometimes that guy makes some just horseshit movies. You know, it's too, again, up its ass, where it's just like, it's avant-garde comedy, you know? It's the subtlety. It's like British comedy. Gross. Hot take: Woody Allen movies aren't actually that good. No, they suck. Bill Murray? No, the guy who directed that movie. Fuck, what's his name? Anti-jokes. Yeah, some anti-jokes. That's exactly it. God, what is it? Wes Anderson. Here, suspended. TikTok. What? I'm looking at this and it doesn't really seem like a... Whatever, man. They're saying, because now I'm getting one that's saying that technically I did a ban evasion, which, what? I just signed in. Whatever. Again, fuck TikTok. I tried with this. I got excited too, where I was like, woohoo! We got a new platform where I can go live and just cool. Bummer. Bananas was a funny Woody Allen film. Sure it was. Thing is, I don't care. I can't watch his movies, especially the ones he's in, which is like all of them. I think he was always ass as an actor. Oh my god! Is it another movie where like it's an unconventional love between a goofy frickin' doofus, aka Woody Allen, and then whoever the hot actress is at that time. It's also why I hated Lost in Translation. I'm sorry, I know that I'm definitely hitting on some people's movies that like I know you guys like, some of y'all like, because this is how my friends are. Like my friends are Wes Anderson movie buffs. Again, Lost in Translation, I put that up there because I had to see that with them, and I couldn't get over just how shitty it was. Where I was like, this is boring. The self-insert is cringe. Yeah, no, it is. And the thing is, it's always, you're told that it's because he's brilliant that you're looking at it like, oh wow, yeah, instead of really looking at it for what it is, where you're just like, oh, other people could have made this. Way to condense a pedo director. I mean, I do not support his films. I think that he's a certified piece of shit. You know, after the Soon Lee thing, that should have been enough for everybody in Hollywood to just collectively be like, yeah, you know what? Nah. But no. All right, cool. Yeah, sorry guys. Because I got booted from TikTok, my Streamlabs it keeps telling me that I'm disconnected. So, this is what sucks is if I have an outage, then I'm fucked because I won't know otherwise. Damn it! Yeah, this is totally taking up my. Really? And it doesn't even list the live stream that I've had up? Wait, they don't do VODs? Man, okay. Totally with that. My music age is on Spotify, or my music age on Spotify was 64. I don't know shit about new movies. Really? That's interesting. I didn't even know that they told you your age. Oh god, I wonder what mine is. How do you find that out? Yeah, I gotta say, I'm a little bit interested just to see. Oh, whatever, guys. I guess. Well, I'll try and do some TikTok stuff. It's in my Wrapped. Oh, okay. I'll take a look at that. But yeah, I guess I'm done. That sucks. Back out of that. Okay. Oh, Nate, what up? I find it a little odd how American Money references God. It is. Yeah, it is odd. Nothing in America makes sense, guys. Come on now. I really do feel that way sometimes. But yeah, back to the movies real quick. I wasn't done talking about Woody Allen and how people gave him a pass. Like, I genuinely just want... I don't... Ugh. All right, here, let's see. Where's my Wrapped? fuck? Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, I gotta be careful with that, because if I play that now, it'll go through the music. Okay, let's not do that. I did find it, though. Okay. Is there any way to do this where I can mute it? And no, I'm not gonna take that risk. I already got booted from one platform today. I don't need to go for broke here. Yeah, screw that. Canadian national anthem references God, but not money. Why you call your money the loony? I think that you might want to calm down there, Sonny. Top right corner has a mute button. I'm looking for it. Oh, here we go. Okay, here. Let me mute this. Mute. All right, got it. Where do you see the age? Podcasts. Don't play. What the fuck? It's not telling me my age here. Huh. No, sorry guys. I was hoping to have something funny there for you, but I got nothing. Alright, let me turn my music back on. Ugh. Damn it. Man, now my brain's all over the place. Now I'm focusing on the vertical stream that's still up, but wanting to quit. And then I'm focusing on the frickin' Spotify. All right, guys, my attention's going back to YouTube and it's getting this program on the back on the rails here. So let's see. Also, what the heck is going on with YouTube? I had heard about this where apparently like people are not doing as well on YouTube as far as like their numbers, large and smaller streamers. I wonder what the hell is going on. 35 in real life, but I think it explains a lot. But that's why I'm curious, because I play so much weird shit. Because I go from a lot of lo-fi music, obviously, because I play my my playlist here, and then let's see, how many do I have? I have like okay, I have like 3 or 4 lo-fi playlists. So what's my vertical Spotify age on TikTok? I have no idea. Is that like a holiday season thing, numbers being down on YouTube? I think so. Because yeah, I had this conversation with a buddy of mine who kind of like he dabbles in content creation. And he was just telling me how like the bigger guys will usually take off because their numbers would be down anyway, so they just feel like, yeah, why not just take a vacation, because everybody comes back after the new year, which that is true. From the day before Christmas to the literal I think it's January 2nd, that's when people, you know, kind of tune out and then tune back in. I mean, I personally kind of do that. This year was a little different, so yeah. But yeah, it sucks. Yeah, what you gonna do? Until shitwit Harper politicians avoided the mention of God. I honestly don't give a shit. If they want to have in God they trust, then fine. As long as it doesn't fuck with the FDIC. But yeah. Honestly, you guys have kept it pretty consistent with me, though. I appreciate y'all, you know, stopping by each stream, showing me some support, despite the fact that, yeah, you know, right now. It is weird. It is definitely on the lower side of things, but nah. Honestly, you know what? Fuck it. I'll just talk about this a little bit. So, I talked to Kirk about this. Thanks for doing shows. Yeah, I appreciate that, Etch. I appreciate you appreciating it. But no, guys, I kind of talked to Kirk about this a little bit because he was kind of asking me like if I was burning out, which I'm not. I'm not burning out on streaming. I think that he got a little confused because I just told him that I was having a really hard time sleeping, which I am. I went to the doctor and got told that I probably haven't had like REM sleep in a couple months, and that I need to go in for a more comprehensive sleep study, which sucks because the one I did was already a pain in the ass. But yeah, it's just it's stress. It's my life. It's literally like my stream is the one thing that does not stress me out. And I don't feel like this is work. Like no. So I just want to clear that up. I love doing this. I love coming and hanging out with you guys, and yeah. And because I do love doing this and hanging out with y'all, you know, the bits that I make here, the donations, the subs, all that, and just getting the attention out there, I have to say, it's really, it's kind of humbled me a little bit. Because yeah, my broader point was that we were talking about how certain channels have, you know, not dwindled, but they have lower viewership specifically because of the holidays, blah, blah, blah. But when it was talking about like steady revenue kind of shit, yeah, that's where I'm kind of doing better than some, which that's cool. Gotta say, you know. Throws it in the face of those assholes that come in here and they're just like, oh my god, look at you with your couple of viewers or whatever the hell. Which, did that hurt? Yeah, it did. You know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. You know how Teflon I can be? That one, I don't know why, but that specific day, it kind of hit me where I was just like, oh, fuck you. I got, like, mad at it. So, I'm glad to hear that, Rev to be made. It's keeping this ship afloat. Oh, yeah. No, like, I keep telling you guys, I want to do this full time. Like, I kind of already do, because I just love doing this. I essentially put most of my free time into this. But yeah, that's where I'm worried, because with this upcoming year, with some of the, you know, medical bills and stuff like that, I don't want to have to take more days off because I have to go and, you know, do the actual job. I mean, it kind of is. So, yeah, trying to avoid that, but we'll see. It's a very loyal dozen. No, you guys, for real, I do have a very loyal community, and I want to see it grow. I kind of feel like I have disappointed some people. God, I don't know how to go through this, but I feel like some people, when I do like the edgier humor, they're just not here for it. And I think that I may have like finally hit the breaking point with some people, because yeah, definitely had some people finally go like, you know what? Upon further review, I do not want to be part of this community anymore, which that sucks. Glad you were here and we got to enjoy your company. Smoking trees interferes with REM sleep. I don't sleep well if I'm not lifting weights consistently. Yeah. I need to get back into exercise, and there's a few things that definitely interfere with it. And yes, smoking trees does not help. I can admit this. But yeah, the only reason I want to talk about the numbers a little bit is just because, I feel like not enough creators really do talk about it, and the ones that do, I have a lot more respect for, because it is just kind of like, if you guys want to do this, you should know how it works. Also, I do know that, like, again, political and news content tends to do a lot worse during, you know, holiday seasons. There's that too. You never ban me. You tolerate weird shit. For the most part. I mean, I tolerate I tolerate you up until the point that you're disrespectful to me or one of my mods. And I mean, you have to like be blatantly disrespectful. Yes, there are people in here that would argue that I put up with too much. But yeah, I don't know. I think it differentiates me. I'm not one to boot somebody just because they piss me off like one time, even though I technically should. Realistically, because that's like the benefit of doing this is like, you know what? Yeah. All right, go on with your witty retorts or whatever. I will drop the ban hammer. Although I won't. Because like you just established, I'm not really that guy. Man, I wish I could back out of this freaking duel. This sucks. My OBS is going crazy right now because of TikTok canceling. Here, let's see. Crap. But moral of the story is I'm trying to grow. Had a conversation. It was kind of funny. I was expecting this conversation to go the opposite way, where it was going to be like I need to focus less on making content, less on streaming in general. No, it was the opposite. I was told that I need to double down and really put myself into this. So, which was awesome. To have a partner support like that is amazing, especially when she's going through what she's going through. Yeah. Also, again, thank you to everybody who has kept her in your thoughts and also contributed in any way. Seriously, guys, thank you. I was never evil, sometimes too drunk or high for sure, but never evil. No, and that's the thing. I can tell when somebody's, having a good time or just kind of prattling off. Like, I allow that. I kind of understood what I was doing when I made a channel that was called High on or I made a show called High on Politics. I will admit that I enjoy the ones that come here, a little lifted more so than the ones that, were tipped a few back. Like, this is the problem with drinking in general, is if you're a fun drunk, cool. But telling a person that they're not a fun drunk when they're drunk is very difficult. And I've run into that a few times where somebody got really insulted because I was just like, all right, man, like you've gone a little too hard at this. Not now. That wasn't you though. I'm not just want to put that to bed, zombie. It wasn't you. But that's where I got a little bit of an eye for that now, where it's like, okay, if somebody's just being annoyingly tanked in chat, I think that one is just kind of like all right, we're gonna put you in timeout. Which I need to emphasize a little bit more when we do that, because the amount of people that they get timed out for even just like a minute and they think they got banned, it's kind of weird. Like, I don't know. I thought that people just kind of knew how YouTube worked. Fuck me, I guess. But, all right, let's see if Sagar's thing is over yet. Is it? How long is this? Oh my god, he went through the whole thing? Oh, fuck that. Okay, so right before I started, I saw that Sagar and Jetty was on doing a review of Reefer Madness. Which, yeah, Sagar reviews Reefer Madness, most important film of the century, which, as you can see, I might have a take on that. But yeah, he did it over an hour. All right, maybe we'll kind of peruse through that, but that's gonna be a later That to be a later thing. Yeah, we watched it while I was on Smoke a Tide Pod stream. Well, watched it. It was in the background while I was on Smoke a Tide Pod stream, which was cool. Can't wait to do that stream again. That dude is... He's got... I hate to use the term jealous, but I am a little jealous, like, of the fact that he made a channel that he talks politics very, very, like, sparingly, but overall it's just about, like, culture stuff, checking out old VHS videos and just vibing all the time, which, yeah, man, that's cool, but I also admit that if I had a channel like that, it would turn political very, very quickly, so. Oh my god, I thought whoever said he was doing that was making a joke. No. No. I think that was Emily. I remember it was a few days ago with Ryan. No, they're not joking. Although I have to pull this up because here, I got the Tim Dillon talk to Ryan Grimm. What the fuck is up with Twitter? Oh my god. Okay. Twitter is now having an issue.
And welcome to the show.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, sorry guys, Twitter just froze. Restarted. Why is this having an issue now? Like, this is really weird. Is anybody else having an issue with Twitter? I mean, I know some of y'all quit Twitter, Tinkerbell. Which, hey, for your mental health, the fact that you quit Twitch or Twitter and TikTok, props. Mad props. What up, Bandit? Good to see you, brother. Hope you had a good weekend, because, yeah, I definitely had a weekend. No, I actually had a good weekend. I need to stop saying that. I had a very good weekend. I kind of feel human again. Which is nice. I gotta say. And I just realized. All right. Here we go. Let me go to Tim Dillon. There we go. What up, Distracting? Hey, dude, how you doing? How you been, man? How was the holiday for you? And also, Bandit, how was the holiday for you? Actually, how was the holiday for everybody? I hope you guys had a good holiday. Surprisingly, I had a pretty chill one. I went through it on Friday, which Friday was an amazing stream, by the way, guys. Just got to say, for everybody that was here, and when we went through the Nintendo Power, yeah, I got to say that was one of the more fun streams that I have had. So I really have to say thank you. You can't complain? Hell yeah. Well, here, let's take a look at Tim Dillon and what he had to say about, or to Ryan Grimm. So, yeah, Ryan Grimm from Dropsite News and, you know, Breaking Points. We catch some Ryan Grimm here. Yeah, it's kind of cool to see him making the rounds, especially doing all this in-depth reporting on the Epstein files. So, yeah, let's take a little... Oh, wait, hold on. Holiday was whack. B-Day, great though. Hell yeah. Is weather bad where you are? A little bit. It was bad this morning. We have a lot of wind right now. It's like 17 degrees, but it's like 1 with the wind chill, and then on top of it, Oh, cool. Hey, sweet. I just got some good news. It has nothing to do with TikTok, but I just got I got informed that one of my Amazon returns because all right, guys. I can just go through this one. This is too funny. So, I got these little pellets for my night guard, right? I ordered those, right? They sent me a 3-pack of inflatable like bars, like where you can just inflate them, throw ice in them, and then they just kind of float around with drinks and shit. How in the fuck they get that wrong? Like, what? Yeah, I gotta say, I was a little upset about that. I just got informed where they're just like, yeah, we banned that seller, and yeah, you can keep that stuff, and we're gonna send you the item that you bought. I'm like, all right, solid. So, take you into the life of Pep with that one. But yeah, guys, back to this before I got so rudely interrupted by my update there. Yeah, like I was saying, Tim Dillon had on Ryan Grimm. I was going to put on the hat.
Welcome to the show. Ryan Grimm, who writes at Drop
I
Site
can't do
News,
Hold
which
on.
has done the
I want to
best
focus
reporting
I want to focus on the internet, or the interview.
on the Epstein case.
Not doing an impression.
This is not even debatable. We talked about one of their articles a few weeks ago where Jeffrey Epstein was back channeling to try to get a meeting with Vladimir Putin between Vladimir Putin.
It was 80 over the weekend in Texas. It was actually, what was it, Saturday? Yeah, it got up to 60.
And
That was weird.
the ex-Israeli prime minister to talk about the Syrian civil war. We talked about that on the show. And people send me Drop Site News all the time and go, you got to read this article. Steve Bannon, and again, you guys aren't ideologically aligned, but Steve Bannon has even praised you as a good journalist. Like, people from many different political persuasions, even I think people on the Epstein list are saying this is good. Even the pedophiles are going, he's doing the work. So
like, hey, this is legit.
So Ryan, thank you again for coming. I appreciate it. It's the holidays, and I appreciate you making time for us. If you could sum up as just an introductory statement for the uninitiated, when you look at this new dump of Epstein files that just came out, number one, tell people, surmise for people what exactly you think the Epstein operation was, if there was one.
The juxtaposition in, wow, I had to enunciate that one. In seriousness between Ryan and Tim is funny.
The FBI says said that there wasn't. But they have all these files suggesting maybe there is.
Right.
What was this operation? And I don't know how many of these files you've looked.
I hate to say this, guys, because I have kind of put it out there that we put an overemphasis on guys like Tim Dillon, Joe Rogan, and some of these comedians. Theo Vaughn's another one. Andrew Schultz, like all these guys that kind of supported MAGA throughout the campaign. And then all of a sudden everybody was just like MAGA podcasters, MAGA podcasters. When in reality, if you listen to these guys for anything outside of like a political spiel, they will go out of their way to just be like, no, they're the ones that labeled us. Like they labeled me this. Like Rogan, yeah, he deserves it more than all of them. But guys like Tim Dillon and even Theo Vaughn, they didn't necessarily want to be that. And now that they kind of have that, we can use that to our advantage, where the fact that they are kind of shifting on just like stories like Epstein and just in general class consciousness, I think that we can take the wins where we can get them.
Through in the new files, has any of your opinion changed with regard to the scope of the operation, the intent of the operation, or any of the key players?
Yeah, I think that my take on this is actually, usually you go into the reporting and you find out that the story you're looking for isn't quite all the way there. It's not quite as interesting as you kind of imagined that it might be. This kind of has been the reverse. Like this, you keep peeling the layers back and you're like, oh, wow, that was true. That was true. That was true. And and on and on. You know, when they say there was no Epstein operation, it's like the guy's been doing a lot of operating for many decades. And at some point, you're going to have to call that an operation because he keeps becoming involved and he keeps being found from Iran-Contra all the way up to the things that you were talking about, the Syrian civil war, like a lot going on in Africa, which was a piece of Iran-Contra as well, the kind of unspoken piece of it. The fact that he focused so much on Africa really shows that he really does kind of know where power flows and where money, commodities, and resources flow. So yeah, there's an awful lot there.
Right. Wow. Here, give me 1 second. I thought I had the.
Is there any chance that Jeffrey Epstein isn't dead?
Here we go. This was the one that I wanted to play you guys. My bad. Not that was bad.
Is there any chance that Jeffrey Epstein isn't dead?
No, that would be wild though. That'd be a nice ending to this. Be like,
I was told by someone.
tell us.
I was told by someone very high up that it was that they didn't think this was the case, but there's a small possibility that he's living on Wexner's estate in Ohio because it's so big.
Just, I would assume they'd kill him again if.
Interesting.
Like, what's the point of letting him live?
Right. The old double. Yeah. Okay.
Like.
I mean, it's literally the Elvis thing.
Good point.
Hey, we saved your life. We're taking you to Wexner's estate. Oh, and then we're killing you right here.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Right. They don't want him. He's dangerous. They can't have him around. He knows too much.
He certainly knows enormous. Like if as a reporter, it's been.
You saw this whole episode,
interesting to get such a window into the type of.
I've only gotten to see the clips
machinations that are usually shielded from.
Also, DJX, what up?
The public,
right?
He had. There were so many things he could have.
Tim just believes in money, not the right or the left. I mean, he's a fucking comedian who happens to have some political opinions.
Light on.
Do you think this scandal?
This is I mean, the main difference between me and him is the fact that he started his podcast just as a working comedian.
Well, and I think it does. But would you agree that this really?
Although, no, his podcast is pretty politically geared.
Sheds light on the way the world actually,
like almost to like the Tim Pool levels.
Works in a way that maybe.
Oh my God, we got to go over some of that too. Guys, yeah, Tim Pool was on some Vegas podcast. Oh my God.
I think
him talking about just like we got shot at and we just need to lock it down. Maybe I'll be back, maybe I won't.
I think when he was arrested in 2019,
I highly doubt he's alive. Yeah, I kind of think he's dead. I think he's dead.
Got this hope that they were going to get that.
Ryan just made a really good point there. What's the point of keeping him alive?
Look at the way the world actually works, and then
No, the biggest story today is MTG taking the phone call within earshot of a whole bunch of people, and Trump literally saying, "Do you understand what you're doing? You're about to take down a whole lot of my friends." It's like,
shut.
Yep.
Cool. And now the window is kind of being forced back open a little bit. But I give
Tim credit from starting from scratch. He made money from Spotify and the Netflix deal.
I do think that's right. I think that.
No, he's like an OG dude. He got his start in the New York comedy scene and then went to LA and like he did it the old school way, trying to prepare for his specials. But then, the podcast like space, it opened up, and that's why you see a lot of comedians just focusing on that more, which I don't blame them.
This is the way that this Davos set operates globally, and the more we know about it, the better.
But would you say that this is also the way that countries like Russia operate and China and all of these big powerful countries?
Yes, I think because we in Western Europe are nominally democratic, we have a slightly greater need for people operating in the shadows.
Right.
Whereas I think that paradoxically Russia and China can be a little bit more explicit about how they're going to manage their operations.
Right.
Because like, what are you going to say about it? Like,
right.
This is what we're doing.
Right.
Okay. Sorry, guys. Just got another notification from TikTok here. Really? Okay, so my newest update says that I got reported for something. Okay, interesting. Community guidelines. Yeah, no, I got reported for hitting the scaredy bear. Oh, well, that's fun. I wonder if that was an AI report though, because it doesn't say that it was if it was an account or not. Anyway, sorry about that. Alrighty. I've been a fan of Tim's for a long time. There's been plenty of stuff I don't agree with. Yeah, guys, this idea that having a disagreement means that you are not able, that you shouldn't listen to somebody or that you shouldn't like somebody just because you have a disagreement is insane and childish. If you deal with people in your real life like that, then I don't know, like, never wonder why you don't have many friends if that's how you react to everybody. Because I have disagreements with pretty much everybody I know. But like I don't do the thing where I'm like, oh, I'm gonna just cut them out of my life because we have a minor disagreement. Now, are there some that are essentially hills to die on versus, ones that you can just kind of, put on the back burner? Yes. But yeah, I've seen too many people willing to just do that. Like, I mean, again, I kind of brought that up with people leaving this community. Like, and this is what bothers me, and I get it. You know what? This is like reverse parasocial shit. This is what makes me appreciate the ones that do like announce their departure. I personally like it when people tell me, "Hey, I have a problem with X or Y that you did. I can no longer be part of this community. Sorry." Like I've had that. Instead of like the passive aggressive ones where it's just like that's a bridge too far, and then they just piece the fuck out. Yeah. But I think Norm was funny as fuck. Yeah. But he was a effing Bush fan. I mean, Norm Macdonald was he was a pretty hardcore Christian. He didn't talk about it in his comedy, but he was. He was pretty right wing. But him being who cares if he supported Bush? He wasn't even American. Like I don't think he ever got his citizenship. Now that I think about it. Like here, let's see. Did he? Something did. Norm McDowell. U.S. citizenship. No. He was not a U.S. citizen. He never got his U.S. citizenship. He bounced from couch to couch, stated his support for the Republican politicians in the primaries, but was never able to vote. Okay, yeah, then fuck him. You revoked my membership for... Wait, the only community I left was TYT and recently Revolutionary Change. I have never actually heard of Revolutionary Change. What's that? But yeah, I get it. I get like I left TYT. And again, I understand what I'm doing here. The thing is, it's when I take it a little personally when it's like someone that has been pretty, interactive in the community, and yeah, I don't know, man. I had this when I was doing comedy too, though, and this was even more hurtful, is because you can see people's faces. So, there were times where, well, there's one time specifically where I had somebody just tell me, because they had seen one of my story time sets where I just like did stories and they really enjoyed that, as opposed to my prepared set. They just told me straight up they didn't like me, and I wouldn't see them at my shows anymore. So, yeah. My personal decisions, and that's all. Was... Wait. Was that Jen Perlman? It was. Wait, Revolutionary Change. Do I follow them? I think I do. No, I do not. Very first video I see of them. Rihanna Joy Gray. Oh, that's fun. No thanks. It's not Jen as much as it is Peter to me. Peter's the factor of why I left. Her campaign manager guy is sus. Is that Peter? Man, now I'm kind of interested in some of like the background on this one. Like, ooh, a little bit of channel drama. Ooh, what's the details on this one? All right, guys, we got a Kyle Kulinski. Groove Dragon, what up? Good to see you, brother. I was actually just going through some bits of channel stuff where I was just like, oh, here. I also got suspended from TikTok like 10 minutes into my stream. So, if you guys saw that I am over on TikTok, I regret to inform you that I am probably not going to be streaming on TikTok. Kind of sucks. How many peppers were in the jar? We haven't counted yet. I ordered a strainer, which should be here out for delivery. So maybe we can end stream with it. If not, I planned on doing it tomorrow. Like I said, the other thing is I want everybody to kind of I'm gonna do a final bit where I put the jar up. I'm going to allow you guys to kind of have a little bit more visual access to it, so like not do the whole spin thing. Because yeah, guys, nobody's gotten it. I can tell you right now. What? TikTok? Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, dude, I literally got fucking banned in 10 minutes. That has to be some sort of record. At least for me. Oh, man. Yeah, it just sucks because it definitely is messing with my stuff here. I want to disable this. Why can't I disable it? No! I'm stuck. Hello, people listening in, a little behind. Hell yeah, Bloodstone. Bloodstone, I'm excited. I'm going to be doing it's like a half-hour bit coming up here where I'm going to do Radio Pep, where I'm going to try not to break the bit, and I want to, from start to finish, do like what I would do on radio. Gonna layer it with a few Kirk songs. I mean, it's essentially what I was doing with like the WPEP bit, but I kind of want to commit to it. Possibly use it for just in case if I need something for a resume. God, a digital resume, fun times. All right, so guys, there's some news going on that is not really making the rounds. Apparently, Pinkerbell, you might have more insight on this one. Not sure if you heard anything about this, but the Texas GOP creates secret list of trans Americans.
All right, guys, we got to talk about this. This right here is an eye-opener, to say the least. So the state of Texas is making a list of transgender Americans that live in their state. It's using driver's licenses to help.
What?
So they're making a list of trans people.
Yeah, lists. You know when they make lists like this, that means something good's going to come from that.
Yeah. Literally nothing good can come from that. Nothing. The state of Texas has continued collecting information on trans drivers seeking to change the sex listed on their license, creating a list of more than 100 people in 1 year.
So they just want to be dicks. I get it. Like, again, cruelty's the point.
By the way, the original plan was to make it so this is considered fraud and it's a crime and you go to prison. They wanted this to be a felony. They wanted it to be a felony for you to be trans and try to get your license updated to reflect your gender. That was the original plan. So that didn't get through, but now they're like, let's plan just in case, right? Let's plan in case we could get that shit through. Let's keep a list of the trans people. According to internal documents the Texas newsroom obtained through records requests, the Texas Department of Public Safety has amassed a list of 110 people who tried to update their gender between August 2024 and August 2025. Employees with driver's license offices across the state, from El Paso to Paris to Plano, reported the names and license numbers of these people to a special agency email account. Identifying information was redacted from the records released to the Texas newsroom. The data was collected after Texas stopped allowing drivers to update the gender on their licenses unless it was to fix a clerical error. It is unclear what the state is doing with this information. An agency spokesperson did not respond to questions about why the list was created and whether it was shared with any other agencies or state officials. The Texas newsroom filed records requests in an attempt to find the answers, but did not receive any additional information that sheds light on what the state may be doing with these names. In recent years, GOP lawmakers have passed multiple laws restricting the rights of trans Texans, including 2 new measures that went into effect this year. One defines male and female on state documents as being based on a person's reproductive system. The other, known as the bathroom bill, bars governments from allowing people to use a restroom at public.
Will you be recording the radio segment and uploading it as a regular video? That would be cool. A little playlist of Radio Pep for people. Ooh.
Buildings, parks, or libraries that do not match.
You know what? Screw it. I will do that.
Their sex at birth. While it's unclear how the state plans to enforce the bathroom bill, transgender activist Rai Vasquez told KUT News she was also asked to show her ID before using a restroom in the state capitol earlier this month. Vasquez said she and 3 other people were then cited with criminal trespassing and banned from the building for a year. Now, by the way, what I would ask conservatives is, what if somebody is 100% passing, right? So it's a trans woman who looks completely like...
Actually, the opposite's what's been happening a lot more. We dealt with that in Illinois here, where there's apparently a cis woman who got mistaken as a trans woman at a church, and it became a huge story.
Like they were born a woman. What about that? Like, you want that person going into the men's bathroom? And what about if they're passing in the other direction? So you want a trans man who's 100% passing, full ass beard.
The fact that that you have state legislation that's obsessed with this in a state where the trans population is pretty minimal in comparison to, blue states.
Jacked, tall.
I mean, if this is what their way of trying to get rid of them, it's like, okay, and you're just going to legislate that? Cool.
Like masculine.
But also, thank you for helping the economies of our,
bone structure and shit.
Blue bastions.
You want that person because they were born a woman. You want that man to go into a women's restroom?
All gender nonconformity will be punished. Sorry, lesbians. Yeah.
I mean, that would cause more problems, right? Am I wrong? Wouldn't that cause more problems? So that's just crazy to me. The other thing is, again, why are they keeping this list?
No. Just found a hole in the bottom of my pants.
Nothing good can come from this. And what's terrifying is, so we're now looking at a world where they have the technology, they have the ability, they could just say,
I'm pretty sure that I'm able to wear all of my clothes the way that I do for so long is only because I know how to. So
now you can't open a bank account if you're trans. Like, official state repression could happen. Like, you're not allowed to open a bank account. This is going to be held against you in fucking job interviews. This is kept on your permanent record. It's held against you in job interviews. You can't get a job. There's so many ways they could take this and fuck you over. Never mind, of course, the ultimate nightmare scenario, which is they just round up the trans people and lock them up, right? And Lord knows what else. But it can be used for official state repression. Puts you on a list. Now you can't get the treatment that you need from your doctor, and there's a list of people that makes it against the law. Hey, you can't give these people.
That all sounds way too familiar in a really scary way.
Care.
Yeah. Again, this goes back to the beginning of the Trump administration where everybody's like, well, if you're going to do Nazi stuff and then get mad that we're calling you a Nazi, maybe don't do the Nazi stuff.
Right? All the things that they could do are fucking horrifying. Horrifying.
Also, I'm glad, for everybody that always talks about, oh, this is what they're focusing on, it's like, yeah, you know what?
Landon Ritchie, the policy coordinator with the Transgender Education Network of Texas, is concerned that the list the state is keeping will be used to pass more state laws targeting the rights of trans Texans. The state collecting this information raised a lot of red flags, and not just in terms of people's privacy and ability to exist not under a magnifying glass, he said. He added that he wonders how this information will be leveraged in terms of drafting and crafting additional legislation to chip away at the civil rights and freedoms of trans Texans. Now, by the way, look, I don't have the numbers in front of me. I don't know them off the top of my head, but I wonder what Texas ranks in education in the country. I wonder what Texas ranks in terms of healthcare access. I wonder what Texas ranks in terms of quality of life. I wonder what it ranks in terms of infrastructure. I wonder all the things that Texas legislators should be focusing on. Instead, they're literally officially scapegoating trans people and trying to find creative ways of doing that. This is where Republican politics always leads, always. Because what are right-wing politics? MAGA politics, right-wing politics. It's based on otherizing minority groups. Black people are the problem. Trans people are the problem. Immigrants are the problem. They always have a way. Okay, these groups are the Muslims are the problem, whatever it may be. But that is all an attempt to distract you from the reality. And the reality is it's the billionaires. It's the billionaires and the fascists and the warmongers. They're the reason your life sucks. Point out a problem, and I will tell you how it connects to one of those three. Guaranteed, bro. Guaranteed. And this is what they do. This is what they spend their time doing. Not fixing any of the real problems, creating more problems for an innocent minority community. There are roughly 161,000 trans adults living in Texas, or less than 1% of the population, according to the Williams Institute at the UCLA Law School. 161,000. That's a lot, though. I mean, those people are going to be crushed under the boot of the state. For years, trans people in Texas could update their state IDs to match their gender identity by obtaining a court order and then submitting this document to state agencies that issue driver's licenses and birth certificates. Yeah, there's another word for that. There used to be freedom. Texas, the state that likes to suck themselves off for being so pro-freedom, apparently they're the most anti-freedom. Yeah. This is just a basic thing, right? Hey, if you want your gender identity to be this, it can be this. No, they're against freedom. They're totally against freedom. After the state restricted updates to driver's licenses last fall, the state's health agency followed suit, blocking changes to birth certificates other than to correct hospital errors or omissions. In March, the Texas Newsroom reported that the state was collecting information on people who continued to ask for these changes despite the policy shift. Jesus Christ. The Attorney General, whose office determines what records are public, allowed the agency to keep other documents about the policy shift secret. But it did release a list of the 4 employees with access to this special email account. The Texas Newsroom also obtained records that show the agency investigated threats against the driver's license division chief after news of the policy change was made public, but no case was referred to the Travis County Attorney's Office for prosecution. The Texas Newsroom has requested an updated version of that list. So, man, this is terrifying. And by the way, this is the canary in the coal mine, right? Yeah. If Texas does this and gets away with it legally, well, then other red states are going to do this. Yes. And there will come a point where it just...
Yeah, but at this point, if they're going to keep prosecuting or persecuting people, then yeah, this is where you can... Fair game, bitches. Fair fucking game.
It's illegal to be trans in red states. It'll just be illegal to be trans in red states. You won't be able to
start taking the shit that they like, just so they understand where it's oh, do you get it now?
Express your true gender identity.
Especially where it things you don't care about. Honestly, it should be something that you don't give a fuck about and doesn't affect you in any way, shape, or form. But it's taking something they like.
It'll be a criminal offense in the same way that Texas tried to make it a criminal offense. Texas tried to make it so it is a felony to change your gender on your driver's license. And now, if you do it, they put you on a list. And like I said, that could be used for housing discrimination. That could be used for job discrimination. Mm-hmm. That could be used for preventing your access to healthcare that you desperately need. It could be used for a number of things. It's like a list of undesirables or untouchables. It's like a caste system. It's like a new caste system. In the same way that they're trying to do that with immigrants, undocumented immigrants, they're trying to do a similar version here with trans people. And again, it's also these Republicans can get away with continuing to cut taxes for billionaires, right? That's the whole point. Continue to cut taxes for billionaires, continue to super serve rich people. In this culture war, that's their only trick. Get you to point the finger at some other group that's innocent. Another group that has no money and no power and is not affecting your life negatively, so they continue to affect your life negatively.
Yep.
It is really disgusting. And what we need is, I don't want to hear a single fucking word. Like Gavin Newsom, who was more than willing to throw trans people under the bus in the wake of Trump getting back in the White House. I don't want to hear it from any Democratic candidate who's willing to sacrifice trans people at the altar of some mythical crossover Trump voter. Get the fuck out of here.
Yep.
If you're on the left, if you're a liberal or a leftist, you got to stand on principle. No, we're going to defend trans people because it's the right thing to do to defend them. They didn't do anything fucking wrong.
Yep.
They didn't do anything wrong. They're just trying to live their best life. And now the state is trying to prevent them
Yep. Guys like Rahm Emanuel, remember what he did on IHIP?
from doing that. So, no. Fuck off. First of all, what we're arguing for, it doesn't even poll badly. But even if it did, I would still stand 10 toes down and try to change people's minds in the same way that we engaged in the battle to change people's minds on gay folks, right? We had
This
to,
is a slippery slope to religious fundamentalists banning movies, TV. Yeah, exactly.
oh, hey, they're just like everybody else. They just happen to be attracted to people of the same sex. Like, who cares? It's not a big deal. Give them equal rights. In the same way we fought that battle and eventually made it popular, we will fight this battle and make this popular. We will make it acceptable to be trans.
If you're talking to Groove Dragon for all caps, Groove Dragon gets to have the all caps.
Won't be a fucking scarlet letter. And so, fuck.
I know. It's kind of weird where it's like, well, one person gets a pass. It's what you're not supposed to do. I mean, even in any parenting situation, right?
Any Democratic
It's
candidate
like, nope,
who's willing to throw them
special
under the
pass.
bus. No, you go fuck yourself. We have no interest in you. We're going to have a leader that defends minority communities and reframes everything in the correct way, which is to say, these minority groups aren't the problem.
Shit.
The only minority destroying the country are the billionaires. That's it. That's what we come back to. And all these trans people in red states, be on high alert. And I know it's a tough thing to do, but try to be ready at any given moment to flee to a blue state, because at least you know in the blue states, they'll try to protect your rights and they'll try to protect your access to health care. Whereas in the red states, there are no fucking promises, and it's quickly degrading there.
Hey y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop.
I gotta admit, I may have taken a little inspiration from Mr. Kulinski with that one, where I put a new bumper together that was just me being very somber, like, hey guys, thank you. Almost used my ASMR voice. Alrighty, we'll go to the next bit here. Just give me 1 second. Ooh, the hell just happened there? Okay, there we go. Sorry, guys, my interface is all fucked up because of the TikTok thing still thinking that I'm live. Which, yeah, is kind of funny to watch my my Streamlabs just be like, what's going on? Like, when I go to end stream, that's going to be interesting, because right now, I don't really have a way to do so. I think I might have to go in and do it. I'll have to do it manually. Oh, no. All right. Oh, by the way, guys, yeah, I'm not sure if you saw that Fair and Balanced, Mr. Fair and Cousins quit Ring of Fire, which I think that was long overdue. I'm glad that he has got his own channel. But yeah, I haven't covered one of his videos in a long time. He made a really good one about, like, Trump voters coming out and being mad that they feel like they've been used as political pawns, which, ain't that funny?
Week after week after week, I sit here and I tell you information regarding people who voted for Trump, the very people responsible for that man being president of the United
States. I just realized he's been doing this for a long time, like pretty much since Sam Cedar started the Majority Report on YouTube.
United States again, and how they have, of course, turned on him, how they have seen the light, realized that he is nothing but a corrupt husk of a pathetic man, and they're sick and tired of it. And I love these stories, and I talk about them anytime I see them, because that is
you like
what
the Florida man energy? Yeah, he definitely has that.
That is what lets us know that those MAGA freaks we see trolling liberals online and making their stupid little fact-free videos on social media, those folks are a shrinking minority. They may be the loudest out there.
Yeah, he's been doing this for 20-something years. Yeah,
the fewest.
Man.
So anytime you feel inundated by MAGA freaks in comment sections or on Facebook or on Instagram or TikTok, please understand that they do not represent a majority of this country. They
No.
represent a very tiny faction
God.
of people willing to stick.
If there's one platform that can teach anybody that, especially like boomers, it's that Facebook. It's the fact that they're in such an echo chamber and they think that anybody that they're talking to that has the balls to engage with them is immediately like the be all end all of who they already think like the left is.
Stand by.
Like, I can't tell you how many times I have engaged with somebody and immediately they're just like, oh yeah, well, you're a communist. It's just like, there it is.
This man, while tons of other Trump voters even
Meanwhile, being like, oh, these leftists always call us Nazis. Like, I know. I keep repeating myself about like the whole cry bully bullshit, but come on.
three-time Trump
It's exactly
voters
what
have
they are.
woken up and realized this guy is crazy and he sucks at everything. And
Truth.
recently, even after announcing an $11 billion bailout for American farmers, a lot of farmers realized that this isn't to help them.
No.
It's to do two things. One is to
silence
pay them
them.
off so that they support Republicans in the
Yes.
midterms. And two, it's so that they can be used as political pawns so that Donald Trump looks like a generous benefactor,
Mhm.
just handing them money because they're struggling because they're not good at being farmers. And the farmers are pissed off.
Yeah.
Washington Post recently spoke with multiple farmers across the country, including some agricultural economists. Here's what one of them said. This is from one farmer, voted for Trump 3 times, 2016, 2020, 2024. And he said, what we're seeing right now is we've broken all of the trade structures without a real plan to put it back together in the right way. Farmers are willing.
I'm glad they aren't falling for it. Well, the thing is, because they understand that without fixing the problem, it's just going to be the same thing next
to
year.
be a part of the solution, but I don't think they're willing to just be a pawn in a trade war.
And then on top of it, you have the beef thing where he fucked up by making deals outside of the country for, more cheaper beef. And now the cattle farmers are just like, what the fuck, bro?
That has no path or plan to get to true reform. That's the disappointing part, because we're not getting close to a fairer path.
Oh, yeah. I have literally no sympathy for any farmer that voted for Trump, especially, in the second term. Yep.
Another.
You want to live in Trump country and that it's literally just about that kind of shit, but then you're voting against your economic best interests. It's the same way I feel about most people like that.
Said, for the most part, farmers, we've been willing to kind of go along.
I'll try to save them from themselves before it happens, but after the fact, I got no sympathy for you. Sorry.
But I don't know about now. Now that comment, honestly, that's the problem. You guys have just been willing to let him abuse you.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are the ones out there whipping the mules, not even realizing that you're the mules that Trump is whipping. You're doing all the work, getting none of the benefits, and getting abused in the process. And then when he has no use for you, he takes you back behind the barn, and that's the last we see of you. You've just been kind of willing to go along, and look where that got you. You're farmers, right? You're the backbone of the country. You're supposed to be these tough, rugged dudes that don't take crap from nobody. And yet here you are like, well, we've been a little scared of them. We don't want to ruffle no feathers, nothing. Stand up for yourselves and quit voting for idiots. That's kind of what we expect from y'all.
Yep. All right, here we go.
Hey, it's Jordan with Status Coup.
Yeah, Status Coup rules.
My friends will get hurt. That is what President Trump told Marjorie Taylor Greene as he screamed at her about why he was trying so hard to block the release of the Epstein files. You can help build the only. This, according to the outgoing Congresswoman, who did a pretty flashy profile piece with the New York Times that is out today. There's a lot of
behind a fucking paywall. I tried to read it a few times.
revelations in there, but she basically said Trump openly told her, I want to block it to protect my friends. More on that later, because I'm not so sure I actually believe that as far as Trump's actual motives. But this is what Marjorie Taylor Greene told the New York Times, including that Trump was screaming at her to the point that she put it on speakerphone for her whole office to hear. Let me show you again. This is from a.
when you say, oh my God. When you say radio voice and I hear that, immediately I think of Scott Farrell, if you guys know who he is.
Pretty splashy profile. I was just so naive.
Yeah, he really talked like this. He'd be like, yeah, you're listening to Scott Farrell. We're on WQKX.
Inside Marjorie
The X.
Taylor Greene's break.
More X's, more Z's, more K's.
With Trump. Let me get to the part about Trump essentially telling her he was trying to protect his friends who apparently are part of a pedophilic global sex trafficking ring. The reason,
man, I knew this was gonna happen, but I miscalculated it. I thought that this would happen a little bit sooner.
For her lack of concern, as Greene explained it to me, might seem improbable to anyone who is familiar with how the mainstream press and the right-wing media cover the same story differently or not at all. Quote, the story to me, she said, was that I'd seen pictures of Epstein with all these people and Trump's just one of several. And then for me, I'd seen that Bill Clinton is on the flight logs for his plane like 20-something times. So for people like me, it wasn't suspicious. And then we'd heard the general stories of how Epstein used to be a member of Mar-a-Lago, but Trump kicked him out. Why would I think he's done anything wrong, right? For Greene, the decades that Epstein spent eluding justice for exploiting and sexually assaulting countless girls and young women while amassing a fortune, and the seeming efforts by the government to cover up the injustice represents everything wrong with Washington. This September, Greene spoke with several of Epstein's victims for the first time in a closed-door House Oversight Committee meeting. She knew that the women had paid their own way to come to Washington. She saw some of them trembling and crying as they spoke. Their accounts struck her as entirely believable. Greene herself had never been sexually abused, but she knew women who had. In her own small way, she later told me she could understand what it was like for a woman to stand up to a powerful man. After the hearing, Greene held a news conference at which she threatened to identify some of the men who had abused the women. Greene says she didn't know those names herself, but that she could have gotten them from the victims. Trump called Greene to voice his displeasure.
Yeah,
Greene
and people heard this call.
Was in her Capitol Hill office, and according to a staff member, everyone in the suite of rooms could hear
That's so great.
him yelling at her as she listened to him on speakerphone. Greene says she expressed
Pulling a Trump on a Trump.
Her perplexity over his intransigence. According to Greene, Trump
I love these moments. Like when somebody who was so sycophantic to him finally is just like, nah, Mr. Trump, you fucked up. You crossed lines. And now he's just like, I'm the most powerful one. Listen to me. MTG, fuck you.
Replied, quote,
like, dude, he's totally crashing out hard.
My friends will get hurt. Now.
Yep. Your friends will get hurt. It's almost like it's everything that we knew. It's like this was the biggest gift with the Epstein releases. Like, goddamn, dude. Once this news cycle picks back up in January, the entire beginning of the year is going to be about the Epstein files. And just, again, all the redactions. How during the Christmas holiday here, there were more documents that were found. And this was after he was just like, I don't have any, there's nothing else. There's totally nothing else. My department, they gave up everything. Then they're just like, actually, we have over 1 million files that we totally forgot about. Oopsie.
Study the psychology of Donald Trump's mind, if there is such a way to study a megalomaniac.
Which apparently, we have the Biden FBI to thank for that, by the way. So for every time that they're saying that, like, the Biden FBI didn't release it, it's like, no, but they at least did. They were smart enough to see what could happen if Trump got back into office and what he was going to do with it.
Maniac, narcissist, potential
Thank God.
Sexual predator's mind.
They took a freaking inventory and were just like, no, this is what we have. And if they say that they don't have it any otherwise, that means they're hiding shit.
Dubious that Trump wanted to block or is trying to block the release of the Epstein files, and what they're releasing is clearly redacting key parts that might show potential criminal behavior by Trump or his knowledge of criminal behavior. We'll get to the redactions in a bit. I'm highly skeptical because if you know anything about Donald Trump, I grew up in New York. You know, you heard about Trump all the time. You read in the New York Post. You just knew. The main friend that Donald Trump cares about is his best friend. His name is Donald Trump. And Donald Trump doesn't have much loyalty to anyone. I mean, honestly, I think he would sell his firstborn child out to protect himself. So Donald Trump would be trying.
Which one's that? I always forget.
With a iron fist, be moving.
Which one's Tiffany? She may not be my firstborn, but I'll tell you what, she's on the chopping block.
Mountains to try and block the release of the Epstein files to protect his friends. I mean,
Then Eric, come on, we all know how this goes, and then
potentially protect his children if
then Donald Jr., then Ivanka.
there was. I'm not saying there
Oh, wait a minute, Barron, I forgot about him.
is, but
Literally forgot about him.
children. Perhaps I can
I have
believe
a, I have
there
a
was,
younger kid.
potential impropriety in there. But who is Donald Trump so close with that he would be moving mountains to protect their identity?
Game of chuds.
Donald Trump has sold every friend out. He's thrown decades worth of friends under the bus. I mean, go ask his former lawyer and fixer, Michael Cohen. Go there. I mean, you could fill a whole news network with scorned Trump friends who, once their utility and usefulness was done, he threw them out like garbage. So him telling, I believe, the congresswoman that he said that, I don't believe that that's the actual reason he wants to block the release of the Epstein files. And if you've seen videos I've done in recent days, including one I did yesterday, go check it out. There is a lot more smoke, I would say, just from a common sense perspective, over as to the reports and narrative that Epstein killed himself. And as I reported, Epstein's own brother, Mark, tipped off the FBI in 2023 that he thought Donald Trump had basically ordered a hit on Epstein in prison, and Donald Trump had authorized Epstein's murder, not that he had committed suicide. These are explosive scandals, explosive revelations in the Epstein files, and the media is barely touching that particular part about Epstein's quote-unquote suicide and that Epstein's brother.
To be fair, it is the Christmas season and nobody's really paying attention, so they don't want to hyper-fixate on this stuff until the news cycle picks back up, like I was just saying.
Vows.
That's a real
He
thing.
didn't kill himself. That renowned forensic pathologist, Dr. Michael Baden, observed the autopsy in 2019, and he found that Epstein's fractures in his neck were more consistent with homicide, not suicide. Also, you had a former mafioso who stayed in that exact prison cell that Epstein stayed in years earlier and said structurally there was no way for him to hang himself. There's no way for anyone to hang themselves in that cell in that prison. And oh, by the way, you have documents coming out now that Epstein had complained and reported that his cellmate tried to kill him weeks before he was found dead of a suicide. Brick by brick by brick.
Yeah, see, I heard that one like right when it happened. Like that was when people were talking about the theories. They had talked about how he was attacked before.
Well, these things, I don't think it's a conspiracy theory to point out facts that it's highly, highly unreliable and dubious that he killed himself in prison. And now you have Marjorie Taylor Greene saying Trump openly said to her, I'm trying to block it to protect my friends. Well, let's look at another one of his, quote, friends, who it seems efforts are being made to block. This came out in the Epstein files over the weekend. A photo of Trump, a photo of Donald Trump and Ghislaine Maxwell was redacted after it was found on Steve Bannon's cell phone. This is from Julie K. Brown, the Miami Herald journalist who broke so much of the Epstein files. She wrote, this photo of Donald Trump and Ghislaine Maxwell that was found on Steve Bannon's cell phone should be made public. This is an email from June 11, 2021. We don't know who sent the email. I hope you're well. I'm helping out with the responsiveness review for WPDW, and I've been looking through Steve Bannon's iPhone 7 on Celebrite. As I was going through the images from the phone, I found an image of Trump and Ghislaine Maxwell on Bannon's phone. See screenshots from Celebrite attached. I discussed with Sonny, and we wanted to flag this for you in case it was of any importance to you, since you were on both cases. Please let me know if you'd like anything further done with this. Thanks so much. So Steve Bannon's phone had photos of Donald Trump and Ghislaine Maxwell. Why are those photos redacted? What's the context behind those photos? Where were they taken? When were they taken? Could they have been taken in Epstein's mansion in New York? Apartment in Paris? Who knows?
Yeah, but the fact that they're redacted to save them, which is against the law that they wrote.
Does it have anything to do with why?
I'll say this much. At least Congress put that into the language where they're just like, no. You guys can only redact victims' names. If you guys are trying to protect yourself or anybody else or any of the perpetrators, then you are blatantly breaking the law.
Ghislaine Maxwell was moved to essentially a bed and breakfast prison where she's getting all sorts of perks after Trump's former personal lawyer, who's now like deputy attorney general or something, went to interview her and didn't ask one tough follow-up. didn't ask one tough question, forget follow-up. And then right after, she was moved, and he claims, oh, I had nothing to do with it, and the president didn't know about it.
Yeah.
I mean, if any of these things were happening while Joe Biden was president, and
Yeah, and that's like, let's be real, and this is where, again, they're better at that. They're better at actually feigning outrage.
it pointed to Joe Biden,
Apparently, they have way more energy for that shit.
holy shit, Fox News would be calling for a public lynching of Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Would be calling for a public lynching.
Well, and I guess
or-
that's it. It's literally, they don't even have to think half the time. Like, they just go with the narrative, which, again, free thinkers. Like, I watched this Parker debate where, oh God, it was way too long. But at one point, he was talking to this one kid where he's just like, and that's where free thinking comes in. It's like, it says the guy who's following a Bible, a politician, and just, like, you literally are told what to think. And then you're like, I just need to see more evidence so I can make my own consensus. It's like, okay.
It's mind.
Or you're just buying time to get out of that interview because you blatantly got embarrassed, but okay. Might cover some of that content in a little bit. Might do something fun with that. Oh my God, the Justice Department announcement. We got that. Cracks are, here we go. Cracks are showing on the Epstein files for Trump.
1 million more documents in the Epstein files were discovered last week. All eyes have been on the Department of Justice. There are questions over when the public will receive this new massive tranche of information, a sudden discovery of information from the FBI
on Christmas
in the Southern
Day.
District of New York, after the DOJ missed its deadline to release everything earlier this month.
I mean, are we... the fact that there isn't just a whole bunch of contempt charges just being filed right now.
That apparent lack of transparency, along with intense national attention, and President Trump's insistence that the Epstein story is a, quote, hoax and witch hunt, is a major part of why Marjorie Taylor Greene
We have
said
already gone through the fact that tranche is one of those words that sounds dirty, but isn't.
she's leaving Congress early. It's reflective of the anger and frustration we're seeing from a large faction of Trump's MAGA base. But will this fracture become a lasting, irreversible break? Joining us now, former Ohio Governor John Kasich, now an MS Now political analyst and political strategist who ran Julian Castro's
I can't believe you guys are paying him.
2020 presidential campaign.
That's one major hit on them where it's just like, ugh.
Maya Rupert. Governor, I'll begin with you. So do you see this fallout between Greene and Trump as emblematic of a more serious fracture or pattern in the party?
Yeah, Antonio, I think it's one example of a fracture. Obviously, the Epstein situation has really driven a number of people away from Donald Trump. Secondly, though, I think, that when we look at these ICE raids and we see what people can conclude is sort of a meanness that's going on across our country. And when you look at the Republicans who broke and said that in my district, we got people that are really hurting on health care and we need to renew these subsidies, even for a shorter period of time or just part of them. You see that happening. You see the Senate kind of thumbing their nose at the president when he wanted to get rid of the filibuster. What is happening is the president is just simply not as popular as he was. And Republicans, though, still fear him. But over time, if he continues like he is, Republicans are going to run for themselves. They want to win re-election. So if they have to distance themselves a bit, they'll be sure they're going to do it. But not full scale, all out, gone at this point. But you can see the cracks, and they've been happening for weeks now.
Maya, I want your big picture thoughts on what the Epstein story is starting to represent. A little earlier in the show, we were talking about, just the reality, the economic reality that so many Americans are facing, as it's hard for many to get a job right now. Wage growth is stagnant. People are feeling squeezed and poorer and poorer. And at the same time, there's this big national story of this wealthy, powerful person who now, even though he is gone, it seems, at least the perception for many people, is that it seems he or the people around him, who are in many cases also wealthy and powerful, are being protected. Do you see those?
She looks like this wrestler, the Awesome Kong.
Those two things happening in American society at the same time as connected?
Absolutely. And I think what we're seeing is really an inevitability that the coalition, if we want to call it that, the Trump.
Oh, wait, Maya Rupert. Actually, she's wearing the same tone as her background. Her show, she has like this all orange background.
He was really only able to put together by lying to everyone and sort of bringing people together and telling everybody what they wanted to hear. And now the rubber is meeting the road. Now we are seeing this story of wealthy and powerful people, as you said, being protected in a moment that working people
That's exactly what we knew it was.
are struggling in every area of the economy, in every area of life, and not being protected. And we have a president who was elected by working class voters. And so I think what we're really going to see is this is the beginnings of a fracture that was always going to happen because Trump was not interested in actually changing the character of his politics. He just needed a bunch of people to vote for him. So I think really the question becomes, what is the Republican Party going to do? Do they want to make a decision? Are they going to continue to be a party of, protecting wealthy? Do they want to try to protect working class people? And what does that really mean? What's the real agenda for workers? Because I don't think in these Trump years we've ever actually seen one.
Governor, do you think that kind of soul searching is happening right now? I ask because, as part of this profile with the New York Times, Marjorie Taylor Greene describes herself as having been naive. She also says that our side has been trained by Donald Trump to never apologize.
Yeah, but she hasn't actually renounced anything that she supported under Trump. She is still playing that game of, I supported him through thick and thin, and I still do. I believe in his bills, and I believe in his agenda, but I just do not like this man at all. It's
like, never admit when you're wrong.
Shut up.
Just keep pummeling your enemies no matter what. And as a Christian, I don't believe in doing that. Do you read her or see her actions, her recent remarks, and do you think she's being genuine, or is this sort of an effort to sanitize and re-strategize for what's to come?
I'm going to go with B.
Antonia, we can't guess, right? We can't say. I mean, there was a guy named Saul, and he traveled all over the world persecuting Christians. And when he got to Damascus, he was thrown off his horse blinded, and he ended up becoming St. Paul, who's written a giant chunk of the New Testament. So, I mean, was Saul...
Yeah. Some of the more problematic aspects, just so you know.
In the beginning, people didn't know, but he became...
God, I hate when people, they try to use parables or they try to use the Bible as an example without talking about the other side of these things or the implications of what they, what he just brought up.
And then they all
yeah, but he was also exiled because he was crazy.
Is she truly having a transformation? I don't know. I wouldn't want to say that she's not. But we've got to see how she does going forward. And I'm not her judge. If she wants to claim that she is, I mean, I think the whole Epstein thing, Thomas Massey, the one man, but, women were greatly moved by this. Thank goodness. You want change. You want...
I make sure to give Adam Kinzinger shit every day for not leaving the GOP yet. Probably staff reading the messages, but in that case, I'm actually reaching more people. True.
The results, sometimes you just got to go to women because they say we've had enough of this.
How's this guy still around? Again, MS Now is paying him as a political commentator, which again, so you fail upwards apparently.
Yes. What they see is the abuse of children, the abuse of women, and I think they've had enough of that.
I mean, I do understand keeping other people like the other side on the payroll to get a mix of opinions. You do need to do that.
She also has gone on to talk about the fact that she doesn't want to be attacking people and being mean.
I just hate the fact that nobody ever pushes back on this bullshit.
I think it's okay in politics to have differences.
Or this type of bullshit in general.
But when you start attacking somebody's person, when you're treating them like they're trash or something, that is a violation of everything we know as Americans and as believers.
Oh, fuck you. Dude, we can go back to your campaigns. I hate people that don't even recognize the fact that they have so much material out there that proves what he just said wrong.
I mean, she is leaving. Where she's going to go, I don't know. But I think it's a good thing.
His own words.
Thing that she's saying, we've got to stop being mean to one another. I think we all can agree with that. And I hope she'll carry that out.
And she's acknowledging right now she is a bit politically homeless. Maya, very quickly.
Who did that?
Do you think that at some point Marjorie Taylor Greene will be welcomed into the anti-Trump resistance? Will Democrats want to work with her?
Well, I mean, her and Anna Kasparian being politically homeless, I mean, it's kind of ironic now the way that they talk about homeless people and how, they've voiced exactly how they feel. Interesting.
I think the anti-Trump resistance is
irony.
A lot more
Anybody?
Than just Democrats. I think that there are people that she will find sort of common ground with. I do think that Democrats should remember that we stand for more than just anti-Trump. And if Marjorie Taylor Greene, I appreciate the governor's comments, if she's really having a transformation and she wants to approach with a different set and a kinder set of politics, I think that would be wonderful. I do think that civility only gets us so far. For politics to genuinely be not mean, to be kind, they need to be compassionate, they need to recognize inclusivity. I would personally need to see a lot more from Marjorie Taylor Greene before I believe that was the style of politics she's talking about embracing. But look, I think that there is an anti-Trump resistance that truthfully shouldn't come to the Democrats. I would love to see more anti-Trump resistance within the Republican Party, having people who are going to run differently, because again, the party is going to need an identity beyond Donald Trump. And it is going to be up to Republicans to figure out what that is. Not everyone come over to Democrats and try to change the shape of Democratic politics, but rather reshape Republican politics. I think that would be an incredibly important job for some people to take on. Yeah,
I think to both of your points.
Very good. Thank you.
Yeah. I think a
Thank
lot
you,
of
Governor.
Americans, as this year comes to an end, they are hoping for more compassionate politics and public service right now. I think people across the spectrum can agree on that. Former Governor John Kasich and Maya Rupert, good to see you both. Thank you.
Yeah.
Joining us now, MS Now reporter Alex Tabbitt in West Palm Beach, Florida.
I was actually
MS Now
waiting
senior
for an
national
update
security
on this.
reporter David Rode, and the program director at the Institute for Global Affairs at the Eurasia Group, Jonathan Geyer.
Let's see
It's
what
great
he
to
had
have
to
all
say.
of you with me this afternoon. Alex, I'll start with you there in West Palm. What else did the president say about Gaza and his relationship with Netanyahu?
Well, Antonio, the president said that they are going to be covering about 5 different topics during this meeting between President Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu. This is what President Trump specifically said about Gaza. As you played at the top there, President Trump lavished praise on Prime Minister Netanyahu, saying that he's a wartime prime minister, saying that he's done an incredible job, and saying that Israel may not exist if Netanyahu was not the prime minister.
So he's just solidifying everything that we. All right.
During these recent years. He later said, Bibi is a strong man, but he can, quote, be a very difficult on occasion. That's the closest thing that we heard to a criticism of Prime Minister Netanyahu from President Trump. Later on, President Trump said the reconstruction effort of Gaza will begin pretty soon and said that the U.S. has already started working on improving some of the sanitary conditions. It's important to remember, Antonia, that Gaza currently has about 68 million tons of rubble. So there's a
Sanitary conditions. What?
major reconstruction effort needed there. And then when asked about Ron Willie, that's the deceased hostages whose remains were not yet returned, has not yet been returned to Israel, President Trump was asked if the ceasefire can move on to phase 2 before those remains are returned. He dodged that question, and President Trump took credit for it.
Well, yeah, because the ceasefire isn't. It's not ongoing. Let's stop calling it what like the ceasefire. A ceasefire means they cease fire. They are still bombing Gaza. What the?
All of the hostages
I hate
back to
this.
Israel,
I hate the fact that even MS Now refuses to do their fucking jobs.
claiming that none of the hostages were returned
God
under the
damn,
Biden
dude.
administration. Of course, that is not true. More than 100 hostages were returned under President Biden, Antonia.
Jonathan, I'm curious.
What was that?
What you make of this stage.
All right. Well, that's about as much as I need right there. I mean, so nothing. A lot of nothing was said, and it was a bunch of kiss ass. It was a bunch of just kissing ass. Cool. Trump and Netanyahu hail productive meeting. All right, mainstream media. Thank you for being useless. You just love when they're useless. Holy shit. They get... Let's see. Oh, man. All right, this Sagar thing, I can already tell you. We're going to do this in the fun half because it's going to piss me off. And you know what? It's fun for you guys to see me get pissed off, but not exactly fun for me. Oh, man. Let's... Wait, is he still alive? Yeah, Sagar drums. I mean, the fact that he's watching Reefer Madness and he's doing it as a fan of it, that's crazy to me. Like, that's just absolutely insane. He really is just the biggest fucking dweebus. Like, it's embarrassing, dude. All right. Excuse me. Yeah, you know what? I want to chill for a minute. We're gonna. I need to smoke with y'all, but also, you know what time it is. I waited long enough. We're in the second hour. Let's do it. Wow, he's playing into the cuckery of it all. Oh, yeah. Oh, there's nothing worse than an anti-pothead that starts going on about 1930s anti-pot propaganda like it's based as fuck. You know? Totally making the case that he is not a weenie. That's for sure. All right, let's see. We got Grappalocked, Dino, Drasna, Esper, Shinnoktuk, Time, Victini, Capskid. Nice, needed that. Diglett, and Skeleturge. Ooh, I had an upside down energy. That does not happen a lot. That means when this was getting packed, they technically made an error. Oh, makes it worth that much more. By the way, if you guys didn't know that, For some reason, if you're not into Pokemon, but you rip open a Pokemon pack and you see a card that looks misprinted, do not throw that away. Misprinted, like the miscut cards, those are worth a lot. Let's go. Got to roll out for a while, going mobile with the window open to keep tabs on you. And oh, hey, I appreciate that, Groove. Well, I will catch you later. I will be on tomorrow. I will be live on this space, and then I will be live for my show. Now, whether or not I'm going to be on time is a whole different thing, because, yeah, I got to go grocery shopping tomorrow. Eugh. I complain about it. All right, so we got Azelef, Victoroth, Sunderscorch, Seal, Fluttermane, Brookish, Meddling Memo. Oh, that's cool. I got an Eevee. Nice. Terra Orb and a Zarude. I don't know actually how to pronounce these names. I hate to say it. I'm that kind of guy. And guys, it's officially the last one from the that birthday box that I got. Or Christmas box, which one? Whatever. The one thing about having a birthday that's so close to Christmas that even I have that moment where I'm just like, I don't even know which one this was. All right, let's do one more. All right. Wattrel, Excadrill, Quaxwell, Morlo, Mousehold, Meowstick, Callbell, Iron Bundle, Panseer, and Tapu Koko. All right. Nothing spectacular, but also good pulls. Did anyone ever give you a shot for confusing a gift they gave you? No. No, nobody's ever been like mad about that. I mean, I know who gave me like the gifts. It's more so just for trying to do that thing where I'm like, oh yeah, is this for Christmas or is this my birthday? I'm gonna assume that this one was for my birthday. Yeah, no, it had to be. But then yes, I got the other one for Christmas, which I got another box to open up. I'm pretty excited about that. We'll do that in the fun half though. God. More and more I keep watching this. Yeah, I'm gonna figure out the vertical stream over on YouTube for sure. Like I said, kind of figured out what I did wrong the first time. So I'm going to try to get that going because yeah, I mean, I hate to say, I was really excited. Oh guys, by the way, they just announced that Pokemon are coming back to McDonald's. Oh boy. Uh-oh, February is going to be February. Remember? One of those words? We went through that. I'll say the picture quality was better on vertical. It is? Yeah, that's what I thought. Crap. Man. Which also, that sucks because my picture quality... Oh, dude, I just realized that I reset... Alright, so I had to reset a whole bunch of settings when I did the dual output. I forgot to go into my YouTube settings and adjust that because, yes, I should be at 1080. I think that I'm broadcasting at 720p, which, apologies for that, folks. Oh, God, yeah, we're totally at majority report levels of clarity. Oh, man. Whoops. Yeah. Well, I'll figure it out. I mostly want it because apparently the interaction, like because it is put through like the shorts page, that yeah, more people find you through that, higher numbers, blah blah blah. Funny enough, LT actually kind of let me know about that. You know, shout out LT9K for doing his Friday streams. He said that he was getting a lot more attention when he did the vertical streams. I was just like, that makes sense. Yeah, it's 720. Yeah, nah, damn it. That was my bad. This has, yeah, that was literally just me not doing the final bit. Fuck. Sad part is, I had that on like my to-do list where yes, I I do that too, where if I'm not entirely sure how to do something, I will write out the steps in bullet points or copy paste like a, you know, a solid lazy man would. But yeah, I totally forgot to do that. It's okay though, like I said. Oh man. Oh man, I don't know why I'm feeling kind of weird today, just in general. I think it's because I am a tad bit worried that, yeah, I don't want to have my TikTok banned for something stupid. Damn it. I appealed it. We'll see what happens, but it's because of this. This apparently is crazy. Oh, I just realized I still have my Christmas decorations up. Crap. You know what? I'm gonna undecorate in real time here. So, see this? Goodbye Christmas. Oh, actually, no. I just realized I have a little box that I need to get first. Crap. Never mind. Ah. It's a lovable bear. What's the big deal? Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, Dave. Yeah, I got, well, not banned, but I got a channel strike. That's my second one. Oh man, I think that I'm better off just not going live and just putting up some TikTok videos, which this is what really sucks, is when you film a YouTube short, you can't put it on TikTok. You have to essentially go film exclusive content for them, which, ugh. I would like to just put up the stuff that I filmed for YouTube, but whatever. Whatever. I'm doing a lot of complaining today. I'm sorry. I've kind of realized that it's a lot of inside baseball and just me going, wah. Oh, guys. Okay, so I can't show you this story specifically because it's got some pop-ups that are a little doxy. Which, by the way, completely hate that. Even with a fucking VPN. Yeah, I've been getting some advertisements that, like, it shows a map, and I'm just like, nope. Not gonna do that. So, you guys know how I was filming a protest? Here, let's see. Maybe I can actually find that. This should be pretty easy for me to find. Here, go to my channel. Go to my live. And it should be... It's a few months ago, so here, give me 1 second. 4 months, 5 months, 6 months. Here we go. The No Kings protest. I think this was it. It's all right, man. Hey, man. Civil to a protest. Let's see. Can I find the guy? Where is he? Where's the roller? Where's the coal roller? The same. Oh, actually, there he is. There he is.
They're
okay.
still laughing.
Hold on, guys.
Just like he is.
Yeah. Well, I already.
Yep.
There. Here. Where's the black truck?
But someone in my audience just literally was probably like,
damn it! Really?
Yep.
Oh my God!
We got to pump at the protest. Here we go.
I missed it like by a second. Hold on, I think I have it here. He pulls around and then he rolls coal right here. Because yeah, I'm looking for this for a reason, guys. Because this guy apparently might become like a national story because of his idiocy. What he was doing was he kept going around the block, right? Oh my God, this guy! Fuck yeah! Hold on, I didn't realize that I was gonna find this right away. It's this Polish kid that was walking his dog.
You're not a Nazi, you know. Unfortunately, I mean, the guy you support does have some Nazi tendencies, man. Like it's not even Nazi, it's fascist tendencies. So, we cool though. Hey man, thanks for stopping and talking.
I can't fucking.
Yeah, here. Yeah, because he walked up to me. He's like, "Why does everybody call me Nazi? Why does everybody call me Nazi?"
I'm gonna walk slowly so we don't lag here too much.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to find like a Starlink system or something for when I go to these protests. Because yeah, man.
Counter protesters.
Yeah, it was promised counter protesters. All right. Anyway, I gotta find this guy. Where is he? 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 Take this right now. Hearing my voice through the video here, I'm gonna admit, I hate it. I hate every second of it.
Oh, he is! He can't even get his flags to fly!
Oh, here he is. There he is. Okay, so this guy in this truck here, right? Make your browser, yeah, I understand that. Thank you. Oh, wait. Did I miss a pep on the street? This was back in July. Here, you know what? I'll just link this one. This one was fun. You can check it out. Give it a watch. This was, I need to go, you know what? This kind of inspired me. I need to go through this and clip a few of these things out because there was the interaction with that Polish kid that was interesting. Good, like, 2-minute video. There was another interaction with a bunch of guys that were riding around in a truck just trying to be assholes, but then it turned out that they didn't even know what the No Kings thing was, so we ended up having a pretty decent conversation with them. And then, yeah, there was this guy that was rolling coal. I have it on video. Actually, I'm going to just make a compilation, because, yeah. So, this brings me to the update in this story. So, this guy, who you see right there with the American flag, he's in big trouble. Specifically, you see that cop right there? Those guys eventually pulled him over, and they were in the parking lot across the street. So, that guy got, they filed charges against the guy. Like, I was kind of shocked at that. An Antioch man, which, if you guys don't know Antioch, I'm pretty sure that's where Kyle Rittenhouse was from, too. Is facing charges and set to go on trial after he allegedly rolled coal by emitting a large amount of diesel exhaust from his truck towards a group of protesters in McHenry. Sue Rose of Indivisible McHenry County said the incident occurred at the family's first protest on 31 in McHenry on July 26th. That was the one I went to. I was visiting one of the friends of the show, Mr. Kaz. Yeah. A man lives in the sticks. But it's also nice to get out of the city. Although we have an agreement now. He's going to come to my place, and the next No Kings protest, we're just going to roll out from there. And we're going to try and go down to Millennium Park, because apparently there's one scheduled for, I think, February or something like that. Once it starts warming up. Okay, so here we go. Sue Rose, blah, blah, blah. The protest was held across the United States. From rural towns to major cities, family first actions will bring people together, collectively demand an end to policies that harm children, seniors, and our families. More than 350 people attended this protest in McHenry that day. God, this idiot got captured on video, and not just captured on video, they screenshotted his fucking license plate, too. She said the man was driving a black pickup truck, drove dangerously close to the protest line. Driver rolled coal on the protesters, purposefully spewing thick, noxious diesel exhaust. The man has been charged with disturbing the peace and oh my God, wait a minute. Environmental assault. So that's weird. He got charged with disorderly conduct. And then it's a civil complaint. Oh, so it's like the emissions. Okay, because like they're saying that he tampered with his truck. Yeah, he has a smaller charge for tampering with his with an emissions. Funny enough, it seems that the tampering with his truck that has a little bit more of a fine. It looks like he's going to get out with a slap on the wrist and just told, hey, don't do that again, which you have people in the comment section saying that they're going to pay for this guy's legal fees, which that should tell you something. Court records show that Nicholas D. Thompson, 18 of Antioch, was charged with 1 count of disorderly conduct. He has pled not guilty to the charge and is set for a bench trial on January 5th. Oh, no shit. That is public. That's public. Oh, man, I'd have to drive so fucking far, though. I'm assuming that's in McHenry County, so... if I make a day of it. Yeah, my buddy sent me that. He was just like, dude, you remember when we got, this guy came by rolling coal on us? I was just like, yeah. He's just like, oh, dude, that guy's, like, totally... He got charged. I was like, oh, no shit.
Escort, of course. Oh, another protest pup. There we go.
Oh, here we go. He gets mad at me for talking about his dog.
Hey, your dog didn't vote.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he's just like, we voted for Trump. We voted for Trump. And I was just like, your dog didn't vote, dude.
Okay. Cool.
How's your day going, man?
Pretty good. How's your day going, man?
Pretty good until I got called a Nazi over there.
I don't think you're a Nazi.
My parents were both born in Poland. They invaded my country. And she's over there calling me a Nazi.
You're not a Nazi. You know?
That's where I was trying to de-escalate. It's like, you're not a Nazi. But I so badly just wanted to be like, now why would you say that? But
unfortunately, I mean, the guy you support does have some Nazi tendencies, man. Like, it's not even Nazi, it's fascist tendencies. So, we cool though. Hey, man, thanks for stopping and talking.
I can't fucking support no Nazis.
Yeah, don't. Well, I mean, hey.
Reminds me of the cringe, my dog is Republican stickers. Oh, yeah.
You got a cool dog, though, man.
It's all about showcasing the dog. Good pupper. Not a Nazi, but a pansy? Yes. Yes, I will say that much, but... I mean, I was also just in the mood to not escalate any of that shit. Even though for content's sake, it would probably be better if I did. But no, you kind of nailed that one. Yeah, let's see. When's this next indivisible one that you wanted me to go to? Wait a minute. Is that for 2025 or 2026? Oh, shit. No, it is for 2026. February 7th? Huh. Okay. Actually, might be able to make that one. Dogs are liberal, cats may be Republican. Now, that's the hottest take of the night. Cats are libertarian. You know? Nah. Well, I mean, I'm not pretending that cats can't be assholes. I mean, there's a reason that my cat's not down here right now. Dude. Oh my god, before I started stream, I was trying to figure out how to get TikTok set up. Oh, dude. You would swear that my cat knew what I was doing. It was just like, you are not going live on TikTok, which he might have known what was up. Now that I think about it, cats are socialists. They lick each other. Oh, there you go. I like it. Anything that gets the cats to be more on my side of politics. That's what I really want. I don't want to lose the cats. The cats are okay, man. Take the cats. All right, let's see. Cat verse 32 hot sauces. You did a hot sauce challenge? Really? And she only got 3.3K for that. Yeah, see, this is where, as much as I like her streams, I don't know. That's not what I'd be doing. Even though I support her campaign. This is where I do think that... I don't know. It doesn't really hurt it as much because she is out there doing like the Christmas stuff. She did a toy drive, which if you're out there doing toy drives during Christmas, I really got nothing to say. Like, that's the right thing to do. I'm more so upset because, I keep getting put on the... Yeah. Soon. Yeah, soon. All right. We're going to move on here in a second. Wait. Dependent upon a system that they... Wait. Cats are libertarian, dependent upon a system they don't understand while being completely convinced of their own independence. I didn't come up with that. I read it on Twitter a long time ago. Oh, man. That actually makes a pretty good case for that. Man, also, way to, kind of... All right, dude. If a certain person is listening in, from a conversation, and we had a conversation this weekend, you know who you are. Yeah, feel free to chime in and chat here. What up, Bryant? How you doing, brother? How was your weekend? How was your holiday? Not sure if I talked to you on Friday. Oh, yeah. No, you popped in. This is what I get for eating a late breakfast. I have got some pretty bad gas today. All right. You turned 37 on Friday? Happy birthday, brother. And also, yeah. You're getting there. You got 2 years behind me on that one? All right. Trust me, you'll enjoy them. Get revenge on Stan? It's not that kind of gas. It's the upper. I got like burps. I don't know what the hell's going on. Alrighty. Let's do the bombshell Justice Department announcement. See how bombshell it is considering the source. You know, every time that he says bombshell in a thumbnail now, I'm like, okay. Is it though? Could be.
This is Democracy Watch. Mark, we have some surprise bombshell news here for an issue that we have been waiting for an answer, resolution to, for years and years and years. This goes all the way back to the pre-January 6th pipe bombs. We now have some news here. Can you explain what that news is?
Yeah, so the government a few weeks ago charged an individual named Brian Cole with being the pipe bomber, the person who put pipe bombs at both the Democratic National Committee and the Republican National Committee on the
Have you heard the
evening
explanation where they're like,
January 6th.
Yeah, but he wasn't technically January 6th, he was a January 5th. It's like, but when were those, like, where were they set up and when were they set to go off?
2021. So this was literally the night before the violent attack on the nation's capital. These pipe bombs.
So we have bombshells and pipe bombs.
Laid. Thankfully, they didn't detonate. They were, according to the FBI, capable of detonation.
Makes me want to sit crisscross at the top of a stage and just start laying into everybody.
In other words, they were completed explosive devices. But
let me tell you something. I've been having a hell of a time here, and the letter hack.
In both instances, they failed.
He's at the top of my shit list.
Thank God, therefore nobody was injured. And frankly, for the last several years, there has been
shout out Matt, you're cool.
A really aggressive manhunt to try to find.
If you have to split hairs over pipe bomb timing, you have already lost.
The pipe bomber. Yep. And according to the FBI and the Department of Justice, they found that person, this individual named Brian Cole, and the government filed a motion to essentially not have him released on bail, and for the first time laid out the manner by which it claims he built the bomb, how it was laid, and some of the key details. And Brian one of the things that I think needs to be emphasized here is that despite Jeanine Pirro, who is obviously a former Fox News host who's now the U.S. attorney in Washington, D.C., despite her best efforts and a complicit or a compliant legacy media that is giving them a generous reading of this document, there
Saw how
are
quickly he
things
shot up.
in this document that suggest
Give that dog a
the
treat.
big lies
Thank you, Brian.
that were being told at that time, the election-denying
two for the
stories
dog.
that were at that time percolating, that ultimately led people to break into the Capitol the following day, were if not the sole influence, were part of the influence that that motivated Brian Cole. Now, to be clear, I'm not laying responsibility on anyone other than Brian Cole. Only he was the one who built these pipe bombs and put them there. But there are kind of a dual set of stories here going on, as we oftentimes see with this Department of Justice, as to what was motivating this guy.
And so can you dig into a little bit of the specifics in terms of what this motion says that would give...
You know it's bad when like the official reporting comes out from the DOJ or any government agency right now. Immediately people are just second guessing it. So like the jobs report and the economy did better in that quarter than we were expecting, said the Trump administration, and most people just went, no.
A little bit of insight into what his
even MAGA, because believe it or not, MAGA can't tie their businesses to that kind of shit. They know that they will lose money if they just go based off what the Trump administration saying.
Factors were in terms of committing this crime.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, Brian, because the way this document is structured, I read it to see, it seems like there are two competing narratives. One that is Jeanine Pirro is like, I've got to keep an eye on the White House to make sure they don't feel like, I'm saying anything, my office is saying anything that would displease them. And the other having to do with the fealty of what the guy actually said in, it looks like, taped interviews. So, he says, and this is quoting from the document, and let me put it up on the screen. Later in the interview, the defendant explained that after the 2020 election, quote, when it first seemed like something was wrong and, quote, stuff started to happen, he began following the issue closely on YouTube and Reddit and felt, quote, bewildered. In the defendant's view, if, quote, feel that, something as important as voting in the federal election is being tampered with, is being relegated null and void, then like someone needs to speak up, right? Someone up top, just to at the very least calm things down. The defendant felt that, quote, the people up top, including, quote, people
or TikTok studio won't let me shut it down either.
On both sides, public figures, should not, quote, ignore people's grievances or call them, quote, conspiracy theorists, quote, bad people, quote, Nazis, or, quote, fascists. Instead, quote, if people feel that their votes like just being thrown away, then at the very least, someone should address it. Now, I read that as someone who has heard lies about people's votes being thrown away. I read that as someone who has been brainwashed with lies about election denialism that they became exposed to on YouTube and Reddit and elsewhere, presumably on the internet. And there was only one person enabling those big lies, and that was Donald Trump. And so again, I'm not saying Donald Trump,
and release the Kraken bitch,
is to blame for the pipe bomber. Only the pipe
and Rudy Giuliani. Hold on, dude, there was a cast of characters for that one.
Bomber is to blame for the pipe bomber. But that rhetoric that is in these quotes is clearly right coded. It is clearly the kinds of election denialism that led not only to the actions on January 5th, but January 6th. Now, interestingly, later in the document, the Jeanine Pirro does some cleanup on aisle 1 and quotes different parts of his statements to suggest that he was neither in favor of Democrats nor Republicans, and was, did this because he was inspired to put a pipe bomb by the troubles in Ireland, which, as your audience knows, is a bit of a non sequitur.
Yeah, you know that Republicans feel like they're backed into a corner when they start saying that actually nobody's to blame. Actually, neither party is to blame. Yeah. Republicans will blame the Democrats for anything. Like if it rains tomorrow, Republicans will blame the Democrats. I mean, hell, before there was any information, before this information was released about the pipe bomber, there was massive amount of conspiracy theories.
But this is what pisses me off. with how stupid it is, it works. It works. I have people that I respect in my life that honestly,
Republicans,
like, they believe these types of narratives just because of how often they're repeated, and they'll just hear it on whatever social media they're on.
Suggesting that it was Antifa, that it was left-wingers. So even in this specific conspiracy theory, even in this specific instance, the left was getting blamed for it. So when you have someone like Jeanine Pirro, who comes out and says, you know what, this is completely apolitical, we shouldn't politicize an issue like this, that's when you know that they feel caught and feel backed into a corner. Can you speak?
and I want to, again, put everyone in the context of this moment. Okay, we are right now very used to there being election deniers all over the place.
Yeah.
And we are right now very used to there being conspiracists about the 2020 election, you know, out of every corner. I mean, there's not a day that goes by, Brian, that a new set of conspiracy theories about the 2020 election is not born by someone on the right.
Right.
Yeah.
But at that particular moment in time, okay, remember, we're talking about January 5th, 20.
Yeah, but it's been litigated. This is what drives me nuts, is the fact that it was litigated by Trump judges too, and that wasn't enough.
21. Okay, the 2020.
Somehow this motherfucker out there just being like repeating it over and over and over and over and over has gotten to the point where, again, even if we're past truth, it doesn't matter.
The election had just happened.
We're in the post-truth era.
The mainstream of the Republican Party at that point was claiming that it was going to disown.
And there it is. I got
remember all of the
My bladder was
statements
just
on
like,
the
hey!
Senate floor and the House floor on the evening of January 6th
Yeah.
by all of the members of leadership who said, oh, this is terrible, and Donald Trump, you know, did the wrong thing. Remember, there were editorials saying Donald Trump needs to concede. Like, this was a moment not when there was a vast right-wing effort to spread election denialism. It was an effort by Donald Trump. Like, it was an effort by Donald Trump and Rudy Giuliani and like Mike Lindell and a handful and Sidney Powell and a handful of like lunatics. Okay, but it was not this widespread thing. So when this guy in that backdrop is hearing these lies on the internet, he's not hearing them. And I don't mean to excuse the lies that MAGA influencers spread now, but this was not them. I mean, this was literally coming from the White House. This was literally coming from Donald Trump. And as you recall, Brian, there were people in his own administration who were resigning over this. You know, the Cassidy Hutchinsons in the world and the like, they were resigning at the same time. You know, Liz Cheney was a Republican in good standing coming up to this point, and she breaks with the Republican Party. So does Adam Kinzinger, right? This is a time where the Republican Party is not sure which way it's going to go. That is no longer the case. But the reason why I think this document is so damning and why this particular witness's statements is so much, you know, needs to be cleaned up by Jeanine Pirro is there isn't any place to deflect this to other than Donald Trump and really a small cadre of people who are around.
They've already pretty much burned like the houses down of everybody that they could blame
him at that time.
Metaphorically.
Finally, let's finish off with this. Can you speak on the fact that for, you know, years, again, as I mentioned before, we've seen right-wing folks in the conservative media ecosystem basically decide by fiat, because it's convenient, that the left was somehow responsible for these pipe bombs. And now there's just a deafening silence that's taken over the right amid, you know, in the face of all of these people having decided and spread all these conspiracy theories about this being some, you know, radical.
It's the way that the Taylor, what's his face from Charlie Kirk shooting. You have a bunch of people that are still on the fact that he was some transferee thing, and that's the proof that he was on the left.
Marxist, leftist, Antifa member.
All because they heard it somewhere, and that's what they want to believe. Therefore, it makes it true to them.
Who planted these bombs.
Yeah, look, we've seen this pattern before.
Which is ironic considering that, you know, and I know I'm really kind of breaking new ground here, but it's the party that was talking about fake news, and they're just out there believing fake news.
They assume that every act of violence is first done by someone on the left, even when it is obvious that is not going to be the case. When that
well, yeah, it's kind of that brings me back to my movie review. They literally watch a movie like that, and then they have a face to it. Then they're just like, that's what every radical is like. That's Antifa.
Fails to be the case.
I'm sure there's plenty of people out there that comment on the beginning of, you know, one battle after another, and they're just like, yep.
Case
That was almost like a documentary on Antifa.
They try to find any shred, any out of context statement, any out of context association that they can do to tie the person to the left. When that fails, then we go into this kind of like bipartisan mode. They were not political. They were they hated both parties. They you know, there's no explaining their actions. They were just mentally ill, right? And that's the phase we're in right now here. Now, it's not even going to end there, Brian, because you know as well as I do that the right-wing misinformation and disinformation machine is spinning as we go along. And we will eventually see just fabricated quotes, fake videos, AI slop.
Yeah, that's again why Sora, they're not worried about a profit motive. Think about that.
You know,
they just want to get the most realistic AI videos out there to make everybody, just everybody, second guess everything they see. Or not second guess everything they see and then get surprised when it's like, oh, but how do you know that's AI?
Kinds of efforts.
I mean, dude, I had a conversation with my buddy's mom's boyfriend who's like 60 something. You could tell that he's embracing AI to a degree that's like, oh, why would you really? He's like, yeah, I kind of like AI. I like what you can do with it, but man, it's getting scary. It's like,
by
oh boy.
Supporters of Donald Trump to try to push this off, just like we have seen them, you know, with the tragic shooting in Minnesota of the state senator who was killed there, just as we have seen over and over again wherever there has been violence that has targeted Democrats or people on the left. They
Brown University just happened a couple of weeks ago. They decided that it was a Muslim who shot up the school and he was falsely identified.
Yeah, I mean, this is just what they're going to do, and it's not going to stop even when the facts come out. But this one deserves special attention because, like I said, when you look to who was spreading the information, who was spreading the lies at that point, there's no question. The Democrats were not spreading election lies after the election. The Biden campaign wasn't spreading lies after the election. I mean, there was only one person, you know, and his lawyer who was standing in the parking lot of a landscaping company.
Yeah. I forgot about that.
Who were constantly
the Four Seasons. I booked the Four Seasons. I didn't realize that it was the Four Seasons landscaping company, but at least we know that we got the right grass.
Spreading lies. And that's why there is going to be such a, that's why this is so dangerous.
Yeah, boss, you said that you like grass. I wanted to maybe that's why it mixed up in my phone.
Dangerous to them. And that is why there's going to be this.
God. The fact that Rudy Giuliani was the one standing in front of it too. There are moments in this existence that we occasionally overlook just the comic gold that was.
Real push. My question for you, Brian, is where is the legacy media?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like I could ask this about every video we do.
Yeah, but the thing is, when are we going to start recognizing how legacy media, the only reason that they run the narratives is because they have bigger platforms, but you look at the numbers, they're not really being seen as much.
Where are they in uncovering?
So I don't know. This is one of those things where we need to just stop. We need to stop being so shocked that legacy media is failing and just pay attention to the non-legacy media actors that are doing a good job. We know how to recognize good journalism.
Where are they?
Journalistic integrity has been a thing where we can recognize and reward such things just as a human race for a long time. We shouldn't be losing that now all of a sudden just because we're just like, oh, CNN got bought by someone else, and now they're saying something different. Now I have my shocked face.
In not just taking the talking points handed by the U.S. Attorney's Office. Where are they in exposing what you and I have just walked through, and which any person who wants to just read the document can read the document and come to their own conclusion?
Yeah. But of course, look, it's for a lot of these legacy media outlets, it's more important to get their panel with a right winger and a left winger and pretend that both sides are the same. And so that's why we're in the position that we're in, where people, by the way, hear this stuff and aren't getting told the truth, but instead are hearing both sides.
Yeah, but you're also not advocating for the stronger position on the left. I hate to say that, too. You guys, you want to talk about milquetoast politics and playing, fence sitting? You guys are just as bad on that one. You guys are still playing these games where you will mince, between, well, that's a little bit far left. Those are the more extreme sects of leftism, even though, we're more center-y. We just don't like Trump. And then, like I've been saying forever now, Yeah, Trump doesn't care. He didn't differentiate that when he put us all on essentially a terrorist watch list just for not liking him.
Given equal weight, not whatever's based on facts, but whatever's based on equal time between the two sides, and they're led to believe that the big lie, for example, is actually
we do kind of match.
True. With that said, that
except they are not wearing a hoodie that they bought at the dispensary.
Towards the need for actual legitimate news outlets that are doing real work like yours.
Oh shit! I just said another word that might get me banned on TikTok. Oh wait, I don't have to care.
Democracy Docket to be.
I can't believe that.
To continue.
Who actually live streams on TikTok, by the way? Like, what political streamer is big on TikTok? I need to know, because honestly, like, this is kind of really starting to bug me.
Grow in popularity. So for anybody watching right now, if you want to support fearless independent journalism, especially in light of the failings of legacy media, a small step that we can all take to support that work and Mark's
support this space
more broadly. Again, not just in media, but also in the front lines,
support us so then I can commit full time to this and actually do real journalism.
Reports where it matters most. A small step we can all take is to subscribe to Democracy Docket. I'm going to put that link
Fortunately, because I have, another side of life here. I can't just do that.
Here on the screen and also in the post description of this video. It is an outlet that I use on.
All right. Dan from the internet did a good morning bad news on TikTok. I don't know if he still does. Roy Shop sells hoodies. That's so sick. Yeah. I've actually bought more. Like, I went to just a random dispo that was by one of my buddies' houses, and I was just like, oh shit, bought some of those too. I'm also like, I have so many t-shirts from just random bars and restaurants. Like, if I see that you're like a dive bar and you have your own shirt, there's a good chance I'm buying it. I like that stuff. Hell, I just went to a donut shop that I did the same thing. And it went to a good cause. They were just like, yeah, you buy a shirt, all the proceeds go to like some children's hospital or some shit. I was just like, fuck yeah. Donuts. Also, the donuts are fire. Let's see. Got one more bit of news. One more bit of straight news here. Oh man, I didn't even realize we're only getting to 3 hours here. Why does I feel like it's going slower? Oh, you know what? It's the TikTok thing. That's why. It's because I have to sit here and stare at the error message, which keeps flashing, by the way. I wonder if our donut shop has hoodies. It's BJ's Donuts. I would totally wear one of those. No joke. I bought a shirt from Wawa. My wife bought a hoodie from Wawa. I bought a hoodie from Buc-ee's, like I had to. I also bought a t-shirt from Buc-ee's. I gotta find that. I just realized that. Shit. Man, I hate when I do that, where it's like, okay, I know I did laundry. Shit. I have to remember which drawer I put that in. Oh, crap. You know what sucks? I hit that point where I was going through my clothes and like I'm just getting rid of a bunch of stuff, throwing it in boxes and stuff. To where when I was organizing my drawers, I didn't really do it with any like organization outside of just, this is a t-shirt, this goes into a t-shirt drawer. So now I'm back to that point where even though they're clean, I'm just like, I don't know what shirts I have anymore. Oh crap, now I need to go through my drawers. Oh man, I did laundry last week and I had that moment too where I was just like, oh yeah, I forgot my Karina Reichman shirt. Fuck yeah. Which tells you that was in there for a while. Oh man, I saw that they have a laundry folding robot. I was like, as far as all the chores in the house, that's the one that bothers me the most. I hate folding laundry. Hate it. I think we're all there, though, right? This is a super hot take from Pep. All right, cool. We got one interesting video here about Kristi Noem. apparently she's getting thrown under the bus here. It looks like, well, okay, apparently. I should preface, because we've said this about Pam Bondi, we've said this about Kash Patel, and now we're saying it about Kristi Noem. The thing is, the Trump administration keeps letting them break a whole bunch of laws, but then when the law does catch up with them, all of a sudden they're just like, but Trump told me to do it. They're like, no, you signed the order. That's your thing. Can't fold laundry. Sorry, cat needs the bed. Exactly. Funny enough, I have a cat who I don't think you guys will ever meet unless he makes his way down here miraculously, because he has his own room where I made the mistake of, that was the room that I introduced him to the house and like the other animals in, and for some reason he thinks he owns that room and that bed, or he's just like, no, this is mine. So if you put laundry on the bed, he'll give you looks just like, you gonna do something about this? Listen, you're taking up my space. Meanwhile, all the bed's still available. It's just like, you little shit. And my cats have totally different personalities too. It's kind of interesting. For some reason, the Trump administration doesn't weigh much. What? You're cramping his style? No, for real. He's very much like that. Also, I don't know why. I will buy this cat so many damn scratch pads, but he doesn't file his nails. Like, he doesn't act, like, he pulls up. So he's not actually, like, filing the things. Whereas my other one, he files his own nails, where he's just like, no, I don't want these being sharp. The other one, man, he just does this, where he does, like, the stretch, and then he'll, like, oh my God, those needle claws, they hurt so bad. He got me really good yesterday, where I kind of fell asleep, just laying on his bed with him. And he did this thing where he did the cute little, like, stretch up. I was like, aw, and then immediately like, ah! Just... Poor guy. But he's a good cat. I found him in a motor. For real. Well, I didn't find him. My wife was at work, and they found him in the engine block of my wife's manager's car. So he's an engine cat. It was funny because when she sent me a picture, she's just like, we have a visitor. I was like, what? And then I just saw the little head in the back. I was like, oh. And I kind of said, I was like, all right, well, I'm not sure if we really need another cat, because, like, I'm like, we already got two. We had to. They passed on since, but I was like, yeah, I don't know about that. But then the first thing he did is I'll send a picture in Discord. He climbed up on my shoulder and just sat there, and, like, he kind of hung there for the duration of the night. Apparently, I was his safe person, and yeah, I may have fallen in love, like, at the very instant and just said, I guess I have a new cat. I have a winter kitten under the house. Aww. Aww. Go get him. Gotta let him in. Yeah, cat distribution system got me twice. So I got the little shit that comes down here that you have met. He got passed around, like, 2 different houses, and then I heard again from somebody that my wife works with. They're like, yeah, we have to get rid of this cat. And I was just like, no, you will not. That cat has a new place to live, because my cat had just passed away. So I was at that point, I was in the market, and I was like, yeah, well, this works out. Oh, he's your friend now. Good. That's how I got how our cat got her name, Monkey. She liked to sit on my kid's shoulder while he plays guitar. Yeah, mine's... He doesn't do it anymore. I kind of wish he would have kept that up. Although he is bigger than my other cat. So if my little cat is 10 pounds, that one's got to be like 13, 14 pounds. Like, he's a big boy. He's a big boy. Yeah, I've debated getting another one, but I got the perfect dynamic. I got two brothers. You know, it's funny when Emma was talking about getting two brother cats. I was like, yeah, I know how that goes. They look very much alike. They're the same type of calico. They literally look like they were from the same litter, so it's kind of funny. Sad part was they my other cat that we found in the engine block, there were more. Apparently that there's a pet store that was in the same parking lot that they found the other ones. Thank God. Like, they found most of them. Yeah, some jackass came and just dumped a box of kittens in the parking lot. Freaking assholes. Can't stand that. I just cannot stand that. One of the most heartbreaking things I ever saw. I was in college. Well, I was taking college classes. And yeah, I was in the parking lot and I saw this guy I saw him dump a dog. I was like, what the fuck? It was heartbreaking, but I had an apartment where I couldn't have a dog, and my roommate, he was with me at the time. He was just like, don't even think about it. He's like, don't even think about it. He's like, we'll take it to the pound, but it's like, I was just like, oh, buddy's so sweet. He was a boxer. He was a pretty dog. Yeah, man, that sucked. I hope that guy always has an extra sharp pebble in his shoe. Yeah. Yeah, people like that deserve to really, like, feel bad shit. This is why, like, I also get bothered. You know, I've gone through the karma thing here and my whole lack of belief in the karma system because people like that usually don't get it. It's like, no, usually good people get shit on. And I mean, if there's one thing that I took about, like, life in this year is just how shitty the reality is that some really, really horrible people have really good lives. It sucks. And no matter how much good you do, it doesn't matter. Sorry, didn't mean to get a little dour there. All right, so yes, this is a TYT-Rebel HQ bit, but I gotta give them some credit on this one. They did some really good reporting on Kristi Noem.
Hello, everybody. David Schuster here. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem is now in deep trouble. In front of a judge seeking criminal contempt charges for ignoring court orders, the Trump Justice Department, under Attorney General Pam Bondi, just said it was Kristi Noem's fault. That's right. The Trump administration is blaming Noem and sacrificing her. Here's the background.
Department of Justice has revealed that Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem made the final decision not to comply with the federal judge's order earlier this year to stop those deportation flights of alleged Venezuelan gang members.
As ABC News put it, Kristi Noem...
Yeah, and she literally just said, I was doing this at Trump's discretion. It's like, there it is. We knew this was going to happen.
El Salvador after federal judge ordered deportation planes turned around, says the DOJ. Quote, in the
surprised it took this long. I'm not. So I've mentioned him before. One of my friends is an attorney, and he kind of handles this type of stuff. He said that because, like, to actually get these cases filed appropriately, they would take just about this long. He said that he's surprised that this, like, is already coming out. So
late Tuesday, the Department of Justice said that DOJ and DHS officials conveyed their legal advice to Noem.
But he did say, come March, to expect a lot of court cases to start getting wrapped up.
District Judge James Boasberg gave first an oral directive.
He said specifically, he's like, oh yeah, and the Supreme Court they are not going to side with Trump on a lot of this stuff because it's just blatantly against the law. And as much as we have, like, the layman's, political view on this, which a lot of people do, where they just heard that the Supreme Court said that no matter what Trump does, it's not illegal. That's not how this works. It's if he does it. If his administration does it, they're still breaking the law. They're still on the hook.
Order that sought to block the deportations under the Alien Enemies Act. After receiving that legal advice, Secretary Noem directed...
Oh, all it took was for Trump to see that picture of her in her workout gear and just see how much she looks like a bird.
AEA detainees who had been removed from the
Yeah.
United States before the...
Oh my God! Look at all that loose skin. I thought she was hotter than that. You know what? I was fooled.
Order could be transferred to the custody of El Salvador.
The disclosure comes as Judge James Boasberg seeks to revive criminal contempt proceedings against Trump administration officials who authorized the flights. The Justice Department argued the decision was lawful and consistent with its interpretation of the court's order, but Judge Boasberg said deportees likely did not receive due process.
So, what do we know about Kristi Noem's ability to assess legal advice and understand a court order? She is, after all, a former governor and leads the agency responsible for protecting the security of our nation. The Department of Homeland Security oversees several law enforcement agencies, so one would assume that Noem had a firm grasp on basic American legal principles, including following court orders. Well, 2 months after Noem defied the judge's order to halt the plane, Noem claimed, inaccurately, to Congress that the right of habeas corpus gives the president the right to remove people from this country.
So, Secretary Noem, what...
Why do you know the Judge Boasberg? Because Boasberg is the one that actually, conservatives love him. He's worked with people that are on the Supreme Court. He's an older dude.
Well, habeas corpus is a constitutional right that the president has to be able to remove people from this country and suspend their right to...
Oh, my God. This is where I get really pissed, too. Think about the private sector. How hard it is to actually get a job, right? Why? Why is there so much red tape to get fucking jobs now? When these idiots are the ones running our country and they have absolutely no business doing so.
Let me stop you, ma'am. Habeas corpus, excuse me, that's incorrect.
That's incorrect.
Excuse me. Habeas corpus is the legal principle.
I could have done better in in my sophomore year of civics if I was asked that question.
The government provide a public reason for detaining and imprisoning people.
And on top of the government giving a reason for the detention, habeas corpus requires...
And the thing is, they say it with such confidence. I guess that's all it is. If there's one thing I was not taught in school that I would teach now is say whatever you're going to say and say it with confidence. Because honestly, that's all you need in this world, apparently.
In court to challenge
doesn't need to have any fucking grain of truth to it.
If not for that protection, the government could simply arrest
and
people,
check your morals at the door,
including American citizens, and hold them indefinitely for no reason. Habeas corpus is the foundational right that separates free societies like America from police.
Somebody said that's what I was doing.
It's like North Korea.
All of that seemed lost.
Hey, you know what?
And this was 2 months after she defied Judge Boasberg's order to halt the deportation flights. However, not having a basic understanding of American constitutional principles is usually not a great defense for anybody who defies a court order. And for Noem, who has countless lawyers and legal advisors around her at the Department of Homeland Security, pleading ignorance as her defense probably will not work. In Donald Trump's first presidential term, there were other administration staff who also ignored and defied court orders. And what happened to them?
They ended up being disbarred or having, in the case of, I believe, Jenna Ellis having their law degrees practice suspended for several years. I mean, this doesn't end well.
In the meantime, as the News reports in a Substack column titled Contempt for Kristi Noem Now Official, Jonathan Larson writes, so what happens now? Boasberg could decide he needs more information or put the matter to bed, or he could put the matter...
I love how that's where people are going now, though.
...to a cot in prison. Boasberg has...
Remember what I said about Legacy News?
Previously unnamed mystery officials committed contempt of court by ignoring his order. He could now decide there was no contempt. It was all just a simple everyday misunderstanding that could happen to anyone during the course of their day, shipping 100 people to a foreign hellhole without due process. Or Boasberg could hold Noem and her co-conspirators in contempt of court, which could involve criminal penalties. The Trump administration could then appeal such criminal penalties to the U.S. Supreme Court and try to undercut Judge Boasberg.
The problem is that they're dealing with a judge, Judge Boasberg, who's not some 1960s Ninth Circuit hippie. Yep. He is one of the most respected conservative jurists in Washington, D.C. There are people on the Supreme Court.
Yeah, you've seen this guy.
Who know him extraordinarily well. Long before Donald Trump ever thought about running for the Republican nomination in 2015, this judge that you're looking at right here was a rock-solid member the jurist community in Washington, D.C. and beloved.
All right, calm down there, Joe. We get it. He does this thing where he's just like, remember, I was a conservative, remember? I remember.
Left-wing radical certainly is not going to work in Washington among conservatives, and it's not going to work on the Supreme Court.
In other words, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem is f***ed. And even if Noem is not thrown behind bars for criminal contempt, the mere finding that she committed criminal contempt could trigger action in the U.S. Congress. Lawmakers could file articles of impeachment against Noem, pointing out that criminal contempt is indeed a high crime or misdemeanor. House Republicans who oppose that would then have to go on the record in an election year saying that defying a judge's order is okie dokie. Or some Republicans already...
Obama appointee, or did you fall for fake news? I don't know who appointed him. I just know that he leads conservative.
Hearing polls showing public disgust with the Trump administration may try to create some distance by doing what the DOJ did, and that is throw Kristi Noem under the proverbial bus. It all means that Kristi Noem is in big trouble. She defied a judge's order, and now, legally and politically, it's blowing up in Noem's face.
The video's low compared to me. Oh, trust me, I know. The video, for some reason, I don't know what's going on with YouTube, but some of their videos are just so low, and I can't do anything about it.
I'm very privileged
Like, my desktop audio is maxed out right now.
and honored today to have my family with me. I'd like to introduce them to you.
Disruptions of congressional business is a violation of law, is a criminal offense under federal law. Audience members are advised to take their seats and maintain order.
That line
The power of Christ compels
from
you.
the protester dressed as a Catholic cardinal is said during exorcisms
Like one look at her face and was just like, nope, that's a demon.
to get rid of a demon. The power of Christ compels you became particularly famous thanks to this scene in the 1973 movie The Exorcist. In the film, a priest tries to
Dave.
drive out a demon from a possessed young girl. Back in the congressional hearing, the highlighting of Noem's alleged demons kept coming.
The chairman may now ask Capitol Police to remove and arrest the persons creating the disturbance.
Get eyes off our streets, stop terrorizing our community. Get eyes off our streets, stop terrorizing our community. Get eyes off our streets, stop terrorizing our community.
When Noem finally testified and took questions, Democrat Dan Goldman torched her on live television.
Immigrants then with ongoing asylum applications are legally in this country, correct?
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Your question was?
Immigrants with ongoing asylum applications are legally in this country.
There are individuals in this country that have applications that
And they are legally here because it's a lawful pathway, right?
it's a lawful pathway.
Okay, so
And I
if
will-
your department then deports anyone with an
I mean, she kind of knew where that was going.
ongoing asylum application, you are violating the law, correct?
Joe Biden left us with
I'm not asking about Joe
That-
Biden. I'm asking
Filibustering. That's all they can do.
you a specific question.
And honestly, I think that the American public is getting a little bit sick of that shit. I know that independents are, but even MAGA is kind of hearing this. They're like, Jesus Christ. Guys, we're going into the second year and all you have is excuses. Again, second year and you're still blaming Biden for the economy. Like, at what point do you just kind of go, oh, we're not doing a very good job? They're never going to.
Government deports anyone with an ongoing asylum application. You are violating the law. Is that correct?
It was greatly violated when they allowed.
I'm asking
1.5 million
you.
people to come
I'm
in and
asking you.
granted asylum applications.
Why are you filibustering? Why
by
can't you
ignoring
answer the
law.
question? It's a
Because
simple
Joe,
question.
Your president,
If your
and
department
your secretary
deports
did not
anyone
follow the law,
with an ongoing asylum application, you are violating the law. Isn't that correct?
the asylum program was
Okay.
broken under the
Mr.
last.
Chairman, I will reclaim my time. She's not answering the question. But the obvious answer is
Well
that
done.
yes, if you follow a lawful pathway, asylum is a lawful pathway. If you have an open asylum case, you are here lawfully. But the problem that we are seeing around the country is that you are not following the law. Don't tell us to change the law. If you don't like the asylum system, you change the asylum law. Bring it to us. We'll work with you. I think it needs to be changed. But you can't just decide that you're not going to follow the law, and asylum is a law, and deport people who have ongoing applications.
And literally the same moment Noem was getting shredded in the House committee, a federal judge delivered a huge loss to Noem and to the Trump administration.
All right, we have some breaking news.
Oh shit, nerd. The nerd served.
Garcia be released from ICE custody immediately. This is a significant development in the case concerning the Salvadoran man mistakenly deported this year before being returned to the United States. He was really the center
Hold
of
on.
the
I gotta try and figure this out because, yeah, this is way too low.
administration's controversial immigration policies.
New York Times headline, Judge orders Abrego Garcia's release from ICE detention. Quote, the ruling by the judge, Paula Zinnes, was a stinging defeat for the administration in a long and Byzantine saga that over the past year has transformed Mr. Abrego Garcia from an unknown Salvadoran
All right, that might help a little.
migrant living in Maryland into one of the best-known symbols of President Trump's aggressive deportation agenda. The judge's ruling means that Garcia is now free from immigration custody and free from the shadow of possibly being deported
yeah,
yet
closed
again.
caption. Yeah.
On Capitol Hill, Kristi Noem received more beatdowns. Several lawmakers noted that a judge
Good call.
has found probable cause that Noem engaged in criminal contempt. It stems from Noem ignoring the judge's order on deportation flights.
I like how it misspells her name.
Bottom line, you lie with impunity.
What about the volume for the video? The volume for the video is maxed. That's why I'm saying I don't know what is going on. I've noticed this with YouTube, though, recently, where, like, certain videos have their audio so low.
You reject checks and balances, and you ignore Congress and the courts. Your options are limited.
I'm guessing it's an upload thing, because I don't know, man. No, because I don't have any ability to really adjust the volume outside of, like, going into a special feature.
Either you're going to resign.
Which I doubt they're doing. I doubt they're going, and they're just like, nope, turn it down.
Trump's going to fire you, or you will be impeached. I've already
excuse
called for your resignation. You may remember I hand-delivered my request to you back in May.
What up,
and I
Ruth?
urge you to reconsider resignation because I've taken the first step towards your impeachment, and I've called on the Judiciary Committee to open an investigation into your lawlessness.
After several rounds of getting shredded by
It's for ad volumes. That's what it is. It's what it is. They got rid of the FTC the FCC got rid of the whole thing that made it illegal for them to do that shit. This is what pisses me off sometimes. So, you know how we hyper fixate on, like, all these policies and shit, but we never fixate on the ones that benefit us. This happened with Obama, right? Obama, they never once talked about how he had one bill that affected us majorly. So this was back in the day when we still had landlines, right? So he made it illegal to have all of these fucking sales calls all the time. You know, the spam calls. That's why for almost 8 years, it wasn't a thing. Like, there was this moment of peace, and it transferred into properly into the cell phone age where it was like, no, they couldn't do that either. We didn't have a bunch of spam calls. 2016 happens, Ajit Pai gets into the fucking position, and then what happens? All of a sudden, spam calls out the ass. All of a sudden, we relaxed regulations. It's the same thing with this one. When they relaxed the regulations, I know that it was the Biden administration when they were just like, no, we don't like the way that they use these predatory things with the algorithms where they will toy with your volume. It was the same with TV. Nope. You know what? Trump administration comes in, we can't have that. So now that's why you're going to have your loud ass, like, you're watching something and, at a certain, set volume. And then all of a sudden, commercial, boom, louder than everything else you have programmed.
By committee Democrats, Noem left the hearing. Outside in the hallway, the reception
It's infuriating.
was much easier. More protesters swarmed Noem as she held a relative's baby and tried to accommodate a supporter's request for a selfie.
She held a baby. I'll be right back.
How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? You're holding a baby in the child. Your one child has to separate children from their family. Separating them. You were
That may be one of the few hugs Kristi Noem gets in Washington over the next few weeks. There are now multiple reports that President Trump is considering firing her.
We are back with new MS Now reporting that DHS Secretary Kristi Noem might soon be out of a job. 4 sources familiar with the situation told MS Now President Trump is considering removing Noem from her post as early as January. A White House official and a federal official said concerns over her management include the pace at which new immigration detention centers are being built.
That's right. Trump White House staff believe that Noem has not been demonic enough.
Specifically, they feel as though she has not, the White House aides, as well as Stephen Miller, Deputy Chief of Staff to the President, feel as though Kristi Noem has not been expanding detention capacity fast enough to support that deportation.
The Trump White House wants more deportations,
But he lost his wallet here, so
they see Noem as incapable or perhaps
kind of important to get that.
It's kind of like, well, is the young girl levitating and screaming profanities because she's possessed by the devil or possessed by a demon? Either way, Kristi Noem's days appear to be numbered. And no political exorcisms from the right or the left are going to cure her.
Oh, the second, if the Republicans lose Congress, which that's a strong chance there, but you never know. I mean, they really are setting up to cheat this election.
And allow Noem to keep her job going.
If you mistreat dogs, that's almost
at some point the narrative is going to be like Democrats did it, so we just did it first.
100%
this time.
sign.
You know what? Preemptively,
you're going to be a really terrible person. So that's one of the ways we really sort of test people.
And one person by that standard who failed the test is Trump Cabinet Secretary Kristi Noem. The Secretary of Homeland Security and matron of prairie barbarism bragged in a book about shooting her puppy in cold blood.
South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem defending herself after revealing in her upcoming memoir that she once killed a dog. Noem deeming the 14-month-old pup named Cricket as, quote, untrainable, dangerous, and less than worthless as a hunting dog, eventually taking the pooch to a gravel pit where she shot and killed it.
She said this puppy ruined the hunt by chasing pheasants and having the time of her life.
Do you think that sharing that...
Yeah. So she killed a dog for being a dog. Yeah, we forgot about that.
Anecdote, whether...
And I just love how Republicans were like, yeah, you know what, base?
Fairly or unfairly, cost you a shot at being his vice president.
You know, I would say that was a story from 20 years ago about me protecting my children from a vicious animal. So.
Oh, was it?
That Noem chose to put in her book a year ago. Noem also wrote about trying to train Cricket the dog with an electric...
Yeah, why were you proud of that?
shock collar. Vance was asked about...
It's like watching a parody. It really is.
Did that.
Kaya, please just go, just stop.
Yeah, but remember. Oh yeah, you know what, Dave? 10 points for bringing up the Hassan thing because yeah, guess what? Don't want to hear about it from anybody. You do realize that half of fucking like conservative talking points about like what we should be outraged is just what they perceive we should be outraged about. If we just look at them and say I don't give a fuck, they usually back off and go what?
Like Hassan Piker, no.
Like you guys will probably like I know that. I have a referendum on the R word, but I did use it this weekend because there was a guy out there that was his whole thing was specifically talking about how the lefty left, they can't even say these words, you know. If you say the R word, you're gonna get booted from the left. And I was just like, dude, you're an R word and I'm from the left.
No electrocution of dogs here.
Funny part was the whatever post I was on. Oh, yeah. I got the reaction I thought I would. Where it was just like, oh. There was like one person that's just like, that was crass. The rest of the people were just like,
what does that tell you about a person? Well, I think it tells you that they're not.
That was a good use of that.
Yes. If you can actually cause suffering to an innocent animal, you're probably the kind of person who doesn't worry about suffering in people as well.
Yeah. On that point, Vance is correct. Noem has overseen the deportation of
He's
migrant
gone.
workers and the oftentimes unlawful and violent warrant-free arrests. But back to Noem and her doomed puppy, Cricket.
And in the way that it's written in the book, it does sound like she basically hated the dog, and so it caused her more problems.
Tell me you shot a pup because it wasn't used to hunting. You know, maybe you're not a good teacher.
Never mind Kristi Noem being a bad teacher as the gang on the
man, even Janine Pirro was like, all right, that's a little fucked up.
J.D. Vance went even further about people who are cruel to dogs.
You can tell if somebody's really mean to animals. You know, it's like the Jeffrey Dahmer thing.
Yeah.
Like every serial killer ever has actually been really bad to animals. That's sort of how they started. I remember like the Freddy Krueger movies were really big when I was a kid. Well, how did Freddy Krueger got to start? Like one of the things they show is young Freddy Krueger torturing animals.
Yeah.
I feel like we just sort of instinctively understand.
And dogs know.
Yeah, absolutely they do. If you're not taking care of God's creatures, then you're certainly going to be, I think, a pretty bad person in other ways too.
And you might turn out to be a serial killer, Vance says. Did J.D. Vance really forget about Kristi Noem while he was lecturing the masses about the moral rot of
He has
people who
no
mistreat
idea what he
dogs?
just did there.
Was Vance really unaware that Kristi Noem, a grand dame of the Trump cabinet, proudly
West
planted her
Coast. No, West
sociopathy
Coast, yeah.
between hard covers last year? If Vance truly didn't know or didn't remember, then Vance's ignorance is matched only by his vanity. If Vance did know about Kristi Noem's past, then Vance's performance is pure cynicism. A pious sneer for the cameras while pretending the gun smoke wafting off of Noem's conscience is only fog from the heartland. Either way, Kristi Noem is reportedly infuriated. According to Trump administration officials, Vance's interview has enraged Noem because it reminds the nation about her controversial past. But even if Kristi Noem and J.D. Vance don't like each other, and Vance humiliated Kristi Noem, one thing is certain. J.D. Vance and Kristi Noem deserve each other. Noem is the pistol-packing paragon of cruelty. Vance is the sanctimonious moralist.
Somehow the audio got lower.
Too slippery to notice. Both Trump officials...
Dude, just mute your fuck... TYT! Maybe a little bit of quality control on this. Like, what is going on? This can't just be YouTube.
Specimens of what you might call the boob bourgeois, or boobs, morons, who also have power. Noem bragged about killing dogs. Vance keeps proudly killing irony. However, I suppose we should be grateful that J.D. Vance for once uttered the truth. People who are cruel to animals are oftentimes people who are cruel to human beings. And in case anybody has forgotten, Kristi Noem's Department of Homeland Security and Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents continue terrorizing human beings. Every day, we see video examples of the cruelty that ICE inflicts on migrant workers, defiant American citizens, and anybody else the Trump administration doesn't like. In Virginia recently, ICE agents stopped a woman driving her 16-year-old daughter to school. They asked the mom, Jackie Andrade, for her social security number. Andrade became flustered, and the agents did this.
Oh, you're right. You're right. I think this is a bunch of, this is like a collaborative video of just putting all his stuff that he covered on Kristi Noem at the end of the, okay. Makes sense. LOL, I turned it up to hear the TYT vid, and then you talk blasting across the universe.
Those were the cries of Andrade's 16-year-old daughter. Andrade and her family members reportedly have no record of violent crimes or charges. But this is America under Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and Kristi Noem. Sadly, the reporter for the New York Post did not
And the worst people think that things are great.
follow up on Vance's moralizing about dog cruelty and remind Vance about Noem. But that's okay. Deliberately or inadvertently, Vance has reminded all of us about Noem's character. And whether it's shooting dogs or using violence to arrest peaceful human beings, Noem is the symbol of so much that is wrong with America these days. And for a moment, in an interview, even J.D. Vance acknowledged that we're being led by psychopaths.
Yep. Psychopaths, sociopaths, narcissists, literally. It's just like all the worst. Okay, there we go. Well, now I have to adjust my audio again because I tried to fuck with that. Wait, is the music too loud? Yeah, looks like it is. It's going past my point of comfort. Like I said, I was cutting up some the Winnie the Pooh video, and I realized how loud my music was on Friday. I was just like, oh man. It's the one bad part about putting music on all this. Which I'm not going to stop. Despite the fact that you have certain streamers out there calling it a crutch, which... Really? Fine. Volume is about right. Okay. About right. About right, still not right. Should be... Okay, there we go. Some people just hate fun. Yeah. Well, I mean, I've been toying, guys, and I know that I don't want to beat a dead horse here. Because I have talked about this, about having people in my audience that expect me to be something else. I was thinking about this. Like, we had somebody, my OGs in the audience know who I'm talking about. I won't do a direct call out, but you know who I'm talking about. We had somebody that was pretty prominent, on this show as an audience member, and we used to get into some, pretty heated political arguments. And at one point, he told me that I'm not serious enough to be covering this stuff, and that I really need to do some soul searching on whether or not I want to continue to cover this stuff on YouTube. Like, he had a fucking choice. Gonna just say, like, what? That shit was wild, where it's just like, so what are you gonna do? Report me for what? For being a silly goose while covering politics? What the actual fuck? Wow. Yeah. Yeah. Such a weird take on their part. I mean, let's just say that they were the Duke of Yeast. That's about as close as I'll get there. I mean, that shit was wild to me. And, like, that was one of the ones where, like, they got, not only did they get a hold of me, but they, like, laid it out there that they're just like, no, I think that you're genuinely not a very intelligent person. I think that you need to stay in your lane. Maybe covering politics isn't for you. It was just like, what the fuck, man? Yeah, and this was one of my fans. But again, I brought this up specifically because it's like, what do you want? Like, I was brand new to streaming, so was that like something where people didn't get to mold me into like the streamer that they wanted me to be? Like, what the fuck was that? Like, I am obviously still bothered by it because it was fucked up. You know, all the trolls in the world, whatever. But having somebody that, like, I don't know. And the thing is, he didn't always come off like the most serious person. He would play it like they would totally play along with, you know, the silliness. Yeah. Straight up call me out for not being fucking qualified for this. Stay in your lane. Meanwhile, the Asmongols of the world are taking over the minds of dumb use. Like, bruh, the more voices, the better. Exactly. And the thing is, I'm curious because I don't know everything. And is that bad? Apparently, my lane is supposed to be watching, you know, Vosh streams, learning about Dantology or something like that. Which, he doesn't even do that shit. He quit doing that shit, and I was like, you know what? I'm not really in, like, that's actually, I just realized I lost interest in Vosh's streams when he stopped doing debates. That's kind of funny to figure out. Never really thought about when I quit, but let's have Candace stay in her damn lane. Well, exactly. No, and it's like the that's what I've been calling out, like, on the left, where it's like the self-policing bullshit where it's over-policing. And on top of it, a lot of it just comes from, like, it's not even moral grandstanding or anything like that. It is just I'm smarter than you, and I think that I deserve this more. That's all I heard. The lolly folder. I think that this was before the lolly folder. Because I heard about the folder after I already stopped watching his content. It was the same with the Demon Mama saga. I learned about that from other sources, essentially. Still can't believe he did that, though. Excuse me. All right. This is not loading. The fuck? Is YouTube doing this shit again? Hold on. Bosch can be funny sometimes. Yeah, that's why I did like his stuff. He was pretty witty on his feet. You know, for what it's worth, I actually liked his... I know it's not a persona with him, because most people, it would be a character. It's not a character with him. He's genuinely that smug. But it worked for him. Like, I can't do that. Like the saying, like, yeah, of course, it's because I'm always right. Like that kind of shit. I don't know why I've always looked at people like that and always had a little bit of respect where I'm just like, well, you know what? You got to respect the confidence. But now we live in a Trump where I just covered this. Now we live in the Trump era where it's just like, I can't just respect just blatant, just confidence. No, you got to have something behind it. But I'd also be lying if I didn't admit that I learned some things from, his streams and from even Demon Mama and some of those people, I don't know. Political streaming has its place, it definitely shifts minds. I got even farther left listening to them and, even Xander Hall and some of those guys, even though, dude, Zan and Hassan, Zan's hate for Hassan is hilarious. I have to just say it. It's hilarious how much he hates Hassan. He needs to get over that shit. For real. It's kind of wild. But, man. I started watching Vosh after he stopped debating. Oh, geez. So we all started watching at different points, so I don't miss it. I do like him sometimes. I hope he shifts some people's ideas. I mean, it seems like he does, but he also has a really loyal audience of, damn near 10,000 people every fucking stream. When people talk about audience poaching, I'm like, I wouldn't mind having, just a small bit of that. I thought about that with Xander Hall's audience. I'm like, I think they would like me for different reasons, but at the same time, they would probably, I'm too unkish. I don't know. I like my audience. I like cultivating this, whatever. I haven't taken a lot of advice as far as going into streams and just kind of making myself known. The one I did that with was Majority Report, where I'm like, I'm fine with that because I was already doing that. But this whole, constantly just watching streams to promote myself, it felt icky. I did that for a little bit and it didn't feel right. Not sure how much it contributed to my channel growing. I honestly don't know, but I personally didn't like the feeling of trying for that crap. So hence why I'm now doing, Twitter and, well, maybe TikTok if I'm not permabanned. I do have to be careful. If that's my second legit strike, fuck. Did you see that Hassan's friends did a jank impression on his stream? No, I didn't. Yeah, here. If you got a clip of that, I will watch that. That sounds like it could be pretty funny. Oh my god, how long is this? I don't have to watch the full thing. All I know is that there is one portion of this interaction where I did feel like I lost brain cells. It's one thing about online debating and just in general the debate spaces, because after watching all those Parker videos, I think on Friday, we were just having fun, so yeah, it was Friday. Yeah, I kind of realized why I don't like debate spaces as much. And why I've always held that view. But now here I am trying to get into debate spaces. And yeah, I don't know, man. I've had a few people reach out and tell me that I wasn't I didn't do a bad job. The ones that got me were the ones that they said, listen, I'm not a lefty by any means, but I think that you did a good job. You, for the most part, were right. It's like, oh shit. That was a very nice compliment. All right. Jesus, dude. I just say that Parker is live as much as I am. It's crazy. He's definitely putting himself out there, but yeah, the funny part was I was thinking about opening Discord to do some calls because I was like, oh, I'm on TikTok. You know what? For for the celebration of TikTok, I was have somebody, you know, try to call in, but I'm not letting that go. I'm still upset. All right. What the what? I got YouTube Premium. I don't think so. We'll go over here.
That was good for a very long.
All right, who is this? Okay, so the Vanguard are watching Hassan. Oh my God, this is going to be a guy watching two guys. This is a lot. This is a lot of streamception. All right. How long is this? All right, I just want to get to the impression, and then we can back out from there. I don't even. Who is this guy?
Long time at all. I watched that channel, The Vanguard. You know those guys?
Yeah.
You don't fuck with them.
No. I have no issue with them. No,
So-
they're chill. I like them.
I watched them and I watched all of the stuff.
Oh, shout out.
But yeah, this was pretty exciting. I think Hassan had Van Lathan on his show on Christmas Day, from what I
Van Lathan?
understand. And obviously, Zach and I are huge fans of Van Lathan over here at
Van Lathan.
the Vanguard. So I was super excited for this collab.
You don't want to talk.
Every
Can
year.
I do a Jake impression?
No, let's do it. Let's hear it.
You guys, you don't want to talk to MAGA. You don't want to talk to MAGA. You just want, I'm pure. I'm pure. I'm so pure. I'm so right. That's not the way you get through to people. That's not the way you make friends with people. I'm so right. I'm the person. That's how.
His kids are here, man.
It's funny to me. It's funny to me.
No, I know. It was pretty good.
That's funny.
He says his kids.
He's like, dude, his fucking kids are here right now. That's wow. All right, yeah, that's about all the streamception I can do on that one. Even that was starting to hurt my head. That was a lot. There's a lot going on that screen. Holy crap. Apologies to anybody that was just like, holy, this is a bit like there's busy and then there's busy. His kids are there. That shit. Oh my God. The way that he's just like, dude, chill. We've all been there. Oh my God. My favorite one that I did recently. I was doing an impression of my buddy's girlfriend to him, and I didn't know that he brought her. It was one of those moments where I'm so glad, where he kind of went, dude. Oh man. X-Day. He didn't do, of course. No, but he nailed that one where it's just like, well, let me tell you how you guys are you're too pure. You don't want to talk to MAGA. It's because you're too pure. Of course. Oh, man. I should be more fair. I mean, ish. I don't know. Maybe not. Did the full circle right there where I'm like, no, what am I talking about? I don't have to be fair. Fuck fair. They're stupid. They're covering up the Epstein files, court
Hello, guys and
conspirators.
gals.
All right, fine. Fucking Mudahar. I unsubscribed from Some Ordinary Gamer, and he just will not leave my fucking feed.
Me, Mudahar, and I think it's safe to say the government is just committing a gosh darn crime in front of the people. Ladies and gentlemen, what if
Say the American government. I at least liked when you didn't pretend to be American.
I told you the government is straight up redacting all the actual
American government.
criminals?
You don't live in America, and I don't like it when, like, honestly, you want to see MAGA Pep? That's how you get MAGA Pep. Shut up, you stupid Canadian. You got your health care, then you're going to sit there and you're going to LARP as one of us? I don't fucking think so there, buddy.
Epstein documents.
Go have some maple syrup to keep your fucking mouth shut.
You might be like, wow, that's a pretty big claim to make, Muda. And actually, I'm going to walk you through this claim right now at the very beginning. Much like the redactions, I'm going to rip the Band-Aid straight off, and I'm just going to show you a piece
For real, where's he at? Toronto.
of this
He's from fucking Canada. He's Toronto.
video that I think
He's faux American. Like, as much as and they will even say this, they're like, no, Toronto's essentially like, you know, your Northwest cities. It's like Chicago, you know, you go to St. Paul. It's actually better than St. Paul, in my opinion.
Pretty much tells all.
But yeah, again, you got free healthcare. You don't get to talk shit and just be like, the government's covering shit. It's like, stop pretending that you're American.
Now, I normally don't ask you to share a video, but I really want you to share this to somebody who's in a cult, somebody who just
I think it's a stupid hang-up, honestly.
consistently will never question anything in society. Now, again, ladies and gentlemen,
Those
we've
motherfuckers reminded me of.
seen this law, the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Now, again, not to read the whole thing through, obviously, as you all know, it is supposed
It's like, you don't go here, bro. Yeah, exactly.
to literally disclose all of this information in a publicly searchable and
Where do we
downloadable
go
format.
here?
The documentation of the detention or deaths, that should be there. No record shall be withheld,
Legit one of the funniest scenes in
delayed,
Mean
or
Girls.
redacted on the
It's
basis
just the way
of
it's
embarrassment,
the way it happens.
reputational harm, or political sensitivity, including any official, government, public figure, or foreign dignitary.
It's
So again,
strategic
obviously,
omission.
What
Yeah.
you're allowed to withhold is obviously information that could contain victims or victim personal information, which we know based on at least one victim who actually had to report and say, by the way, guys, you fucking doxed me. That's brilliant. So that obviously makes sense. They're not going to be releasing CSAM material. Nobody wants to see that disgusting shit. And of course, they would not jeopardize an active federal investigation, provided that such withholding is narrowly tailored and temporary. And of course, depict or contain images of death, yada, 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 contain information specifically authorized to be kept secret in the interest of national defense or foreign policy. Now, obviously, as we all know, literally the director of the FBI was like, listen, there's no actual...
By the way, I don't think he's gonna say this. This is getting challenged to, like, right when they get back into session. You realize that Congress just isn't, you know, there's nothing that can really happen right here,
evidence
like right now,
that
within this next week.
Epstein trafficked anybody other than himself, okay? So, you know, we talked about co-conspirators last time, and again, I wanted to...
If I'm talking about the Australian government, I'm not going to be calling it the government unless I'm bandwagoning. Yep.
To really hammer that in, because
yeah.
obviously, as we all know, if the FBI is not going to be talking about this, you know, they haven't even said that there are still active investigations related to Epstein. So back in November, the Dem side of the aisle was actually pressing the DOJ about those co-conspirators, and that apparently was inexplicably killed. And of course, this letter, you can read it right over here, where again, they ask why they actually abandoned the investigation. The DOJ and the FBI formally closed the case July 2025, abruptly issuing a memo that declared without offering any...
And then they're just like, oh, by the way, we got a couple million.
Details that the DOJ and FBI did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. The DOJ and FBI's failure to investigate the conduct is a betrayal of more than 1,000 survivors of this multi-billion-dollar international trafficking ring. Many survivors actively assisted federal agents and prosecutors in the hopes of holding the perpetrators of these outrageous crimes accountable. Because yes, somebody who comes out and assists law enforcement because they think law enforcement can be trusted to do their job is now put themselves into danger, because what happens if somehow those files end up in the hands of the people committing those heinous crimes to begin with? So why are we kind of talking about this? Well, we know that the case seems to have actually been closed, and if there is a case, then I think it's safe to say most of us have no idea about any of it. Now, again, you can go to Epstein's actual file disclosure by going to justice.gov/Epstein/files, yada, yada, yada. Now, in this file, EFTA 0003769.pdf, you can see that the phone 2 is obviously redacted, but the subject is the pictures of the Epstein co-conspirators back from 2019. So you can see that Detective Blank, the NYPD, FBI, Child Exploitation Human Trafficking Task Force, you know, gets a bunch of these photos. Now, of course, the more we go down into it, I'm going to show you sequentially. You can actually view these files for yourself. In fact, I highly urge that you write these numbers down. Look at the bottom right of this. So, for instance, if you see EFTA blah, 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 you know, you take that number, you go to the Department of Justice, justice.gov/Epstein, and you can search the entire library for any of these numbers. So by hitting search,
and
you can see
pepperoni.
that PDF is there. You can
like it.
slap that PDF up
Kirk.
and read things for yourself. So don't just trust what I say. Verify it for
You hear
yourself,
that?
okay?
That's
And I
your name.
showed you just
Anakin
now how to verify
Pepperoni.
this
I
shit
like
for
that.
yourself. Now, obviously, the further we go down here, you can see that, whoa, another one of the conspirators has been blanked? What? Am I on black.com or the justice.gov, motherfucker? So, of course, the further you go down into the road over here, you can see that, wow, another co-conspirator has been blanked out. Another co-conspirator has been blanked out. Okay, heads are... who wants to do some betting games with me, okay? Let's do a polymarket bet. Do you think the next file I show you is gonna be censored? Absolutely! If you said no, you're crazy. So, of course, obviously that's blacked out. Wait, hold on. Surely all of them can't be blacked. Another one! Blacked out. And you can see by the numbering, too. These are all blacked out in sequential order. But, of course, let's go down one more. It's blacked out. Now, there is one... There's one unredacted image in this, okay? Guess who it is? It's our buddy here. That's it. The co-conspirator.
That's
of
one
course,
of the, yeah, that's like
we know this dead man is
Public for a
absolutely
long time.
not going to be doing
It's his
anything.
mugshot.
That's the thing, right? When you're dead, there's not going to be much that happens. But remember, the law the DOJ is supposed to follow said that under no circumstance of embarrassment or harm to your reputation
he's not an Italian. I've canonized him.
are you allowed to
He's
be blocked off.
walking
And
in.
remember, the reason I wanted to kind of look through if there was an active
I could see Stan doing that where he's just like
investigation, which doesn't seem like there is, all
he
of those
does.
boxes
He is very emotive when he puts his nose up.
have been ticked away. Now, I imagine, okay, the only
like-
possible reality for this is unless
All of a sudden, he starts doing this with his paw.
every single redaction here pertains to the nation's security somehow, okay? The U.S. government.
Sorry
the
to my
United
Italian American viewers that feel like I'm.
States cannot keep its country safe if these names or
Am I
photos are to
marginalizing
be
you?
released. Maybe that could be a different thing. But the reason why this is such an important thing, and the reason why we have to talk about this, is that what the government is doing here is it's protecting whoever is behind this big black box. Now, whoever is behind this big black box, let's be completely real, is mostly a rich or powerful person, somebody who has.
I mean, I
some
think the
ways to
the most hack one now is just the gabagool.
attack people that contributed
it's also-
to having Epstein in this
Still got it hits.
entire ring
You know,
source
it's the gaba, then the ghoul.
exposed. Now,
It's like when you get like you're getting punched in the stomach or something like unexpected, just gabagool.
ultimately, there is no bigger protection than this, okay? When you protect somebody by redacting them, that means the rest of the world doesn't get to see who they are. Now, in the shadows, which this black box and this black box and this black box are currently sitting at, who
Oh my god, dude. I mean, this was the whole plan, was just to get this into the courts and then just wait it out.
associated with
They think that we're gonna forget about this.
this fucking scumbag.
Yeah.
These people get to basically go after any victim that they want. Now, remember, in the last video, we looked at other emails from, again, the DOJ, where they were discussing other co-conspirators, and they got to a point where there were plea bargains being discussed. Now, remember, when there's plea
Why does that one sound like it needs to be read in Rodney Dangerfield
bargains
voice?
that are discussed,
Hey, my wife tells me not to walk into a wall with a boner, or I'll break my nose. No respect, I tell you.
generally, that's when the government has so much shit on you that they basically throw a plea at you, okay? You want to be able to get out of, so you want to reduce your charges somehow by flipping on the bigger guys, yada, yada, yada. Now, I don't know the severity of some of these guys. Maybe some of these people could be bigger than Epstein. Some of these people could obviously be smaller. But we have no idea who the big black boxes are, okay? Now, the big black boxes have enough resources to go after the victims in the situation and basically make a mockery of one of the, I would say, best empires in the world. I know that Americans, people are kind of split on, but as somebody that has pretty much remained consistent on this topic, I have always told you guys I love the United States when it comes to how the country is structured, right? I think the founding fathers did an amazing fucking job with how many checks and balances they introduced, right? Unfortunately, checks and balances mean fucking nothing, zilch, zero, nada, when nobody is willing to actually enforce them or nobody is willing
Yeah.
to follow through with them, right?
That's why we're all freaking out there, Muda.
Now, again, the Department of Justice is, in my opinion, committing a fucking crime. They are committing a felony. They are breaking the rules that were imposed upon them by the disclosure of these documents. It's bad enough that a shit ton of this stuff is already redacted, but it's filthy when the people who are allegedly committing some of the worst heinous
Never forget he makes you upsetty spaghetti.
crimes imaginable are being protected by the government that was tasked to stop them. The government that basically ran on wanting to stop these scumbags. So, you know, part of these videos is also for me to go through these files as well too myself. It's almost like just my experience that I'm bringing to you. But when you read some of these files, I think it just shows you how depraved this network can get. So again, this is a set of files, EFTA 000210076. And again, you can see that obviously they've done their redactions. And of course, these are redactions that are very well done because you can't unredact them. You can see that obviously in this schedule.
He's like, oh, someone learned.
Over here from 91019, message pads. Okay, so for instance, for Jeffrey, for Jean-Luc. So of course, then they have descriptions. So 2x8 in this case is known to mean a teenage girl. So I wrote this message, Ghislaine Maxwell in house, and said, oh, this is funny. Message. Either GM rewrite it or she had me rewrite it. Potential teenage girl for him to meet. So on Twitter he said, with wife and kids, met Alan Dershowitz alone in house. No what?
Oh my god, I love how much he's implicated. Even in the stuff that they have redacted, he's still just, oh man, Alan, oh boy.
Wife, no kids when he...
How much did you not have to do with this again?
Received massage. So in this case, they're not even hiding at least Alan Dershowitz. So this is an example of like, we're not going to redact shit because, you know, we don't care if Alan gets embarrassed out of it or he faces reputational harm.
Shit.
It's
Into the
disgusting
420 of
when
the program.
you see this written over here in this manner. You know, getting a massage without, you know, his wife and kids there. He's alone in the house. Now, what kind of a massage?
Oh, Kirk, I'm not sure if you were here for it, but I started on TikTok and I made it 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
What's this? Well, I think in the same page when you have teenage girl, I don't care if it's a happy ending massage.
I hope I didn't catch a perma.
Or if it's not. It just shouldn't have happened. So,
Let's
for
see,
instance,
actually.
they talk about traveling with Jean-Luc to Russia.
Did they lock
shared
my
apartment
account?
with somebody who's redacted. I'm helping. So Jean-Luc
nope.
or this person goes down. I'm helping blank find girls. Again, who are these people? I think we should know. Again, you shouldn't be blocking them, you know, unless there's a national security reason. And that's why I feel like the government should at least explain how blocking these names constitutes into national security. It just doesn't make sense. So, of course, they talk about people like Larry Summers visiting at the time. I helped serving drinks, food, very long night in LE upstairs, came in, looked like from event. And then, of course, you also have Prince Andrew.
Yeah, it does suck.
Apparently, remember the time they had breakfast with Jeffrey Epstein? I guess they were remembering here. Girl, young ballerina dancer like Curtsy Way. When Jeffrey Epstein introduced to Prince. Think this girl introduced by blank, unsure. Sexual encounter with Jeffrey Epstein. Going to gun, ask about partners. Or, I guess that's somebody else. It's not, I don't think that's literally a gun. In car, I say something to JE and then blank. I told her had disclosed. She say about what?
Just need to go
Again,
through these
the
myself.
interesting thing about this is it doesn't matter what side of the government you're on. Again, when you see blanks like this, you have to ask no matter who it is. It could be the most leftist president of the world. It could be the most fascist president in the world. It could be the most commie president in the world. Ultimately, they serve you, the public. And you, the public, should be asking questions about who these blanks are.
Yeah, that's why everybody's kind of still up in arms about this. Dude, where are you getting confused that people have just not, like, don't care anymore?
So that, you know, we as society can...
We get it. Like, Muda, just because you just jumped into politics like to do the Asmongold thing, I'm just going to call it as I see it. But yeah, we're all kind of on board on this one. Like, you're the only one that just hopped on this. And I mean, like, literally that whole assessment right there. Like, we're all in agreement that, yeah, it's sus and something should be done about it and something will be done about it. I mean, again, if you were a true American there, Muda, then you would know that our Congress is out of session right now.
Excise them from our area. That's about it. That we can excise them from our society so we don't have to interact with
Just got cranky all of a sudden, like really cranky.
actual pedophiles. The government, without a doubt, you know, if you look at these documents and you actually use a thinking brain, it does feel like quite literally, they are protecting these predators that still exist and roam our society. So, of course, there's other people that they mention in here. Guy from Dubai, basically a sultan, who I guess Andrew Farkas introduced this guy to Jeffrey Epstein.
You say it like that.
So again, there
Sultan.
are more people that are brought into it, and again, it's just more
said
of a
like
catalog,
Zoltan.
more of this journal that you can read these important messages, yada yada yada, that are related to Epstein and a lot of the people that he worked with. So again, I ask the FBI director once again, there's really no credible evidence that you have that Jeffrey Epstein did not, traffic people to other high-profile individuals. I would imagine sultans, possible princes,
Yeah.
Prominent lawyers would be the ones that absolutely fall under that category. And again,
Weird.
I just don't understand why a government would be so protective of this, right?
Gee, it's almost like the narrative that everybody on the left has been saying, like, oh my God, they are blatantly covering this up because Trump, again, even if he's not implicated, which I don't think that's the case anymore.
Plus, of course, that government had some of its members compromised by possible blackmail. And the reason I mentioned possible blackmail is because there's also been other things that have sort of...
It's crazy how people on the right now are still like looking at this and they're just like, yeah, you know what? Big Trump W on this one. It's like, what? Wait, what?
Entire situation too. For instance, the people of the r/Epstein community have been doing some pretty great job digging at this stuff.
Man, I haven't seen a TDK disc like this. I'm pretty sure that I have a Tupac and Biggie mix.
Luke's gay pictures, for instance. And of course, they would contain, I guess, files of Jean-Luc being a little gay. And the thing about it is, obviously, if you can imagine, this probably is just blackmail or something, I guess being gay was a crime at some point, or, maybe the guy was married or something, and I don't know. There's probably a lot of reasons, but having blackmail on people, especially when you're this powerful, is not fucking unknown of, right? So I can only imagine what kind of shit this guy probably has on some active members of the government or some people still in
But it really does need to stick to video games.
power, which is one of the reasons why I think this
He's saying a lot of words just to be like, I don't know.
redaction job has been so
I mean, as someone who also does this a little bit.
handled. The only saving grace in this situation is that obviously we all
Come on, man.
had a law that kind of passed.
I see what you're doing here. I see what you're doing here, though, because you don't want to piss off your MAGA audience. I get it. I get it.
And kind of twisted them into these files came out by really twisting the arms of powerful people. Unfortunately, I think it's allowed people to ask more questions than the people in power are actually comfortable with. I guess really, if you think about it, for
hot takes from Mudahar. Oh my God.
the people that released it,
What the fuck?
the stuff, they thought, yeah, we'll dump some files. People will look at them and they'll forget. But then you forget that the world is
These are big brain takes, guys.
covered in fucking autists, okay? Like crazy Tylenol huffing Americans. And they will look through these files and they will have reasonable questions to ask. As I have reasonable questions to ask why co-conspirator images are actually being redacted. I feel like not many people are kind of talking about this.
Because they're my buddies. I can't have my friends, I can't have them out there.
It's always
Because then they're gonna turn on me.
people who look at the same sort of regurgitated information, but you have
That's the quid pro quo, where they're just like, if you don't protect us, we're taking you down with us.
to really look into
Dude, how funny would that be?
actually care.
After all is said and done, Donald Trump gets unraveled by the Epstein files just because there's some other billionaire that's just like, he may not be there, but we got him here. You know those PP tapes? Meh.
About this situation and look into these files and actually ask the questions, right? There's tons of information that has been released.
This is reasonable? Oh, yeah, I mean, in comparison
But we
to what
have
he was
ask
saying before.
why these redactions exist. Like, for instance, one more thing was a Ghislaine Maxwell photo on Bannon's phone. So, for instance, I hope you're well. I'm helping out with responsiveness reviews, and I've been looking through Steve Bannon's iPhone on Celebrate. So that is the
Yeah, this is the one that we found out about earlier in the stream.
tool they use to hack into locked iPhones. God bless the Israeli mercenary hacking communities for that. As I was going through the images from that phone, I found an image of Trump and Ghislaine Maxwell on Bannon's phone. See screenshot with Celebrate attached. I discussed with Sonny, and we wanted to flag this for you. So that image is fucking blanked. Now, why is it? Is it a national security thing that an image of Donald Trump and Ghislaine Maxwell was blocked? Look, if this was Bill Clinton or anybody, I'd be asking the exact same questions. I feel there's just this weird situation where, like, people are like, well, what about those fucking Dems? What about those Republicans? I don't give a fuck what side of the aisle you're on. If you're raping children Okay, if you're trafficking people, I want you
Safe story.
under the ground.
I mean,
I want you in fucking jail.
I am glad that he made this video though, because this is definitely at least kind of playing to the wider audience. So I mean, I make fun, but I probably shouldn't.
No, it doesn't matter. I don't care what your political beliefs are, bro. That doesn't matter to me, you know? Like, what's wrong with you?
But we got Asmund Bronze here. I mean,
why are we doing this goddamn like battle? You know, at some point, this is why, like, you know, people always shit on me for being like a fucking centrist, but like, I'll be real, this is what true centrism is, right? It's like actually be willing to criticize both angles of the situation, right?
Also, again, you're Canadian. You actually have you're a Canadian rich dude. Trust me, there's a reason that you're a centrist.
It doesn't matter which side did what. All criminals should go to jail. We should all just come together and agree kitty diddlers have no place in society. Is it crazy to say that? I think one of the most gross things that I've seen is the level of unnecessary redactions that do make guys like Donald Trump look bad. So, for instance, you know, if you go to the actual DOJ's release website over here, this is from justice.gov. If you go all the way down over here, you can see that in this exact point on page 3 by Emery, Selly, Binkerhoff, and Abadi LLP, another friend was one of the many girls that had relations with a blank blank. She confided in me about her casual relationship with blank blank, definitely seemed to have a thing for her and going on about how he liked to hurt nipples, blank, liked flicking and suck. So, you know, it's disgusting, but if you go over here to the actual, you know, document that was released probably back in, I would say, 2020, right over here, so January 8th, you can see that literally in this scenario, this document literally just referenced Donald Trump. So that was the actual redaction. They just
2 minutes on
redacted
this.
the president from this. And I thought that was illegal. That was not supposed to be allowed. And the thing is, like, no matter what your stance is, right? Like, if I was the president and I was in these documents, the last thing I would want is for me to be unnecessarily redacted.
We're going.
You know, because here's the thing, right? People are going to ask questions, but I think people ask more questions when you start to realize, why did you redact something that was already released to the general public unredacted? I mean, you went up there and even removed other names like Clinton, yada, 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 which again also included Clinton, Prince Andrew, and Rich Branson. Like I said, I don't care which side you're on. Why are you blanking out names of people that are alleged to do some of the worst things? You said you weren't going to block it out because of embarrassment or reputational harm. If you're in these files...
No, I mean, it's literally part of the law now. Like, I think he misunderstands this, or like just doesn't understand the context that it's like, no, dude, like the law says that they needed, like they couldn't be doing what they're doing. So there's pretty blatant, you know, examples like the just blacked out pages where, yeah, I have a feeling that the judge is going to just look at that real quickly and just be like, no. And yes, I have a feeling that you will see Pam Bondi held in contempt.
Deserve to...
Because if she keeps playing these games, dude, seriously, at what point is Congress just going to admit that they're fucking useless?
Fucking no. I think ultimately the end, no matter what, people like this should actually face some level of questioning by their people, right? Like this guy...
Yeah, can we get a whistleblower for the love of God? Oh yeah, they keep ending up dead.
This guy billed himself on releasing these files. So I ask for the people that follow in...
Yeah, but just remember, they're going to conveniently use the ones who are gone, and they're just going to take them at their word.
...into this cult.
Again, that Virginia Gouffre one is just, it's like, I don't know, guys.
Why are you letting this guy just effectively get away with one
There's a lot of questions that are conveniently not being asked.
Insane.
Like, I don't know. Maybe she... say that she did, right? Was it out of guilt that she might have said something that she didn't truly believe?
Cover-ups that I've seen, probably of all time. Like...
Anybody ever thought about that? Like that one?
At least in our timeline, I guarantee you they'll be writing this
Uncomfortable,
in US history books as one of the dumbest our generation's Watergate. You know, because it's what it is. Except it's way, way poorly done. Or maybe it's not so much that it's poorly done. Like, you got to imagine Watergate happened before the internet. Now we have the internet and the ability to analyze this as an international community, as opposed to just being like a group of journalists that were allowed and verified information and given. Now everybody has the access to verify and vet this kind of stuff and ask genuine questions. But ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Mudahar, and yeah, you know...
I'm going to have to like mentally prepare for when this shit hits the fan, because it is, like I keep saying, the Democrats are going to hopefully act quickly on this. I mean, I can't imagine them just coming back into session and letting this go. You do have guys like Gallega or whatever, like he's been hitting the media circuit, just trying to keep people like on the pulse of it. So where's Candace? Where is Candace with her questions? Honestly, it is kind of crazy. Of all the conspiracies that Candace Owens talks about, she doesn't talk about the Epstein files. Like the blatant ones. That's kind of, that's nuts. Oh, God, Sagar. You know what? The Reefer Madness one.
There's rape involved. It's a very emotional film, actually. So, were you expecting that? You know, just a side note, I was shocked by the rape scene. I was like, oh my God. I mean, this is harrowing.
So the sexual assault scene came out of nowhere.
Yes.
It was harrowing, and there's like multiple crazy things that happen in that sexual assault scene.
Wait, this is what they do. This is them. This is it. Oh my God, I can't do this. I can't do this one. I'm sorry, guys. I'll try and find some clips or something, but I can't do it. That's something to laugh about. It's very cool, Sagar. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Actually, oddly enough, the scene that he's talking about, I just realized it's on that fucking poster right there. Here, look. Yeah, it's the middle one. Oh boy. Alrighty. Alright, so Alright, I'm going to preface that you guys will definitely want to punch your computer screen or whatever you're watching. Not from me. I will be here to hold your hand and make sure that you do not. But oh God, this gets really bad. Pep is canceled. Uh-oh. No. Squeal like a pig? No. What? All right, guys, behave. All right, no. It's not the guy. It's not this guy. It's the guy after him. But this guy's also kind of a special one. That's why we're starting at the very beginning. But let's see. We're going to go to... It's like the half-hour mark. Yeah, there we go.
You support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Why do you support Donald Trump?
There's
because I think that he
there's two guys here
enacts good
that oh boy,
that support Americans.
Which policies do you like of his?
I like that he's anti-trans. I don't
oh,
agree with
we're almost to the 420. Give me 1 second. I gotta
movement. I also like his economic policies, broadly speaking, tax cutting, all the general Republican policies.
Okay, for sure. So do you agree with increasing taxes by imposing tariffs?
That one I couldn't tell you, honestly. I'm not versed well enough on that. But yeah, I think the idea there is that these countries have been doing it to us so much that now we're doing it to them.
Well, that would make sense if we were placing it on countries that have placed these level of tariffs on us, but we're placing tariffs on them that they haven't placed on us. And Donald Trump has said, well, even in the context of China, they haven't placed anywhere near the level of tariffs that we've placed on them in a lot of these circumstances until Donald Trump caused a trade war with them. Now, the tariffs being in place, that harms their country because their consumers are going to be paying that. So if they want to place a tariff on it, they can, and we can try to negotiate. I actually don't have an issue with imposing it to try to bring them down in terms of the tariff. But the issue is Donald Trump has done that. Like, for example, with the USMCA, and then he imposed greater tariffs on Canada and Mexico in this situation, which, again, would violate the conditions of the USMCA and not extend them any further.
So are you saying they harm the USA or they harm the countries we're tariffing?
Both.
Both. Oh.
Because it's paid by the American consumer in this country. Because the American importer pays it and then passes it down to the consumer. It's not paid by the foreign country.
It's not paid. Okay. Sorry, could you say that one more time?
Yeah, tariffs aren't paid by the foreign country. They're paid by the American consumers and importers in this country, mostly paid by the consumers.
So you're saying Why is that? Because in my mind, tariffs are a tax on foreign goods coming into this country. So how would the burden be placed on the American consumer?
Because the American business importing the product, it's not a tax on their profits they take out of their company. It's a tax on the cost of production and distribution. So it's mostly placed onto the consumer. Over 50% of the tariff is placed onto the consumer.
I don't know. I've heard it said that it's actually the businesses that are absorbing all of the blowback on the tariffs. So I honestly couldn't tell you that much about tariffs. It's not a specialty of mine, but yeah, that's interesting. It's very interesting.
Sure. So I guess I'll ask you about something that you did bring up. Why would you consider yourself anti-trans?
I don't agree with the ideology. I think there are two sexes. I think that there's a male sex and a woman's sex. I don't think there's any evidence to the contrary.
So I think what people are saying, obviously, when we believe in trans identity, we're not saying that there isn't two different sexes even. And by the way, there's also intersex individuals. So whether or not there's a categorization of just two sexes
generally
could be questioned in a certain extent, but
and
that's not like biologically
a person
incorrect.
has two arms, right? There are exceptions where someone might have one arm, but generally people have two arms.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that either. I agree. Generally, people are male and female and generally aren't intersex. I do agree with you on there. The point that I would make is that gender is based upon social constructs that are irrespective of particular biological facts. So we're not necessarily denying any sort of biological facts. We're just saying that someone's gender is similar to one's name, as it's like a mechanism for identity or how we refer to other people or certain traits in a social context that would be relevant to who they are as a person. That's really all we're saying. We're not denying biology. We're not denying science. If anything, I would claim that Donald Trump does that because he denies science with like climate change, for example. He says the climate's going to start cooling and science just doesn't know it yet. But if we want to talk about like whether or not there are certain scientific facts, I'm not going to dispute you there. I agree with that. But I do think that gender is going to be a little bit separate from that. And it's not an ideology. It's like an identity.
Right. Are you familiar with the person who originally termed the coin gender and transgender?
I'm actually not.
It was actually John Money, who he conducted experiments on infants and did all sorts of morally deviant things. So it's kind of an indicator, I think, of the ideology when you look to its roots.
Yeah,
So
and police
you
officers
should look into him for sure.
Police officers in this country started out as slave catchers. Does that necessarily mean that they should be viewed as that today?
I don't know if that's true. Is that police started? You mean that was something they did?
Yeah, it was a huge part of the process in America.
I would say that's a little reductive to say that the police officers were merely slave catchers.
Well, we're talking
may have
about
been one thing they did.
Oh, I shouldn't be doing this. Yeah, it's rewarding
in
bad
the United
behavior.
States. Like the advent of the creation of the police force in
least
the
he
United
came back.
States was in order to enforce those particular laws. So that's at least we would view it. And even if you don't view it from that perspective, again, just because something was created in a certain way by a particular person that is bad, doesn't mean that like any views associated with that and like later on would be viewed that.
Sorry, guys. He was playing this game where it's very, very cold. It's 13 degrees, but with the wind chill, it is at -1. So you're supposed to obviously be careful with him. Yeah, he was. He decided he wanted to go and run around, play his normal games, and then halfway he was like, "It's cold and I haven't pooped yet."
That way, for example.
Right. I think with the John Money thing,
Mormon face, yeah, he has
no
Mormon
one
face.
had
Oh,
those
that
views
is Mormon face. Yikes!
until very recently. I'm not sure when John Money lived, but it was within 2 centuries.
John
It was
Money?
Very recent. So
Too cold. No, that for him, that's horrible. And he didn't have his jacket on, so I was just like, dude, come on.
everyone in history has believed
My
a
poor buddy, he doesn't know he doesn't know that it's like you're gonna get hurt if you stay out there any longer.
thing up until this one point.
Can I give you an example?
Plus those big ass ears.
I don't
Look
mean to
at
cut
him.
you off.
No, yeah, go
the
ahead.
founding fathers.
Yeah,
owned
he's already
slaves.
doing it.
Do
See?
you agree?
Wait. See?
Okay, and just because they founded our country doesn't mean that we support that today. Just because they founded
Look at
our
his
country,
paws because they
correct?
hurt a little.
Correct.
Okay, so that's kind of the point I'm getting to. Is that clear?
Right, and I think
poor buddy.
that's what I was addressing when I said, yes, that's true, but also everyone in
The I haven't pooped yet face is so funny when it's okay. I will give you that.
history has helped.
He was dropping his Stanley steamer and he was doing the
the view that there are two sexes until very recently. So when you have this very recent idea and it comes from a who conducted experiments on infants, it's important to look at that and think, maybe this guy's just a nut job.
Well, I think trans people have existed throughout all the context of history. Now, you might say a specific term to reference trans people was coined by a specific person that we consider bad, but trans people have existed prior to this point. I don't think that their existence is dependent upon that. And now there's just a lot more media attention on the fact that trans
I
people
literally, Robin, I think you'll appreciate this. I had to shout to him. I'm like, your friend's not outside. Get over here.
exist and who they are as people. And it's not necessarily that like they just came
Stanley,
into existence.
you know what? That might make it to the YouTube emote list.
Trans
I
people
like
have
that.
existed for a very long
Yeah,
time.
there have always been people who cross-dress, people who made efforts to make themselves look like the opposite sex. But yeah, you're correct. All of the ideology behind it is very recent.
So, like, what ideology would you say you specifically disagree with that would be relevant? Like, what Democrats
God.
support specific,
I think
quote-unquote,
that
trans ideology that you disagree
Parker
with?
is
I don't think that
pretty good at
gender
this,
is,
like
I don't
specific
think that
debate.
anyone uses the term gender correctly. I mean, if you use gender meaning, take Spanish, for example, you have certain languages that their words have gender, like, words ending in A would be typical feminine
Yeah.
words in Spanish.
Spanish.
Words ending in O would be masculine words. So if you're going to use it for that, I would agree. But if you think the entire concept of gender is what I disagree with. The concept that
So we wait for that half second. It's like, so we agree.
you have. Okay, so I guess
He almost said it. He was almost just like, yeah, gender. It's all non-binary. Oh crap!
my problem with the ideology is if sex and gender
Oh my God, you're out of your
are
depth.
separate, then why do you have to change your sex to affirm your gender?
Yeah. So it's not that you're changing your sex. I feel like that's a kind of something misunderstood by people in typical.
But you
no-
do undergo surgeries to make yourself appear as if you were the other sex.
Well, I think that we undergo surgeries all the time in order to appear differently. Like, for
Jesus.
example, people get breast reductions, right? And that might not necessarily even be, or even breast increases. That might be related to their own perception of their own gender. But we wouldn't consider that like bad or anything, right?
That's an interesting question.
Oh, I just realized I got the same crosswalks we do.
I don't know what I think about that specifically. I think generally, harming your body is wrong.
Did they just start putting those up in every city? Like I know it's for the blind.
Especially,
Is surgery harming your body?
It depends on the surgery. If you're
But like we have them everywhere now.
conducting these sex transformation surgeries, those are definitely harmful.
Well, do you think doctors claim that in the specific circumstances where a particular trans individual wants to get access to it, do you think that
Just thinking of like the ones. They had a news article about our specifically like our locality and how a bunch of people were complaining about the like noise pollution. All of a sudden, I'm just like, you live in Chicago. What?
doctors have a consensus?
Meanwhile, you got these like you find out that these assholes are living right by the L. It's like you couldn't get more
That
noisy.
it's harmful? Because I would say that actually most associations do
Although
indicate that it's helpful for
I will say
individuals
this:
who are
if you do live like near the bus stops, oh,
trans.
it's the braking
you
that
can
sucks.
say that. I think it's a common sense thing. I think everyone knows intuitively that if you're
I don't mind
dropping
train
off someone-
noises or any of that, but yeah, bus braking noises. I don't know why it's the one city pollution noise that I just do not like.
genital organs, that's a wrong thing. And that's
Genital
harmful.
organs.
And if you collect a bunch of experts that say otherwise, then
Dude,
that's
just say that you're afraid that you're gonna like a girl and then find out she has a penis. That's the crux of where these guys are coming from. Fucking A.
when you have to be free thinking in
That's what I don't agree with. I don't like this.
society.
Yeah, so but like we live in a society where
You're confusing. It confuses my sexuality because I'm not sure how I should feel.
there's freedom, right? You
So don't do it.
might disagree with people engaging in particular types of behaviors. You might even view it as harmful. But the point I'm making is that doctors, they see it to be beneficial for these particular individuals. And not just one doctor. I'm talking about like most
It's like a New Yorker complaining about crackheads yelling at them outside of the Starbucks. Like, you're in New York.
associations, pediatric
got that too.
associations that are specifically like specialized within these particular fields indicate that it's helpful for people who are trans in these situations.
You ever had, okay, for real, you ever had, I'm not sure if you guys have like Divvy Bike. We have the Divvy Bike. It's the, you rent the bike and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, totally had one of them just be like, hey, you want to buy a bike? It's like, no.
And again,
it's a Divvy, it's a city bike. What?
If doctors say that abortion is a helpful procedure,
Yeah.
you would think
Sometimes,
that,
man.
So
Yeah.
I would agree with that too. So, or I don't know if I would
I'm
agree that
pro-choice,
all
10 seconds.
I think
doctors
that's wrong.
say that. I'd have to look into the literature on that. I think for the most part, it's settled that life does begin at conception from the bioethicist perspective and the doctor's perspective. So,
Ladies, who's lining up for this kid?
I think even if you have lots of doctors, well, it's split on the trans thing and on the abortion thing. You have some people saying one thing, some people saying the other, even doctors. I think you have to be free thinking and, yeah, you have to be free thinking. I think abortion is wrong. I think transgender sex change surgery is wrong. And if you get a doctor to tell me otherwise, that's when, you know, I am my own individual with my own mind and my own convictions.
Yeah, I mean, the point we were questioning is whether or not it's considered harmful, not whether or not you consider it morally wrong, right?
Right, harmful. Yeah, same thing, I think.
I think that there is a bit of a distinction. There are some things that are harmful.
All right, I feel
harmful that we wouldn't consider more.
Y'all ever get pissed on outside the House of Blues? My friend.
Right.
I did. My friend did.
There is a distinction, but I think the same principle applies, that I can still think for myself.
I saw him this weekend.
On what is harmful.
Sure. So I guess from the perspective that we're pointing to here, in terms of abortion, right, I would say that I believe life begins at conception.
Is it bad that that's one of the stories I don't want to bring up to him personally? Because it is kind of like, I don't want you to not come to concerts because I reminded you that you didn't have a very good time and you didn't leave your house for a good 2 years after that.
I just don't believe that it's going to be considerably valuable to the degree of like how we view each other as people.
He's one of those guys too, where it takes everything to get him out.
Until the point in which they have like a past or present or future subjective experience, which happens around 20 through 24 weeks in the womb. And it doesn't happen prior to that point. And I think that we even view this.
What's your basis for the claim
He's a
that
fetus
life
in a
is
shirt.
less valuable when it's less developed?
For example, right, do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that
That's more of a...
No.
Okay.
No. See, that's a good argument.
It's different, though.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Because with...
No, it's not.
Pregnancy,
not at all.
It's a predictably short period of time. 9 months. That's different.
That's not how that works, dude.
Right.
Also, he's talking to...
Would you say so?
Well, you're saying in the future that they could possibly develop some sort of experience, for example, and that would be different from someone in a situation of brain death.
Not even that it's predictably short. 9 months from now, they will regain their life, even their brain function.
Well, regain is kind of like my question there is like, I don't really think that's true because they haven't had it yet before in terms of a subjective experience. So here's my point is that
right, but again, what's your basis for the claim that subjective experience is the
basis for value?
Basis for life.
Well, it's not necessarily
criteria for life. Sorry.
Well, from a medical life perspective, we think that individuals are medically dead, even though from a cellular basis they're still alive. So even though they're cellularly speaking still alive, we don't think it's murder to pull the plug on them, right, and allow for them to like naturally die from a cellular perspective, because we think that from a person perspective they're already dead. So my point is that from the idea of medical life, and we view it that like again death happens at brain death. Well, life doesn't begin until, from that perspective, medical life, until the subjective experience would begin. So I do agree cellular life begins at conception, but from this medical life perspective, then it doesn't really begin until 20 through 24 weeks in the womb, according to neuroscientists.
Right. I would say that person's life still does have value, but I don't think you addressed my point that it is a different case because in the case of pregnancy, it's a predictably short amount of time, 9 months. So to alter it to make the case the same, you would have to say that individual would 9 months later regain consciousness.
Oh, fuck.
Well, no, because they've already established it in the first place. So essentially what I'm trying to say is in the same way that you view life and death, is that it could be from...
wait a minute. I just realized that... Oh, I have a new setting here that I can go through.
Perspective is that prior to the point in which they've developed what's considered medical life, there wouldn't be some sort of...
I might have fixed my problem, guys.
Someone should have to have an obligation to give up their internal bodily resources to maintain a pregnancy when they don't want to themselves. So that's kind of my point.
Yeah, I disagree with that. I
All
don't think you've
right,
addressed my question, or maybe you've tried to, but why is consciousness synonymous with life?
Well, it's not, right?
It's not, okay.
It's not. There are different connotations of life, like I was trying to describe earlier. There's a connotation of sentient life, like what I was referencing, subjective experience, versus cellular life. So they're not the same thing. Sentient life and cellular
life... Dude, those church bells?
...are different. Like, for example, those plants over there, they're cellularly speaking alive, but they're not sentient, right? They don't have any type of experience, right? Like the way that we're experiencing things.
You hear those like all throughout all of his and Dean's videos,
so that's kind of
especially when they're talking to the Westboro Baptist Church, which, man, they had a presence there.
Fetus is a human species, right? That's the difference, is that plant isn't a human species.
I agree, but like I also do think that like
I mean, on a cellular level, who's that? I mean, if we're
like for example,
it could. I mean, they say that it breathes. It has feelings.
Like
they scream.
Zygotes, single cell organisms at conception, right? Fertilization happens at conception.
Right.
You'd be saying that they're people, correct?
The word you are searching for is consciousness.
Individual
Yeah,
zygotes
at
are
conception.
people?
Yeah.
Well,
I love that we're a bunch of stoners and we're like, ah!
the zygotes are the individual male and female cells, correct? That no.
Oh no.
Sorry.
It's fertilization. It's when they fuse.
All right,
so
man.
yes,
That's
that
pretty
is
funny.
life. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So and you consider that a person?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think IVF is wrong? Because in the process of IVF, practically every patient has multiple zygotes and embryos that they will discard after the process because not all of them are viable.
Yes,
right? Or not all of them are able to be used in the same type of way, and not all of them have the best characteristics for pregnancy. So in that context, would you consider it
What are the best characteristics for pregnancy?
Well, I just meant like that would be conducive towards viability or it being a viable pregnancy, right? I'm just saying
Okay.
that there are some zygotes and embryos they don't use.
Right. Yes. I also disagree with IVF. Yes.
So do you think that
also
should be
wrong.
banned?
Yes. Absolutely.
Okay. So I mean, that's not a typical take. Do you think IUDs should be banned? For example?
That kid just totally told his mom who that was.
Intrauterine devices.
Hey, he's a shit lib.
Not only can they prevent, well, some IUDs, not only can they prevent fertilization, but they can also prevent implantation, meaning they prevent a fertilized egg at conception from implanting
This child,
into the uterine
yeah.
wall, which ends a human life from your perspective.
Yeah, it sucks. Like, I had a very, very similar discussion with my brother. I hate to admit this, he's a lot like this kid.
So would you consider them if they were to use an IUD?
There's so much misinformation
Yeah.
around them. I don't think that
We talked about birth control
I would
and
call people that use them.
Yeah.
I would say that they should also be banned. Yes.
Man.
And
oh my god, that's so wild to me.
yeah, they should be banned. Absolutely.
Okay, so if you were to meet some,
Yeah, my brother kind of said that it's like it's kind of it's an affront against God. You know, he essentially said, God chose you to not have children. Who are you to go against God? I was just like, what the fuck? So, and then I threw it back at him. I'm like, so you're telling me that any child that was born, you know, with IVF, then you're telling me that they're an affront against God?
someone today,
Or do they have, you know, God's, what if they're the most like Christian person ever? It's like, holy shit.
that was you.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I wasn't prepared for that level of like hardcore, just nope.
Utilize the process of IVF, and
I don't like the way that they discard the embryos, so nope.
they discarded many zygotes and embryos, or it was a doctor that's a part of the process, or scientists a part of the process doing that.
The sad part is Bloodstone. I wish I could say that my brother's uneducated. He's a pretty smart. He's a pretty smart guy on other things. It's his faith clouds everything that he does.
Say that they're serial because they've been
All these videos just prove that the uneducated should not be making laws about people's bodies. It's almost like education is important. Yeah,
part of a process of like serially discarding them.
Like I said, I think you have to have compassion because.
Oh yeah. God chose you not to have eyesight. Exactly. They don't equate this shit. And then on top of it, at some point, it's like, okay, what about piercings, tattoos? Like Pete Hegseth, are you telling me that everything that he's done, that makes him a huge sinner, right?
There's so much misinformation.
Just
regarding
in the
these
fact
matters.
that he has the tattoos alone.
But did they end that many lives? Yes, they ended these an incredible amount.
Oh
of
my
human
God, he
lives.
sounds just like my
yes,
fucking brother.
I think that is wrong, and I don't think they should be punished.
Like he made almost exactly the same argument to me.
As a serial until we have laws in place actually banning these things.
Do you know that they actually use that
What?
exact same argument in the Nuremberg trials?
What argument?
They use the argument that because there weren't laws within their country restricting them from doing this, and because there was misinformation and propaganda spread within their society.
Yeah, they were. What do you mean? Nobody told us it was not. Wait, I can't do Eric or Peter, but yeah, nobody told us that it was wrong.
To justify the mistreatment of Jewish people.
Yeah, but we weren't part of that. We are the real Germans.
That in that context, they wouldn't necessarily.
We took it back.
They
Yeah.
should be held accountable.
Now we just whips the Nazis.
Right,
We've
and
been very naughty boys.
essentially the argument they made against that was, well, the first person who committed,
yeah, so naughty.
we're going to hold them accountable in a court. Could they have been tried and found guilty for that because there was no law making it illegal to someone prior to that point? Well, obviously not. We would still say that they should have been put in prison, even though there was no law at the time they committed the action, right, of murder. right? Even if they were misinformed to think that that is okay, right? We still want to hold them accountable for what they commit, like similarly to how we held them accountable, even if they were misinformed or propagandized by other into believing that Jewish people had less value, or that there were no laws in Germany at that time restricting them from doing that. Because what they were doing within their country was totally legal from their perspective,
So
because
then
they
maybe
determined
you
their own
could
laws.
Look at international laws, and
they didn't exist at the time. That's kind of like my point.
Yeah, prosecution is a tough one. I don't think there's a very clear-cut moral answer. So, yeah, you're not going to get a super strong stance from me on that, except the one I've given you. That's where I've landed. But
Get that money, girl.
I understand the point you're making, but yeah, prosecution is difficult morally to navigate. For sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, I thought they were selling merch.
I don't mean to change the topic. I do have a general question.
I think they are selling merch. Wait.
You do consider yourself pro-life, correct?
Yeah.
Dude, I saw somebody selling merch out of a freaking like SUV at one of the No Kings protests, and I was just like, nah. $20 says that you got Trump shirts too.
Would
I was
you
just like,
say
no,
that
this
if
is so
Donald Trump were
fucked.
to call for the of some Democrats because
Rather
they said
make
to
my
follow
own
the
shirt
law
with
and
marker.
to not follow unlawful orders, do you think in that context that would get you to stop supporting him?
God, why do all these guys, they look so, look at this, look at this, look at this. They all look just so weird. They all look so weird. How are you going to have all these dress clothes, but none of them look like they actually like know how to wear them? Which, this is coming from me. This is coming from Hoodie Man.
Yes, if Donald Trump called for political, I would stop supporting him.
Did you know on Truth Social?
Don't ask Eric or Peter what their grandpa was up to in 1940. Well, here, the joke is on you. We've a Jewish.
And he reposted someone saying George Washington.
Yeah. So what? We talk like this, and all of a sudden you assume that we are not Jewish. What is going on over there? I thought that you was progressive.
I did not, but I don't think Donald Trump.
Yeah, Peter. I have a feeling that they would also be surprised to hear how progressive we are.
Calling for political.
He
Don't make
actually
me
did.
do this.
You can look at his Truth Social. It's still up, by the way. He said that they were engaging in seditious behavior. They were traitors and engaging in treason because they told people to not follow unlawful orders.
To not follow unlawful orders.
Yeah, which is what is defending the law and the Constitution. What it tells you to do is to not follow unlawful orders.
Right, I'd have to look at that. It's just with Donald Trump's track record, I just highly doubt that he would. I don't believe that he is calling for unlawful.
Well, I mean, I would definitely tell you to look into it. Like, I think it's actually like a really important thing, and I would think the same.
Have I seen the show Allo Allo? No.
thing. I would have never thought we'd have a
Should I Bandit? Do you highly recommend?
presidential candidate that would do that either.
Here to tell us about the hottest trends is Hoodie Man.
But it shocked me genuinely when it came out. Like, I never expected him to go that far.
What you can
Oh, hey, yeah, there we go.
look at is the recent political that has happened with Charlie.
And this is Hoodie Man. All right. Well, got my finest hoodie on. I like the new hoodies where they got the layer for my men that like to keep a nice clean head, you know. They make sure that you don't get the frizz, so I appreciate those. But if I had to choose one designer to go with, it would be John Varvatos. I love me some John Varvatos. That guy knows how to make a cut jacket and also a nice pair of blue jeans and maybe perhaps some Converse shoes. You know, he had quite the collection.
Kirk, and what side that
Sad part is, I just got to give away what my nice clothes are.
came from, what ideology that was bred out of. I think that's a much more indicative.
It's a funny British show.
Of the current cultural.
I'll check it out.
Could you name any Democratic lawmakers that justified his death?
No, I couldn't. But that's not the point I'm making.
Sure, but the point I'm making is that there are people in government, like for example the president, that is actively engaging in from the Oval Office.
Also, what up, AG?
I mean, yesterday he even, I think it was yesterday or the day before, he made light of Rob Reiner's. You know who Rob Reiner is?
Yes.
Yeah, he said it was because of Trump derangement syndrome. How do you feel about that?
Who said that? Sorry.
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump said that.
Yeah.
Dude, okay, I would say it's like, oh, they get fed a bubble, but it's like, dude, this was the top story everywhere. You have to be willfully ignorant to not know this.
On the part of, he said Rob Reiner had Trump derangement
and that's the reason why he was.
Yeah, so, Trump says a lot of things. He's kind of a loose cannon in that way, but as far as the policies, I'd support.
How's my day going? Actually, pretty well.
Him. So, yeah, I don't support everything.
Who's Trump again? Never heard of him.
He says everything that comes out of his mouth. if he says something immediately following someone's death.
My day's going well, but I'm a little nervous because I got a strike from TikTok again, and this is the second time that I've gotten booted from a live stream on TikTok, and I'm a little nervous.
That's a little.
Not that I would be like that sad if I lost that account, but as a creator, it's still a little like, oh, please, damn it.
You know, in poor taste, I don't agree with that, but I think overall he's done a great job running our country.
Okay. Is there anything
still
you
can't
could
believe I
do
did
that would
that.
get you to stop supporting him?
Such a bonehead move.
Yes, I've already agreed to that. Yeah.
Like with the calling for the.
Yes.
What I do, I said 420. I said the numbers 420, and I took a rip of Scaredy Bear here, but I did it off camera, blew some smoke, and then I literally got booted.
So I would recommend actually to take a look at Truth Social.
And then I got a notification that it was for breaking a community guideline.
He posted this, I think it was like a few weeks ago at this point. It's been vastly
I
reported on
thought
as
somebody
well.
reported
You
me,
can
but
find
I think that I might be wrong on that.
from AP News, NPR, PBS, Reuters, or even at right-wing sources that have also reported on this. I do think it's like definitely a huge issue because like if we're going to care about political violence.
Trump says a lot of things. I'll fuck off with your disingenuous shit. Yeah. He says a lot of things, but the things that he says that are really hateful towards people that I don't like, that's what I like.
Violence. We want to bring this
That's
country
all I
and
need to
unify us
say.
together. We can't have the president of the United States actively engaging in death threats on social media. Like I genuinely think that goes too far. And obviously, I'm not going to keep holding you to this because you haven't seen the information
Yeah,
yet.
agreed. I'll have to look.
Yeah, but like
I mean, this is where I like that Parker at least pulls it up.
I do think it's important
Or not Parker, Dean.
for you to look at. And if you said that like that'd be a reason why you'd stop supporting him,
Yeah,
well then I would
exactly.
yeah, obviously look
Yeah, YouTube is just like, we got. I mean, blaze up.
forward to you not supporting
It's just
him,
like just responsible.
given that you go research that.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Well, it was nice talking to you.
It was nice talking to you too.
Thank you.
Okay, here we go. This one you need a community warning for because this is bad.
Very much.
Have a great day.
You too.
So, do both of you support Donald Trump?
Yes. Well, I nominated him in 2024 at the RNC, so yeah.
Oh, boy.
So, why do you support Donald Trump?
Because of his policies.
Which policies?
His stance on immigration specifically, I definitely agree with that one.
Okay. Like, what about immigration?
The illegal.
All I'll say is if you've ever listened to Opie and Anthony, he sounds like this guy Bobo.
Illegals who have come into our country are here illegally, and I believe they should not be allowed to be here legally.
Okay, but why? Is it just because they violated
See, this is a tough case.
the law?
I believe they violated
Uh-oh.
the
I like how we're all kind of like, oh boy.
law in the sense of
Oh, boy.
coming here legally, and they have done so in a manner, and I believe that the repercussions for them doing so should be deportation.
Okay.
Cletus and Titus.
Do you think that it's okay for
All right. I'm glad that we're all on the same page here.
Donald
Where
Trump
it's
to
just like, these two together make room temperature IQ.
the law and deport
Like,
them without due
oh
process?
man,
I don't think that
I can't be mean to this guy unless it's it's ableist. That's what I was also thinking that.
any law
Where it's just
should
like,
be
no, I will attack his ideas.
violated. However, I believe that this is a specific scenario.
Okay. I guess like what about it is specific to say that in one scenario the law should be followed,
Want
but in the
me
other
to-
scenario you're okay with the law being violated?
Do you want me to? Oh
Well,
no, what are
I
you
believe
doing,
that,
girl?
That when people
What?
are
Really?
American
This is-
citizens, I believe they should be treated with a higher level of
Damn it.
respect because they've done so in a way that is not violating the law.
Well, if Donald Trump's deporting them without due process, they did violate.
Well, again, I kind of wish that you guys had context because this guy Bobo that used to call into the Opie and Anthony show, that was totally not a bit. Like, so when I heard this guy, and I heard this guy, I wasn't watching at this point, and I was just like, Bobo?
The law, plus he's a convicted felon.
It's like, I could see Bobo going total right winger too because he was a big Anthony Cumia guy.
If he did violate the law himself, he is a criminal.
I agree.
Okay. All right, do you agree with him? Do you think that undocumented immigrants should be deported?
I believe that people who are here illegally, as in they've broken the law to come here, should be deported. I think that there is plenty of legal ways.
No, there's not. That's the problem, bro. Like, for all these assholes that talk about, like, the legal way, they can never explain how the legal way actually works. And then when they find out, they're just like, oh, maybe we should change that a little bit.
To get here, And I think those are, although, yes, they
Although I got a good retort while I was listening to this. I was thinking about like Andrew Wilson, the way that he would kind of try to like play this. It was like doing a little, shower boxing, if you will. And I was kind of thinking about like the guys that would throw this in your face, and they would just be like, "Well, I mean, do
need to be addressed. And
I want him to finish this so I don't ruin it."
Not the easiest way, it is the right way. And if they're not here legally, then they have already broken a law, and removing them from the country isn't in fact legal.
Okay, that's enough. So he would probably, Andrew Wilson would be like of the mind of saying, well, how come you just don't open your doors to a refugee? Wouldn't you just let a refugee live with you, or like a refugee family? Why wouldn't you just do that? It's like, okay, all right, fair enough. Why aren't you adopting kids?
Okay, well, it's not legal to remove them from the country without due process rights, because constitutionally, everyone within the jurisdiction of the country gets due process if they commit a crime.
Was that a zinger? I don't know.
Okay, what is your definition of regarding due process? Like, what does that look like?
That was good.
Played
Might
out?
not be good.
Yeah, so essentially, the reason why I think that there's been a change.
MAGA is the way. Red Wave 2026. Do you pay attention to politics?
Change in this is because of the.
I hate to say it there. Even Kinsey, God bless your soul for loving you some Trump. I'll just say this much: you might want to pay attention. Like, the only way you guys are getting a 2026 red wave is legitimately by cheating. That's the only way. Like, dude, if you look at the approval numbers of everybody right now and just how all these special elections have gone blue, I don't know, man.
Expansion of expedited removals.
I think that, you know how you guys say copium? That sounds like some coke.
So even the Democrats did violate due process rights to a certain extent. It was just to a lesser extent.
There's a lot of it in Obama. A lot of issues, due process and holding them in
Let me
Obama.
explain why. So expedited removal was applicable to people who are within 100 miles of the border and they have been in the country for less than 2 weeks. Now it's applicable to anyone within the jurisdiction of the country that's been within the country for less than 2 years. So it's essentially not.
He's not as convicted as I am on that one, where it's just like, no, fucking Obama sucked on that.
Justifying the process through the checks and balances, because the court system is supposed
Beta.
to justify, the judicial branch is supposed to justify the claims from the executive branch on whether or not they're here in the country actually illegally.
These guys aren't serious. The
Otherwise,
thing is, I think they
because they
are.
can just claim whoever they
I don't
want
think
is
they're
in the
playing
country
a
illegally, and they
bit.
can just
Like, this
deport
isn't
them
a
without
Milo
reason.
Yiannopoulos thing, even though he looks like him.
The Obama administration, Obama's nickname was actually the
Deporter in chief.
And
Yeah.
he violated.
I
so
really
many
shouldn't
more
do
of
an
those
impression of this guy.
laws.
I could.
However,
I won't.
we did not hear those
Oh, boy.
at all, and we hear more about Trump, and so I agree that
Somebody
Donald
said
Trump,
Pet
there
cancel in
are
chat
laws
earlier.
that
It's like,
have been
ah.
violated. There are things that he has done that.
What is this lady doing? She has been hovering for a minute to the point where I'm kind of like, I'm nervous around. Like,
Which
what's she
I
doing?
disagree with vehemently. However, it
I see her
seems
pink jacket
this
come up
is
again. It's just
not
like,
about right
dude,
and
run.
wrong. This is about politics, about Democrat and Republican. Because
If you pay taxes, it's free game
when
or fair game.
Democrats do it, we don't hear about it. When Republicans do it, we hear about it. Is it still wrong for both of them to do it? Yeah, it is. I mean, for gosh sakes, we had Donald Trump with classified documents. We had Mike Pence with classified documents. That was vehemently opposed by the Democrats. And then Biden had Biden had classified documents as well. We didn't hear about that as much. So I think it's maybe a little bit more political.
Well, Trump wasn't convicted for the classified documents, and there was a distinction that we can provide. I just don't think it's relevant because he wasn't convicted. The point I would make in terms of this is that we do call out, or at least I do, call out Obama and Democrats for the amount of deportations that they engage in, as I disagree with the deportation of any undocumented immigrant that's not committed a violent crime or bad crime. I think a preferable manner to address this is
What about the
massive.
criminal who violently
He just fucking said this, you dipshit.
woman?
He just said deporting people who aren't violent criminals. Like, were you listening?
In the plains just 2 weeks before Charlie Kirk was.
Yeah, so that would be a violent crime. They should be deported, obviously.
Well, he was let go. What was it? 40 times.
40 times, huh? 40 times. You hear this, guys? Did you hear about that one guy that they let out 40 times? You think that this guy's just going to be like, Yeah.
So
If you'd like to provide a source for that, I'd love to see that. But yes, I would disagree with them being released into our country. They obviously should be deported in that context. Now, I think that law enforcement would have a greater time being able to focus on those that actually have been a threat to the safety and security of our communities. They're not spending 70% of their time deporting or detaining those that have not committed a violent crime or bad crime and have no prior criminal offense. Only 5% of those that are detained by ICE have a violent criminal offense. So again, I would like to focus on the and we can't do
The
that
heck,
to a greater
guys, just spewing talking points. Yeah.
extent if we're deporting
Yeah.
people who have been in the country for years upon years upon years, just trying to work here and benefit their lives, living the American dream and trying to benefit their communities. I think that's a waste of our time. I think it makes most sense to focus on those that have actually committed violent crimes and bad crimes. And if you guys disagree with violent criminals being released into the country, do you condemn Donald Trump for pardoning violent rioters, officers, and also calling them patriots?
Which are you referring to? I'm assuming. No.
Yeah, like for example, DJ Rodriguez drove into the neck of a police officer, and he was pardoned by Donald Trump.
I have no information on that. I'm not going to comment on that.
Do you condemn it based upon the information I
I'm not
provided
going
you?
to comment on something I have no information or knowledge.
I just gave you information.
You gave me one point of view of information, not everything.
Well,
I can take
what
my
else
own
would you like me to
research.
provide?
Again, he's sitting here spewing like there were like 40, right? There were 40 times. But I when it comes to your point, I'm gonna need a source, and I actually need some research on this.
What you can provide, I can look for my own sources on that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, this was vastly reported on. Even your own side says this because it's on the White House website that they pardoned them. They pardoned all of the people
Yeah.
involved with it, even the violent offenders.
That's fine.
Yeah, ain't that
I'm
bitch.
just saying that I don't have that information on me right now, but whenever I research that, I'll make my own decision on that when that comes to that.
Given that you find out that it was true, would you still not condemn it, or would you condemn it if it were true?
I make decisions based upon the information that I have. I don't have enough information to make a decision.
Well, I said if what I said was true, would you condemn him for that behavior?
I think this is kind of a gotcha question because obviously, yeah, I would not support any, and I don't think this man would support any kind of violence of that sort. However, there's, I believe, so much more to.
Do these two know each other?
What actually
do you
went
think?
down?
At the end of the day,
Yeah, what a
do you believe
coward.
that someone
Yeah.
who's committed a crime needs to face justice for something?
Yeah, like Donald Trump. He was convicted of 34 felonies and he wasn't held to justice and put in prison because you guys voted for him.
When he was convicted, who convicted him? If I remember correctly, it was Fannie Willis.
He's damn determined not to
who's also
agree at
been,
all. Yep.
Has multiple charges of real estate fraud on her. As
Wait, by the
well.
way, when you say
Fannie Willis?
convicted them, it was the jury that convicted him. That
Yes,
wasn't
and
the
charges
judge
were being
either.
dropped by people who have these things. But
What? No, he was convicted by a
The
jury
definition of
in a
bad
criminal
faith.
court beyond a reasonable doubt.
yeah, he was also.
Oh shit.
That's where I would say that again. I see these things as more political than
It was
right
a
and
political
wrong.
ham jury. It was a kangaroo court.
Okay, so can I say the same thing for any undocumented immigrant that's in the country? I could just say that's all fake news.
You can say whatever you want. It's a free country.
I know, but like, would it be reasonable?
I
is
mean,
essentially
you
what I'm
seem
asking.
to. Wait a minute.
I don't believe so.
Okay. Well,
Really?
Another question asked, since we were having a conversation about political violence, would you support Donald Trump if he called for the of some Democrats who just said to follow the law and to not abide by unlawful orders?
Prosecutors don't convict. No, he is a moron. He doesn't. Yeah, exactly.
I would say that the president
Law and order.
saying that there needs to be a. What's the word for it?
What's up, boo?
I would say that the president.
Boy.
Sorry, it's been early for me.
That's okay.
When the president. Can you restate the question so I can get my thought process back?
Absolutely. If Donald Trump called for the some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders, would you still support him for president?
Yes. Unlawful orders. The people who are in the military and are calling for. What's the word? Almost sedition or treason in the way that they're acting like that.
Okay, how is it sedition?
How am I in an echo chamber where I'm literally watching something with alternate positions and I'm welcoming you in my chat, even though you're being kind of a dickhead? What? You do? I mean, calm down. Number one, like, chill there, Winston.
Or treason to call for people to not follow unlawful orders?
What the fuck is that from?
when the orders
Cheer,
are
Winston.
But they said unlawful.
Why are they so obsessed with this shit?
They explicitly said unlawful.
Okay. They can say whatever they want. That's of course.
But is that treason?
When you're in the military, the rules are different than whenever you're in the civil.
It's not my love. You're
Brian
buying
Frank
it stands.
Okay, well, did you know that
Well,
the excess said the
It's not
exact
your
same
love
thing in
I'm buying.
2016?
It
Would it be
stands.
reasonable for me to still support
Brian,
Democrats?
I think that
if
you
they
just
called
bought
for his
your way into his heart
I'm
because
not
he
sure if he was in the
loves you
military, but he was
guys.
affiliated with
Did you
it.
just see? Look at him! Look at him! He's staring,
Well, none of
knowing
the
what's
Democratic
coming.
veterans in Congress are currently in the
It's just like-
military.
No, I know that.
Like, for
What I'm
example,
talking
Yeah?
Mark
about
Kelly.
is people
Let's
who
go.
are- You're referring to the people who are in the military calling for not following unlawful orders, right? They were current military members, correct?
No. Like Mark Kelly, I'm pretty sure he's a representative in the state. He
That was hilarious. Just like, hold on.
literally said within a video, it's a video of him and a bunch of other Democratic
Thank you for the two,
veterans in
man. I
Congress.
appreciate
Take an
that.
oath to follow the Constitution.
Yes, which following the Constitution would entail that you don't follow unlawful orders.
Okay.
Okay.
Give me an order that Trump has put that's unlawful.
Yeah, the second strike on a Venezuelan boat where it was already shipwrecked.
Hey,
it's
good
actually,
one.
in this
That's a good
context,
pull.
supposed to be that you're supposed to rescue them.
I didn't
And
hear
they
this
decided
back
to
half. I had to
literally,
quit halfway through,
send
and
out
I was like,
another
I'm gonna
drone
watch this with you
them
guys.
After they didn't even have the ability to make it to our country at all with anything they had, and it was literally a shipwreck.
I gotta suffer. You gotta suffer.
That's an unlawful order.
Oh, thank you for the two.
At Bandit's Eye, $2.
I think
You
that
can make up your
the
own facts.
scenario
It's a
in
free
which you
country.
present is convoluted. I believe that
The sad part is, God, they probably think that way. Look at his judgment face. Look at him waiting. Just look.
it is difficult to give one
hilarious.
over another and say, yeah, had they had the opportunity to, they would have returned.
Oh man.
But I think it's hard
glad I
to
got,
say,
like,
had
a
they not
anime
had the
dog.
opportunity to return, would they've continued on to our country and
You're
solved
welcome,
those-
Stan.
And it's a hard decision to make, and it's one in which I'm glad I'm not in the position of needing to make those at this time. However, it is a tough decision that needs to be made, and unfortunately, people who are bent on doing evil continue to do evil, and
Oh God. Oh my God. I hate to do this, but I feel like he's just repeating something that he hears in church. Like, this reminds me of every fucking pastor in America.
and that is, I stand on Jesus Christ.
There it is.
As
There
my
it is.
Savior.
Told-
And my morals are founded
I knew it. I knew this was coming from religion or like church.
on what he
And these are not his words.
taught and the biblical values that he taught. And I believe that these men were going against those values, and they would continue to, had they been given the opportunity.
But in the event of a shipwreck, the law says that
No.
you have to rescue them in that scenario and detain them. It wouldn't be legal for
This is like, have any of you guys ever gone to a church and listened to like modern pastors? I'm sure that some of y'all have like at least been to a church recently. Like the way that they talk like pyramid salesmen, you know, like the pyramid scheme guys,
for you to literally
like self-help gurus,
authorize another strike in that circumstance. So that's why I'm saying it's unlawful.
but also simultaneously trying to be, you know, a little edgy, a little hip.
And then also, one thing I have
The worst is when they try to do a little stand-up bit,
to hear is
which
that
is awful.
if you think it's justified to all of these people who are just alleged, well, then why is Donald Trump pardoning a convicted
I thought religion teaches forgiveness.
trafficker, right, from Honduras, and the ex-Honduras president who was convicted
Being against biblical values isn't actually a crime.
of trafficking over, I'm pretty sure it was 400 pounds
Ben Dixon is different. Yeah, I have got to reach out to him. It's time. I got to reach out to him and just to have a good old conversation.
So, if you're
This space collaboration.
alleged of committing the crime, you're saying it's justified to
I will admit that one will be nuts because it's like, dude, I've been watching Ben Dixon for years.
you. But if you're convicted of it, it's okay to pardon you?
I'm not.
Oh wait, did I just say that online?
I did not say it's. If you're alleged to have committed the crime, you're justified in being. I just want
So
to
do you
make that
disagree?
clear.
Oh, well, of course. Do you disagree with the Trump administration doing that?
No, he's
I've
great.
not looked into that specific issue in depth myself, so I don't believe me giving a solid answer on that would be appropriate at this time.
Okay, that's fair. What about you?
I'm not going to say any further. I think he put it pretty clearly. We do have to get
Okay.
friends.
Well,
Sorry, I've got some lunch with friends waiting.
Nice meeting you.
Thank you so much.
Nice
We have
meeting
lunch with friends.
Thank you for being cordial, by the
Parker.
way.
Parker. Nice meeting you.
I appreciate being cordial, by the way.
Of course.
It's a lot better than screamed at in the face.
Of course. Well, I appreciate it. Again,
Your demeanor,
nice meeting you.
amazing.
Thank you so much.
Amazing.
Have a great day.
You as well, sir. No, so nice to see you.
Oh, this guy.
All right,
Yeah,
so
we
do you
already
support
did
Donald
this
Trump?
guy.
I love Donald Trump and I support him 100%.
I love
why
Donald
do you
Trump.
support him?
I support him
I support him
100%.
because I think the Democrat Party has gone so
Yikes.
far
All right, yeah,
left
we had this
and,
guy.
You know, Trump
Did we see this guy?
fought to lower attack.
Believes in Prophet Muhammad.
No, I have not seen this guy. Here we go.
Why not?
Once you start
A drone on them.
Once you start
We can
blowing-
them.
gonna stop
Why can't we just see when they're
They're gonna
coming
stop
to our
coming.
country?
They're gonna
Well, wouldn't they stop
Rat
coming if
boy?
they just get to the
Yeah.
country and then get detained?
Hey, how are you?
Which Islamic views are you against?
Like, I mean, I'm an atheist. I'm an agnostic atheist. So
Yeah, nice.
practically all of them.
Agnostic atheist. No. Guys, I don't like people that just can't, like, fine. I mean, it doesn't matter in the end of the day, no. But at least I could just be like, no, sorry, bros. I kind of just, I don't know, but I also kind of got a feeling that it ain't what you guys think it is.
Christopher Hitchens. I'm your Timu Christopher Hitchens.
Okay. Well, do you understand my point, though?
No, but which Islamic views are you against?
Like, I think that Muhammad's...
Nice. Yeah. Slept with a because
Yeah.
you slept with a and married a.
Yeah.
Good, but
That, yeah. Oh my God. This guy's gonna shit when he finds out how old Mary was.
Why is
Oh
he-
boy. Oh boy.
be letting in this ideology
Uh-oh.
into the country then?
Why should we what?
Be letting this ideology into the country.
Well, not everyone who's Muslim believes
Well,
that.
she was 13 years old. Leave her alone. God said,
So no, wait. So you just said not every Muslim believes in Prophet Muhammad?
made Joseph a cook and put a boy inside her.
No, not every Muslim
Okay, maybe.
believes that.
That
One,
right?
it was that
I'm
that's
done.
the accurate description of historical
Is
facts.
hadith-
And two, there's
is-
also
no,
there
no,
are
but-
Christians that believe similar things.
No,
Like,
you're
for
wrong.
example, Mary was a minor when she was actually impregnated by God.
You're wrong.
I'm not.
Every Muslim
Blah, blah, coming in with the book shot.
believes in the Hadith 5134. They,
Actually, wait, no. Plenty of Muslims dispute the hadiths. What are you talking about?
No,
Yeah.
Hadith 5134, which is one of the most basic forms of text. He married Aisha when she was slept with her when she was.
I've talked to plenty of Muslims that don't
It
believe
doesn't
that.
matter who you've talked to.
Yes, it does.
We're talking about
Yeah, actually it does. It does. Like, again, if you're into theology in any religion, then you got to kind of listen to the people that,
the majority.
Yay, it's 2004 again. Yay!
The rule, not the exception. Okay.
What's up, LT?
You may have
How you
found
doing,
a
brother?
Muslim who's not a very good Muslim,
Hope you had a good holiday.
but
Well, you could say the
a
same thing for
decent-
Christianity.
Well, holiday weekend, I guess.
Yeah, I don't support.
So
any
should
of
we
the-
not elect Christians in the country either?
I went out and actually did things.
Look,
It was weird.
Christians don't believe in a warlord. They
What
they
are you
follow
talking
Jesus.
about? Wait,
okay?
hold up. Let me explain.
God, I haven't actually been to like a bar in Chicago in a few years.
Not only is
So, that was-
slavery justified in the Bible, Leviticus
weird,
25, 44
but
through
fun.
46, Exodus 21, 20 through 21, but also God commands Saul and his men to men, women,
Okay,
children,
let-
infants
let
of
me say
Amalek.
this then.
So they believe in
Do you see
slavery.
Christians
Do you think
blowing
people, wait,
themselves
answer this
up?
question.
Do you see a
do you think
Christian
listen,
strapping a to a baby?
do you think that's a description of most Muslims? Do you think most Muslims are strapping themselves with
100% of people
What a-
who strap their babies are Muslim. 100%.
That's not true.
No. You're very stupid.
Who else straps their babies?
Are you saying
LT?
There's
Which
been
other
no
country?
Christians. There's been no
Your twin is in this video.
Christians throughout society
Which-
that have people. No Christians?
Which Christian has strapped a
Man, your timing's impeccable, my man.
baby?
Well, have they
Oh, hey, LT, I might have caught myself a little strike over on TikTok.
No. Which Christian has strapped a
Do you know the names of the Muslims that are doing it? I'm not going to know the names.
No, everybody the baby. That's what war is. Everybody has
Israel does it, but she supports Israel.
Everybody has the baby, but not very few parents have strapped to their own child.
What's the relevant difference between
The
those two? That
relevant
means in
difference
one
is that
scenario,
their
it means they
culture
shouldn't. Listen,
It's ridiculous.
dude, I could say the same thing about Christianity as well.
No,
Yeah, you can. You really can.
the
Wait,
average
listen,
Christian
listen.
is not
Wait,
believing
the
warlord.
Wait, does the average...
Wait, you're at a political event for TPUSA who supports Donald Trump, which is exactly what you just. Whoa.
Muslim
Whoa. Does he not get it? He doesn't get it.
believe that self-unaliving themselves
No.
with and the baby is justified.
How can they be this so unaware? What the fuck?
Yes or no?
Christians don't do that.
Do the average...
Hey, lady, how you doing?
Does the average Muslim believe
Who's
that?
this? Parker. Parker gets a job over on YouTube.
Yes or no?
The average Muslim believes in. Oh, yes, they do, actually.
Wait,
in
this
the
guy's
UK,
a liar, bro.
In the UK.
What's the point of me having a conversation with you if you're
In
just
the
gonna
UK.
lie?
In the UK.
The average Muslim does not believe that. Give me a single study that says
Okay,
that.
absolutely. Pew Research.
Captain Morgan, calm down with your fucking power poses.
Pew Research does not say that.
Okay, Pew Research.
Show
said
me.
that
I'll look it up
after-
right now.
After the Dutch writer drew a
Tell me. What do I look up?
Oh, the other guy brought this guy up, the Dutch writer thing.
Okay, just calm down. Give me a second. The cartoonist
You had a great holiday? Hell yeah.
who got unalived for drawing a cartoon of Prophet Muhammad, they asked British Muslims, what do you think
Atheist just does not believe in anything until there's proof. Yep.
of the death penalty? Or what do you think about physical punishment for somebody who's drawn a picture of their Prophet Muhammad? Okay?
What do I type
The
in?
average British Muslim said that there should be a violent repercussion for anybody who
Also, Sylvie, hi.
draws a picture of their Prophet Muhammad. Just a cartoon. Okay? That is your average Muslim who believes in...
Type it in. Type it in.
Just do it. Just
Do it. Tell me. Type it
Okay,
in.
Enter.
What? Dude,
Okay.
there's nothing there.
average-
It says most Muslims believe in it. Type it in. Type it in.
Okay, let's do it. Should we use ChatGPT?
No, just type it in the search.
Do you use ChatGPT?
Bar.
You don't want to use
It's Pew-
ChatGPT?
No, it's Pew Research. Dude,
Okay.
click on
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! No! 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 Oh my god!
Pew Research percentage
This is like Jubilee. It is.
of Muslims
This guy's giving me anxiety a little bit.
who believed in punishment for cartoon.
Oh my brain just hurt. Like for real. Like that. Am I having a stroke?
Of Prophet Muhammad.
Wait, and by
Oh,
the way,
shit.
are you okay with saying that about
No,
Trump
okay.
too? Because he called for some Democrats who said
Scared me
to
for a
not follow
second.
unlawful orders?
Let's just stick to the okay.
Nah. Fucking A. I hate this. I hate this. Just capitulate. Just say you were wrong. It actually makes you look like you're more of a man when you can just be like, oh, my bad. You know what? I wasn't as educated on that as I thought. You know what? Okay.
And the majority, 68%, felt violence against cartoon drawing.
Team USA doesn't give a fuck about Trump. Team USA doesn't give a fuck about their goalie. Did you see how he got to the ice today?
Of Prophet Muhammad deserves violence. 68%.
Dude. I was laughing my ass off. They had to get like one of those fucking like wheelbarrow carts.
Boom, your average Muslim.
Let me click
for
on it.
destroying a
Pew
cartoon
Research.
of their Prophet
Let's
Muhammad.
take a look at the Pew Research. You just read that. So
Pew
here we go.
Research, for example, 67%.
For example, 67%
Right
of those who have heard about the cartoons in France blame the controversy mostly on Muslims. You idiot! You misread it.
No. Wait.
Wait. Don't just click off it. You misread it.
No.
You misread
68%
it.
believe in a violent
You
repercussion.
ever watch Team USA?
67% of those that have
No,
heard about
68%.
Stop talking and
No,
listen. Listen, seriously, this is absurd.
I
Listen.
just read it.
They're just lucky that Connor Bedard is not on Team Canada right
I
now.
just read it. Just go back
Yes,
to it.
I'm showing you right now. For example, 67% of those that have heard about the cartoons in France blame the controversy mostly on Muslims' intolerance to different points of view.
Yeah, I've been watching hockey again.
That is about people's views.
Muslim
Listen,
intolerance to different point of view.
Wait, no,
they
that
are
is
dangerous.
intolerant of any other point.
Like this close to trying to play again too.
you lied. You lied.
No,
On a
you
stream,
are lying.
but if I can find games where they're on Thursdays.
Now.
You said they wanted violence. That's not violence.
Okay, go back. Go back. Look,
No, why did you
I
do
just had
that?
it. I just had the data. Go back
You're
to
such
the
a
data.
liar. Look.
68% of Muslims believed in violent
Oh my
repercussions
God, he
Liar.
during a cartoon.
Liar. No, those are heard about cartoons in France. Blame the
No,
controversy on
go back
Muslims.
to
This is-
go
look,
back to the step.
This is about blaming the
Okay,
controversy
come on, look,
Dude,
I'll
why
show
are you
you.
going
I'll
back
show
to
you.
my Airbnb listing?
No, okay.
What's wrong with you?
Go back to. Look, I'll find it for you.
Dude, 67%. That's the number.
Yeah. Who heard about the cartoon controversy? Blame Muslims
In
on
France,
intolerance.
in France, blamed the controversy on Muslims. It's about blaming the controversy on Muslims, not Muslims believing in violence. Now, again, do you condemn Donald Trump for calling for the of some Democrats because they did not to follow unlawful orders? Yes or no?
Well, why would you? No, I don't.
Do you condemn him?
Why do I condemn?
No, do you condemn Trump?
I don't believe what you're saying is real. I haven't seen it.
Wait, I can show you, yeah.
So it becomes inconvenient.
And she still supports that, by the way.
Are you supporting?
You know what's weird? This guy reminds me a lot of my brother-in-law.
Lord, yeah.
Like the way he's arguing. God, the way he dresses too.
Yeah, exactly. We're against liberals.
So dishonest. What's up?
Liberals and friends.
Trump.
Right. Hold my beer. Oh, sorry. Yeah, 2 seconds. Hold my.
Even though he called for some Democrats because they said not to follow unlawful orders. Look.
I'm sorry. Who was it that Charlie Kirk?
Not a Democrat in office. Name one Democrat in office that called for the that ran for political office outside of Jay Jones.
Jasmine
That's a
Crockett.
semantical argument.
She did not.
No, let me answer. Jasmine Crockett, after Charlie was and there was a moment of silence held for him in Congress. Jasmine Crockett, with her beautiful, lovely, well put together self, said that and has openly espoused rhetoric that calls for violence against the right.
Like what?
Maxine Waters.
Tell us.
So if you go, I have it. UK polls 78%. 78% believe in a violent punishment for drawing a cartoon.
It says opposing violence. It says opposing violence. Read it. This is opposing violence. Screenshot.
God, dude. Just learn the art of learning when you're so confident in something that you say and then you're wrong. Like, trust me, I've had to work on this. There's nothing that sucks when you're very confident about something and then you're just like, wait a minute. Google and all these other little subsequent searches have proven me wrong.
Actually, it says the picture of offensive. Okay.
It appears with many opposing violence, 68%.
In the same poll, but 70%.
Oh, you liar!
I'm deeply
Dude,
offensive.
Read your actual source before you cite it.
I mean, he is lying.
Did she just leave? Oh, do you want to finish the conversation?
Confirmation bias is real. Fuck yeah, it is.
Take a look. Take a look.
Dean as your source.
No, this is just where I can show the true social post. Listen.
That's a source.
Dude, can you listen? My source is not deep. Jesus Christ, you guys are so insufferable. Look at the video. I'm showing the Truth Social post. This is where I can find it. I don't want to scroll through
Yes, you are.
Truth Social page with like 20 million tweets.
Jesus Christ, what is it about these people having such empty eyes? Why are all their eyes disconnected from their brains? Seriously, I get stoned pretty much all fucking day. And these motherfuckers look like they live just on cloud nine. Like, I can't take enough just to get to that point. What the fuck? Look at them. Look at just the emptiness between their fucking cerebral cortexes.
Look, about a source.
This is a source. It's literally look. This is the Washington Examiner. Listen. This is the Washington Examiner. Democrats.
Your source should be
God.
A sauce.
They can't listen. Democratic veterans in Congress urged
their brains are smoother than Japanese pebbles.
Service members to refuse unspecified unlawful orders. They called it treason and seditious behavior. Look, watch. So this is very.
Look at them. Oh my God, that's like a painting. That's like a Renaissance painting.
Bad, dangerous to our country.
I call this one not a brain cell amongst them.
Their words cannot be allowed to stand. Seditious behavior from traitors. Lock them up. President DJT.
Look at him. Just head cocked, smile.
All right. The next one is
that is fine art.
Seditious behavior punishable by. This is from his True Social page. What are you talking about?
Oh man.
Seditious behavior punishable by.
Oh, he's so out already.
The next one, he reposts someone saying, "I'm George Washington Wood."
That's a random account.
He retruthed it.
That's a random account. That's a random account. That's not him. Stop showing us any of the actual evidence. We don't have anything to combat this with.
So?
What do you mean, so? If I
No, seriously, that's what I was just thinking. If they're on drugs, then I want some.
Wait, if I retruth someone,
if it's genetic, then stay.
Calling for Charlie Kirk, would you
stay away?
Are you okay with that?
I mean, we've all seen what you said after you pulled that stunt where you were doing your fake tears and then actively platformed people.
I was 30 to 40 feet away when it happened. I had tears because a traumatic event happened next to me.
Yes, and then you
liar.
And then you platformed the same people who said
Like who?
that it should happen.
Who?
Like Kobe.
Wait, don't.
Kobe never said it should happen, and I haven't been on my platform in months.
Can you not swear at him, please? Yeah.
Okay. Are you a snowflake?
Oh, I'm a little bit snowflake.
I mean, it's kind of close and insufferable. Then
I'm a little bit snowflakey.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
I'm a delicate man, you know. Yeah.
Okay, but do you understand my point? So do you still support Donald Trump even though he called for some Democrats?
I believe in that treason should be punishable by
What was treason there?
veterans or service members actively going against the president because it doesn't align with their political ideology.
Going against the president and saying not to follow unlawful orders is not treason.
I wish my wife were in chat so she could rip this person's hair.
It's not unlawful. It's not unlawful. That's the issue.
Wait, they said unlawful. That's what they said.
So
and I can give you an example of an unlawful order. Would you like to hear?
Oh, wow.
Would you like to hear an example of an unlawful order? Okay. So specifically the second...
Yeah, unbiased opinion, the American hockey team is ass. They don't even have Jacob Sled. No.
on the boat.
USA's... No, we're fucked.
That was shipwrecked, right?
No, I think... I'm not even joking, and it's not because I'm Czech, but I do think that Czechia has a pretty strong chance. But, yeah, Team Canada's looking good.
That was an unlawful order because in that circumstance, you're supposed to rescue them and detain them.
Czechia will probably be 3, but if I had to say the finals, it's going to be Finland and Canada.
So there was a reason for the double strike. There are cases where you are going to be able to strike in certain situations where
Puck
they're
drops.
still reaching for their weapons, where they're still capable, where you don't know who's trying to come and attack you. Actually, I believe Author Millennial already debunked you on this.
No, it explicitly says in the event of a shipwreck. It
fucking Rango. Fucking Rango
specifies shipwreck. So you guys are lying.
He does look like Rango.
Yes.
Oh my god, I haven't heard a Rango reference in a solid minute. Good one.
There's still a threat, and you
Fucking
already
A.
go ahead and do that. Technically,
There was no threat. They were trying to get on top of
That's stupid eyes too.
the boat for
Oh my god.
40 minutes.
Oh, that's the reference of the night right there. Fingerville, you win. Fucking look at this idiot. Look at him.
It does. They were waving. They were on the boat. They had no ability to operate the boat. What threat do they serve? No, seriously, what threat? Tell us.
I hope and I pray that one day you care about American citizens the same way you care about cartels. I just don't think.
Okay, how do you feel about Donald Trump pardoning us?
They always walk away when they lose.
How do you feel about Donald Trump pardoning the ex-Honduras president?
Why is Joe Biden's son, who had
No response.
on his
No response. That was not even shown to be the case. Now answer this question. Answer my question. She can't answer this question. You're not answering the question. How do you feel about Donald Trump pardoning that he pardoned?
Hey, Parker, your career is over.
What?
You started screaming.
Says you. I didn't scream at you. And also, how was the $7,000 from Israel?
That's great.
Really?
What about $7,000 from Qatar?
She met with Netanyahu.
What about 70,000?
I don't take anything
What's so
from
bad
Qatar.
about meeting with Bibi?
Because he's a war criminal and a maniac.
We're all war criminals.
What do you mean we're all war? I'm not. Are you a war? Are you a war criminal?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I will be. What are you gonna do?
Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Okay, fair enough.
Bye.
Lovely to meet you.
What do you mean he's a war criminal?
He said that.
Look,
he said he's a war criminal.
You said Netanyahu.
You say bye.
Why is Benjamin Netanyahu a war criminal?
Why is Benjamin Netanyahu?
Because they're actively committing intentionally starving the Palestinian people, and they are actively committing apartheid.
I know.
I'm sorry?
He's gonna
They are mass starving Palestinians intentionally. They are Palestinians. Well, they actively block.
Oh, whoa. She's actually taking a stance that even people at TPUSA will disagree with. Interesting.
Food from going into the area.
No, that's not what happened.
That is what happened.
Dude, what?
Didn't see this one coming.
You need to pick a side. Answer me that.
What do you mean pick a side? No, I'm just saying that Benjamin Netanyahu's a war criminal.
I mean, that's not true, though. The UN, and mind you, I've been to where they're bringing the aid in the Kareem Shalom. I could show you the pictures myself. The food was supposed to be distributed by the UN. The UN stopped doing it because of their own report. 82% was being
like Bradley Cooper.
82% was being stolen by the Palestinian groups. In
Wait,
fact,
how do you know it was the Palestinian groups?
Even the UN said Palestinian groups. And if you look,
What's your source?
the UN.
No. Can you show me like the UN said that?
Speaking and then we'll pull it up.
Sure.
So the UN openly said 82% Palestinian, right? 82% of the aid was being stolen by Palestinian groups, which is also on video. From there, the Egyptian aid truck drivers who were also bringing this aid in decided that they were going to go on strike because they kept getting attacked. One of them was actually by a Palestinian group. I can show you the sources for all this, no worries.
Weren't they Palestinians when they were trying to go get the aid?
No, so the Palestinians unfortunately started a riot in which they were trying to loot the aid truck and hurt.
I mean, trying to get aid. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, I voted for him 3 times, and so
Oh,
yeah, I believe he's the right man for the job.
damn! I thought that discount is Indiana Jones was going to get his minute there.
And why is
Damn
that?
it!
His policies. I'm big on policies, and he's a
Oh, the guy's too invested. Yeah. I mean, did you see how he like stepped back where he's just like, hold on?
Okay, so I really think that America needs to get their financial stuff in order.
Okay.
God, they all look like the same fucking, just like their name's Ted. They own, a stake in a fucking construction company or some shit.
What particular business policies or policies, economic policies?
Yeah, this guy, he's like, I make a healthy living, about $650K a year. My wife gets to stay home with my 4 kids, my 4 boys. I got my mistress. Oh, I didn't mean to say that.
Policies in general, do you like of his?
Well, I've always been a big fan of tariffs. If they're used correctly, I think it could be positive, because we, as a country, we've really been basically outfoxed with that for a long time, and I think he's the man to put America first with that.
Okay. Why do you think tariffs are good?
Why do I think tariffs are good?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Really?
tariffs are, it's just an economic tool that you can use to leverage and to get, get money flowing back in the country.
Oh, Groove Dragon, we've already gone through how there's no they can't name a policy.
Okay. What is
they like ideas, they don't like policy.
the tariff?
What is a tariff? It's basically a taxation.
On what particular goods?
Well, I mean, you have all different types of goods. Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Well, a tariff is a tax on imported goods.
Again, these idiots are talking about like a time where we had maybe 4 companies, right? And then you had certain things that could only be grown in certain areas, right? World trade was much different back when tariffs were the way that we collected our taxes. Now it makes no fucking sense.
Correct.
Do you know who pays that tax?
Well, in the end, consumers is gonna.
No, these guys listen to a bunch of economic bullshit from guys like Dave Ramsey. And the thing is, they don't take the other shit where it's just like, well, hold on. It's all the government that's going to really give you the ability to follow these models that I'm giving.
Help pay for that for sure.
And then, sure as shit, if it doesn't go the way that they think it should, then they're going to blame the Democrats.
So if it's mostly,
even if it's under Trump presidency and government.
Paid by the American consumer, how is that good for Americans if it's going to be disproportionately negatively impacting lower and middle income individuals that spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods?
Yeah.
Like you said, as long as it's balanced, I mean,
It's not fucking balanced. That's the whole problem. That's why our economy's in the toilet right now, because he didn't know what he was doing and they called his bluff. Can we admit that he didn't win shit with that?
I don't have the fiscal balance sheet
That's where the taco shit came from. And honestly, it
in front
sticks.
of me, but I believe that it's once it balances out. I mean, and then we also have to cut spending for sure. That's part of balancing.
What spending would you want to cut?
That's a good question. I haven't really
Entitlements.
thought a lot about that recently because I've been busy with my work. But how would I?
See?
What would I spend? Probably definitely.
But what if your work were to fail? You missed, a house payment or 2. Then what?
Anything going towards like any of the aliens. There's a lot of money flowing to
Oh my God.
illegal aliens, I should say, that have come into the country. Healthcare, things like that.
What social benefits do
The stupid is strong with him.
undocumented immigrants get from the federal government?
What was the question again?
What social benefits do undocumented immigrants get from the federal government?
Not for sure. I know that my brother-in-law used to work for a hospital down in Yuma, and they were getting. He was a chaplain down there, and they were getting overrun down there a few years back, and so they couldn't even provide for the people that were citizens. So that was first-hand experience down in Yuma.
So you just made a case for why we need to do a Medicare fix?
The hospital down.
The most useful idiots in America are the most convinced that they are supporting the right side.
In Yuma, Arizona.
I would say that immigrants coming to our country actually increases our ability to be able to afford things for the average American because the labor force participation
Also, Arizona used to belong to Mexicans, dipshit.
rate is higher for an undocumented
Seriously.
immigrant or any
These motherfuckers that don't know the map, pre-fucking 1800s.
documented immigrant
Like,
coming
Jesus.
to our country compared to a natural
The Mask of Zorro was literally about this shit.
U.S. citizen. So because
The
their age...
wages can be a little bit lower for sure.
Actually-
I've experienced that myself.
Actually, there's a study from the National Bureau of Economic Research that goes over a bunch of different studies that indicates there's actually a slight positive impact on wages
Right.
for Native workers that are considered quote unquote low skill,
Yeah.
and actually no impact for higher skill American workers. So the idea that it reduces wages is actually not grounded in any sort of empirical fact.
Right. So,
This puto gringo.
like I said, going back to balance is a good thing. I'm always about balance. So if you can try to balance
They say it backwards.
any equation that you're doing, like math, it's just it's a good thing. Sometimes things get out of balance. So I believe getting balance back. However, that's there's many facets. So.
I would say this wouldn't cause any more balance because what you're really doing is you're shifting the burden of taxation from those that are disproportionately higher income because that's where most of the revenue comes from in terms of income tax.
Right.
And then you're increasing taxes on lower and middle income individuals who are spending a greater proportion of their income on consumer products.
Right,
Think about it
and-
this way.
and Trump is getting ready to hopefully abolish the IRS, and I hope he does because according to
This dumb motherfucker. You realize that he would be so mad because it's gonna be like, all right, abolish the IRS. Good luck with that one. Number one. Number two, because he thinks that he's getting audited. You realize that this is the millionaire. This is the millionaire of America right here, folks. This guy's got a really nice house, nice kitchen, probably has 2 to 3 kids, takes them to soccer and hockey practice because they can afford the sports. He thinks that he is personally being taxed by the fucking Democrats. So he would rather just be like, nah, no IRS. You realize that's how stupid these guys get? You do? Cool.
the founding fathers, and if you go back, taxation, federal
Without representation. We have representation, fuckface.
taxation
You absolute buffoon. You Neanderthal. You fucking R word to the fucking max.
is voluntary,
Dude, you're R word times 14.
not mandatory, and that is a fact.
So do you pay taxes?
I return taxes, but I'm smart about it. There's many loopholes that smart business people use. So
So that means they skate taxes.
But if you don't have to pay taxes, it's not mandatory. Why do you even pay them in the first place?
I think it's
Oh, I want to use the word on him.
something that I've done. It's probably just a habit.
Okay, so I mean, if it's just a habit, why are you spending money for no reason?
Well, actually, you know what? I get a return back every year, so I don't really spend any money.
On what you paid in, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
You're fucking retarded. God damn it. I can't stand people like him. Oh my God. He is literally every fuckface I've ever had this argument with.
I have so many
God
rights.
damn it. I hate people like this. I absolutely hate, despise, I loathe, I hate these people.
Right off to my business, yeah. So
What's
for me,
the
it's
point of
kind a
even doing
wash.
This fucking dildo.
Write-offs rather than even just not paying taxes in general if it's not mandatory?
Well, because there's just
Oh, wait, I can't call him a dildo because that would mean that he's actually sexually useful.
there's a Bible text. I'm a Christian. Says when you're in Rome, do what the Romans do. Render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, and render unto God what is God's. So until
that just made my head hurt.
until it is abolished,
I was feeling good this stream. No, this guy's every guy I used to work with. He's every single fucking guy I used to work with. I can't stand these
get
assholes.
rid of it. State income taxes. I mean, that's mandatory,
Ah, Jesus Christ.
but federal is not. So, yeah. So just it needs to be taken care of. But who am I?
Do you think if you don't pay federal taxes that you...
But who am I? Well, I mean, you seem to have a pretty high opinion of yourself, considering that you make, you do fine. God, I hate these assholes. I hate these assholes. $20 says he does something that he exploits fucking labor. $20 says that he actually exploits Mexican labor.
You won't get any type of negative
Another 20. So somebody owes me $40.
impacts on your wages, garnishing of your wages, or even go to prison possibly.
I don't think so, but I've known.
Anti-dildo? I'm not anti-dildo. I'm just saying they would imply that like this guy's actually ever been sexually useful.
I had a friend that actually went to prison because.
Yeah. Oh, you're calling him an anti-dildo. Oh.
He was teaching people just how not to pay taxes, and he went to federal prison for
He's a dildo wrapped in sandpaper.
5 years. A friend of mine in Boise, Idaho.
That does
There we go.
sound like it's mandatory then, right?
And we're back, folks.
No, there's. It's not mandatory at all.
So then why do you go to prison?
Well, like I said, there's some unscrupulous people in the government, unfortunately, and the powers that be.
You support the main one. God damn it.
There's a lot of corruption
Ah!
still in the government that needs to be taken care of. And Trump.
Oh, he's been talking. And again, these guys, you see how he peters out right there, where he's like an old fucking 1930s, like, fucking Model T, just
doing a good job of it. He's not a perfect man, but he's trying to clean it up.
What is corruption? Could you give us like a definition?
I've got to run here in a second, but yeah.
For sure.
Oh, what is corruption? Anything that's basically goes against ethics, morals. Yeah, I don't have the exact definition of it, but that would be my definition of corruption is going against ethics and morals.
Okay, sure. I guess my point here would be is that do you think that Donald Trump reducing tariffs on Switzerland to get a gold bar,
ouchie, wouchie,
a Rolex clock is corruption?
Ouchie, hachi, machi, ouchie, wouchie.
Possibly could be. I'd have to take a look at that.
I've never heard ouchie.
I'm not glued to the news 24/7, so I'd have to, that's a good question.
Oh, Bloodstone.
Take a look at that.
So wouldn't that just like be like
ouchie, I like that.
Emboldening corruption? If that's
I've heard hachi machi, which
true.
If it's true, then yeah. I mean, the premise is true. Like I said, I know nothing about it, so I haven't been deep dive on the news in a long time. But
these people expose themselves in 2 questions. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. One last question before you have.
Absolutely.
If Donald Trump called,
They
some
literally
Democrats
do. No,
because they said to fall.
They give the whole game away. Literally 2 questions in. Like,
the law and to not follow unlawful orders, would you still support him?
I don't think Parker knows what kind of guys he's talking to, though. That's what pisses me off about these guys.
That's a great question. I mean,
yeah, it is.
According to, I believe, if I had the Constitution here, if you, what's the word for it? It's on the tip of my tongue, but yeah.
Hachi machi. Hachi machi. It's actually like this. Here, I'll type it out.
Was actually, if there was crimes, people would be for treason. Treason's one of them. And so there's been a lot of leaders that have been treasonous. And you know what? I don't make the laws, but if it's still there, then so be it. Like I said, I didn't make the rules. So I know that those did exist.
Really? You guys didn't know that?
Exist for treason in this country.
Oh,
okay. So there's
yeah, I guess that's that's something we say when you like touch a hot stove, where it's just like hachi machi.
I haven't seen any modern day things happening like that as far as, but.
Or if you see, somebody that you're into, where you're just like hachi machi, wow.
I believe it's still there. It's not taken out of the founding fathers' documents.
Welcome to Midwest Vernacular with Pep Talks.
I don't believe it has been. I haven't seen it.
I guess here's my question: how is saying to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders treason?
Ask that one more time.
Yeah, how is telling people to uphold the law and to not follow?
How do you think I got my wife? Jesus.
Follow unlawful orders treason.
I don't see that it would be.
She was in chat. She'd be like, "You did say that."
Okay. So then, when he's reposting someone saying them George Washington Wood on Truth Social, that's him calling for some Democrats based on illegitimate means.
Yeah, I'd have to dive deeper on that one. But yes, I did hear something about that, but I haven't. Like I said, I've been really busy with my business and work, so I haven't dove deep on that one. So.
Sure, that's totally fair. Now, if it were true, though, if you did do the research and you saw this, would you still support him?
I would definitely would I support him? That's a yes or no question.
I'll get the Hachi Machi
believe his
latte.
policies are excellent. And
You know, I've never really given too much thought to that one because that's just been part of my vernacular since I was a teenager. So, because my dad used to say, like, that's the first time I ever heard my dad say that was when he burnt himself on the stove.
man who is. But I would support, and I believe a lot of people, even in the Republican Party right now, MTG is decrying some things he's read recently.
I'm starting to figure out that maybe, just maybe, Midwesterners are a bit weird.
Said recently, just because they may not have been so nice or whatever you want to call it. So,
I mean, he calls her a traitor now because she wanted the Epstein files to be released, and he calls them a hoax.
And so they've had a spat. So I don't know all the details of that. So hopefully they make up.
Jesus, none of you know right-wing news. That's kind of crazy.
You know, I'm all for people coming together across the aisle and putting.
No, you're not, because apparently you don't know dick about dick when it comes to the left. You know what you've been told to think.
America first. That's what we're all.
Not what you've decided to think. Ironic.
All Americans, and we hopefully love this country. So, I would love to see her back on board. And I mean, people come together. I mean, that's what it's about, right?
Yeah, I would love to come together.
Bipartisanship, and yeah, absolutely.
I would love to come together too. I just don't know how we do that when we have the president of the United States calling for some Democrats and making fun of Rob Reiner's.
Yeah, right. Like I said, I
laughing my ass off. They all seem to conveniently know nothing about facts. Yep.
Saw one statement, but I don't know all the statements. Yeah, so I think he personally knew him or met him. I think there was some personal.
The thing is, he's at a political conference. I haven't gone to a political conference like this. You realize that shit? Like, these guys are technically, if you're really breaking it down, more committed to their movement.
Things there that.
Well, that's not fair. My movement doesn't necessarily have conferences like this. And when they do, apparently, you need to RSVP in a certain way or you can't come.
Some backstory that we don't know. Nobody knows this.
Someone's still salty about not being able to get into the DSA event?
Well, like, for example, I met Charlie Kirk. I've debated him on multiple circumstances. I was 30 to 40 feet away when he was. And if I were to make light of...
I'm sorry to hear that you saw that.
Yeah, it was definitely really hard to deal with. And if I were to make fun of that, like, I would have been crucified. People would have said I should lose my job.
Right.
I should lose my position.
Right.
But if Donald Trump does the same thing, apparently people still support him.
I guess some people do, sure. So.
Okay, well, I appreciate talking to you. Thank you so much.
Pleasure. God
have
bless
a great
you.
day.
Here's a copy of.
I actually already have one.
True
actually.
Twins.
Yeah.
Yep, it goes back 2,000 years of history. Charlie Kirk got this book in 2020. He was an avid reader, so.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate
nice
your
meeting
time.
you.
Yeah, pleasure.
Ugh.
I frankly don't.
Oh no! Oh no! Yeah, we saw this guy. We saw this guy. Yeah, we saw both these guys. All right. Woohoo! Well, that's enough of these dipshits. Wow. Cultist? Me? Jen James? Or them? How you doing, Jen James? Welcome to the program. No, elaborate, please. You mean me? Well, I'm willing to discuss. Them, my dude. All of them. Ah, cool. You're Big James, right? Like, yeah. Stop changing your name. You don't know dick about dick? Hey. Pepisms, am I right? Actually. I don't even quote myself, god damn it. I mean, it'd be weird if I did, but... It's like how somebody said they never heard rip a piss. I was like, really? That's what my friends have literally said, like, for years. So maybe we just do things differently here. Pepism. I have a few of them. I definitely do. It's like the Winnie the Pooh thing, which that didn't get as much traction as I thought it would. But god damn, was that a funny bit. I gotta say, that was one of my better ones. Rip a piss, rip a grumpy. Ooh, somebody wants me to share the Discord server. Yeah. Let's get some people into the Discord. What do you think, Peter? Yeah. The Discord is good. That's all I got. Never heard rip a piss until, well. Man. Oh shit, Letterhack's live. I didn't know that. My bad. Well, maybe I should hop off so Letterhack can have some more people on here. No. I got a few other things I want to cover. So hold on. Let me find this. Where the fuck did it go? Oh, god damn it. All right.
I toured for 2 years.
There we go.
I toured for 2 years to get ready for this one. I'm very happy with it, so I hope you enjoy it.
Well, if it's any of the stuff that I've been watching.
2 years? 2 years. He toured with the same material.
It's going to be.
Oh, God. Okay. This is where I got to be careful because I'm not working. Like, I'm not doing stage work, so. So I'm going to reserve my criticism to be as fair as possible. 2 years on the same special is some 90s type shit right there. Where that means you're not working to do like your special. We're doing 2 years of the same material. Tom Segura, who, no, it's 6 months. You work 6 months, you do your material, and then you put out the special, and then you work new material. He's been working the same material for 2 fucking years. That's not perfection. That's a laziness.
Be awesome.
Thanks, brother.
You're killing it.
If you were
okay, keep blowing each other.
We're gonna make a list.
Jesus Christ. This is the thing, too. Back when Joe used to say that shit, they weren't like best of friends. Like, it means so much more when you have a comedian that doesn't necessarily know you say, dude, that was a killer set.
Of the best places to shart. And I don't know why you would, but if you did, number 1 is the bathroom.
Modern day stand-up comedy is shockingly bad because the most successful comedians in the world are
I hate Matt
no
Rife.
longer famous for their comedic
Tony
skill
Hinchcliffe,
alone.
not a
Nowadays,
fan.
the biggest comedians in the world are famous mainly because of their podcasts, which spread like wildfire on TikTok, IG Reels, and YouTube Shorts in this new era of clip
It worked in the 60s.
farming. Like there's
Yeah.
hundreds of channels dedicated to clipping Joe Rogan's podcast alone.
Oh, no, it used to work in the 60s. God, no, 90s. Dude, going back to the 90s, guys like, and I hate to do this because Richard Jeni was a brilliant comic, but the thing is, he was working certain bits for years. Brenner, oh God, I don't want to get this wrong. Not David Brenner. Yeah, David Brenner. He used to do the same thing.
Which have resulted in billions of views.
The thing is, would I have done the same in the 90s? Because I got the 2000s sentiment to it, where like I used to listen to guys like Rogan that would be like, no, I'm working out new bits. I want 6 months between my special and then get rid of that, do the special, and then do a new act. Shit, I'm trying to be as fair as possible here. 2 years, though. I would give it a year max. A year max. Film the special, put it out. If you don't even if you don't do a special, just wrap it up. Get new material. If you're not always working on new material, then that's where you remain stagnant.
Who's from around the globe. But that newfound fame does.
And that's where you become kind of like a 90s comic. I don't know. Mark Maron has some pretty good takes on this.
Doesn't really translate to traditional stand-up comedy, and it doesn't automatically make them experts of comedy either. In many ways, it's actually made them worse at stand-up. Tom Segura, for example, used to be a well-rounded comedian who at one point in time was well-respected in the space. But
goddamn, his bike's been alone.
Ever since making a fortune off his podcast empire, YMH Studios, everything he's put out recently has been utter garbage. Like that recent Netflix special.
Yeah, it's what happens when you think you're more important than you are.
Of his teacher was just a thermonuclear warhead full of diarrhea.
Oh my
I mean, the first 20 minutes were
fucking,
proudly dedicated to Tom ranking his favorite bodily functions like a 6th grader. Then he went on to tell an extremely original story about how he once trusted a fart that actually turned out to be a poop. The only hilarious part about this special is the fact that he spent 2 years coming up with these so-called jokes.
That's painful.
Because it was mostly just 8th grade locker room humor, similar to his hacky TV show on Netflix, Bad Thoughts. And somehow the dumbest part of it all is that he and Bert Kreischer are walking away from the very thing that made them rich, their podcast, just to burn money on this expensive, lazy slop. In order to make up for their absence, though, they recently had Chris DiStefano and Stavros Halkias sub in for them on Two Bears, One Cave, and even they had to react to how dumb it is to leave the podcast.
Remember that? That was insane.
100%. Yeah. Tom is doing season 2 of his Netflix show, coming up with new ways to shit his pants.
Yes,
and Bert has a multicam sitcom on that. I don't know what's going to happen with that. So it's just
they're
crazy.
trying. That's true. They have found their ladders out. They're trying to climb out of podcasting with sitcoms and movies.
Yes,
and they're
which is weird to go backwards. If you're asking me.
Basically, we're keeping the seat warm in case those both fail.
So Tom Segura and Bert Kreischer have completely fallen off, as the podcastification of their lives have turned them into lazier, out-of-touch versions of their former selves. And their entire fan base has turned on them because of this. Like, Tom Segura is so rich and in his own bubble now that he's literally become just a slightly stretched version of Joe Rogan. And we can see this in his recent JRE episode, where he spent 3 hours humble bragging about his pretentious lifestyle as if it were relatable to anyone but Joe Rogan.
And I'm on top of my macros. You know what I mean? Things I've never done before.
Why do you eat 4 times a day?
This nutritionist just gave me this plan, and I've been just doing it. So I eat 50 grams of protein at each of those 4 different meals.
Okay. And then there's that thing where like no one should be a billionaire. Well, okay, hang on. Do you like having a fucking iPhone?
Yeah.
Somebody had to make that.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. No.
They're working 16
No, you don't understand taxation, dude.
hours a day. You don't want to be Tim Cook. I'm not saying.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
As bad and as out of touch as Tom's gotten, though, he's still a better comedian than his equally bald and out-of-touch friend, Joseph H. Rogan, who, to this very day, still doesn't understand when people are joking or not. And there's countless clips online of jokes soaring high over Joe's polished, oversized head, but it's really the most obvious when he has Shane Gillis on as a guest, because Shane's comedic ability is so much more sharpened than Joe's that Shane just makes a fool out of him.
Well, it's because he works.
Without even trying. It's basically like if Brendan...
Shane is one of those comics that no matter how much money he works, he sees that he wants to go work clubs.
Schaub did 3-hour podcasts with Cat Williams multiple times per year. Like in every episode Shane's done with Joe, there's always one moment where he exposes Joe into oblivion.
If I get fired here, whatever, I'll just go do Joe Rogan next week and I'll be fine. Anyway, I thought that was funny. No?
What?
I was like, I literally...
Is that what you thought?
I literally thought that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I thought it would be funny.
That's hilarious.
I was in pure fucking panic.
Terror?
Yeah. But...
On the most recent Joe Rogan
Jesus Christ.
Experience episode that Shane did, though, it was all so much worse. Because the modern day Joe Rogan isn't just tone deaf to comedy. He's also now the world's biggest Donald Trump fart sniffer, which is another reason why modern comedy, aka the Austin comedy scene, completely ruined stand-up as a whole. Like, instead of bashing Trump to no end, which is the only thing that they should really be doing, they instead just glaze him endlessly. On top of that, they're completely oblivious to how much Donald Trump...
The thing is, it's like the punk rock method, where it's just like, once you become part of like the establishment, like with comedy and all that, you become hack.
Trump's been embarrassing America lately.
That's why you're seeing a bunch of other people on the right even start growing. And other comedians that don't play into this shit, they're starting to grow.
Joe didn't even know that Trump smeared the
People
names
are
of all
done
the
with this
past
shit.
presidents in his new wall of fame in the White House, where under
Like
the
Green Day?
pictures of
Yeah.
each president are descriptions that Trump wrote out himself, which seems to be just straight up slander in the official house of the president.
Just saying.
Bro,
He didn't get
I
it.
hate to get on Trump stuff, but have you seen the plaques?
No, I heard about it. So his plaques under everybody's
Fucking
name.
He's kind of trashing every other president.
And what does he?
It'll
He
write,
trashes
like-
them all. That's a plaque. He's not writing them. If he
Sleepy
wrote
Joe
them, that would be
Biden.
Sleepy Joe Biden. It says that.
president in American history.
Oh my God, he is writing it. This is so crazy. You shouldn't be allowed to do this, right? It should be like historians say this guy was president from ba ba ba.
Oh, wait, what's it
to
say at the end of
ba.
that? Does it say Donald Trump saved America?
Despite all, President Trump would get reelected in a landslide and save America in all caps. That's a plaque in the White House.
He's not beating the dictator charges. This is like an African dictatorship.
Bro, this is
This is
They also
crazy.
changed the name. I think they're changing the name of the Kennedy Center to the Trump Kennedy Center.
Oh boy.
Whoops.
Whoops. Yes. This is why I love Shane, where even he just admitted, he's like, whoops.
Somebody needs to tell him, like, hey, this is not good.
The craziest part about this discovery, though, is that Joe wasn't even that
Whoops.
concerned that Trump did all this. He was actually more scared that Trump may have opened the door for Democrats to do similar things in the future, listing Gavin Newsom's tweet
Trust me, for Shane Gillis, that's a big one.
mocking Trump as
You're not going to see these guys come to a fucking political epiphany.
actual evidence to his theory,
That's as close as we'll get.
which is absolutely the clearest sign that Joe Rogan has no idea when someone's joking or not. Like, he actually believes that Newsom tweeted those things seriously, without even realizing that Newsom was just trying to show the world how ridiculous and deranged the current sitting
God, I forgot he did that.
president is.
You can't do that. Because then other people could do that too. And then the White House stops being the White House and it becomes whoever is in its
Gee, you just figured this out why we're all kind of pissed off? Good job, Joe.
house where he could just go crazy and say everybody else is a crook.
I don't think anyone's going to do what he's doing. I don't think there's. I mean, look.
God, I
look,
hope
of
not,
course,
but it
of
opens
course.
up. The problem is it opens up the door for someone on the left to do their version of it.
That's the problem.
Who's going to be the Democrat? Who's next? Fucking Gavin Newsom? He's not going to fucking put up a
Of course he
plaque.
would. Of course he would. He copies everything that Trump does. He even tries to talk like Trump on Twitter. You don't think that he would put up plaques that talk about how corrupt Trump was and about how terrible and he was quoted as lying over 5,000 times by Washington Post?
Yeah, but he doesn't have to put up a plaque. That'll just be everywhere.
Shane gets it.
I mean,
You know
but
what I
he
mean?
could put that under his photo, though. Like, that's never been a thing that people did before.
For sure.
Right? I mean, I'm
Joe is somehow trying to stand up for Trump, but doing a very poor job at it. This is kind of funny.
guessing. What was it before?
And it's not just Joe who thinks this. I mean, Andrew Schultz exposed himself into believing that Newsom was serious too. So the fact that the most famous
God, I'm so mad he's playing Dan from Street Fighter.
podcasting comedians in the
one of my
world
favorite
don't
characters, man.
understand a clear impersonation just
You have to be really skilled at Street Fighter to actually win with Dan.
proves how modern comedy is a dumpster fire now. Like, these guys aren't comedians. They just know how to say sentences with a cadence that sounds like a joke. and Shane Gillis associating with them really just looks bad for him. So I don't really blame him for showing Rogan how much...
All right. If I get big enough to get covered by American Redacted, maybe I won't care.
Donald Trump is embarrassing himself here. And good on Shane for saying that the Democrats don't have to stoop to Trump's level when they take office, since everything they say about Trump will already be insane enough that they won't have to lie about it. Also in that clip, it felt like Shane was trying his very hardest to hint to Joe that it was an absolute mistake that Joe helped this lunatic get elected. Because now that Trump's acting like the real-life version of Admiral General Aladdin from The Dictator, Joe's association and support for him looks that much worse. Also, the fact that Shane Gillis was the first person to show Joe Rogan this just shows how much of a victim Joe is to his own algorithm. Like, this is the first guy to preach about not trusting the media and doing your own research, but he didn't even know that this was a thing until one of his buddies showed it to him.
It has to be confirmed not, but it looked like on the Kennedy Center, they're sorry.
Write a letter to Congress to tell your congressperson to force woke pep talks to say nice things about me, or he'll get locked up forever in hell. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Putting the name Trump on it?
Yeah.
MAGA. DJT.
He added his name to it.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Dude, someone from Speakeasy, like, there's like, he does such a shit Trump impression. I was just like, ooh.
And he took out the Kennedy Rose Garden. And you're like, what? Just take it away. Now it's like a cement fucking
nutty.
plot.
There's nothing nuttier than the plaques underneath the president's
That's insane.
names.
That's insane.
Shane and I were just reading them the other day.
It's
We're like,
insane.
How is this real?
It doesn't feel real. And
Well,
you're
it's-
just like,
how are you allowed to do that? That's the thing. It's
I
like,
think-
how is
He's the fucking president, Joe, that you supported. You get it now? You get it? You get why we were all a little worried?
he allowed to write that?
But by now, you may be thinking something along the lines of, why is this video about stand-up comedy talking about politics? Which is honestly a perfectly reasonable question to ask. I mean, the fact that any of these grifting podcasters are involved in politics now is just another reason why modern-day stand-up comedy blows. Don't get me wrong, though. Comedy's always been intertwined with political subjects, but it's never been like this. It actually used to be comics making fun of everything, including the presidents that they even supported. But now that these Roganverse hacks are interviewing
Oh, trust me, you're seeing the second coming of that coming.
politicians and mingling with them behind the scenes, they've ushered in this new wave of glazing Donald Trump and the elites. Like, they just can't seriously go in on them because it might just ruin their own personal connections, which is absolutely pathetic. Of course, they're shamelessly proud of the meat riding, though. I mean, just the other day, the hungry wolf assassin, Tony Hinchcliffe, actually bragged about surrounding his comedy around his support for Donald Trump, which is just so embarrassing to even admit to, let alone be proud of.
A political winner for me, you know, I mean, I really... Again, I'm just a big fan of this president. People can say that I kiss ass and that comedians shouldn't. There's this thing that I've been hearing where people are like, you know, comedians should be punching up, not punching down. You're supposed to make fun of the big thing. Well, if everybody is making fun of that one thing, then I think it's kind of funny to go the other way.
Oh, God, I wish he went through the trajectory of not being part of the Joe Rogan sphere.
Yeah. And to push it up. So I literally have in my stand-up set pro-Trump jokes, which nobody's fucking doing.
Which one lands the most?
I make fun of his autograph. I say he has the most obnoxiously cool autograph in the world. It looks like Lizzo's heart rate.
The fact that Tony Hinchcliffe thinks it's funny to
You mean his own?
make jokes that are pro-Trump is just so humiliating and cringe for him to say out loud. And it's truly a telltale sign that comedy's in a deep, dark depression right now. Like, instead of just trying to be funny, he's resorted to pandering to one half of America, almost like one of these Ben Shapiro, Steven Crowder type guys would. And the result of that is that he's now making casuals think that this is what comedy is all about. Like the host of the show that Tony appeared on a few days ago wouldn't stop brown-nosing Tony for all his success, and how he pushes boundaries at his show.
Oh my God, DeRosa was there?
Which is so unfortunate, because you can tell that these guys...
Shampoo!
Probably don't consume comedy at all. Like, the hosts of the show are a bunch of ultra-wealthy businessmen, and apparently their show revolves around conversations about business, tech, and investments.
Cool.
So when they went to the mothership and watched Tony Hinchcliffe bomb with all his crude, offensive shock humor, they actually thought that the audience not laughing was supposed to be intentional. Like, they were convinced that this was true comedy, and not just some hacky, low-hanging fruit garbage like it should be recognized as.
In comedy, and I went to your show, and I was like, what the like, oh my God, like, no, this was tame tonight, but like, what went on your stage? And then you did a bit where you really tried to push the limits. It was a really interesting show to watch, because this was like, we were sitting next to each other.
We never have to wonder what's wrong with comedy when this is on a comedy stage. Tony Hinchcliffe, just right there, I saw him realize that he's contributing to the death of this art.
We were like, oh my God, he's really trying to see how far he could go. And there were moments where it was like, everyone was just like, oh. Yeah. But it was so different. And you've really like given everyone permission.
Oh, I'm so glad you're happy there, buddy.
To find the limits, to
never wonder why all of us hate you.
Find real
any working comic, anybody that's ever gotten paid to do comedy, if you hate Tony Hinchcliffe, you got a special place in my heart, because holy shit, all you need to do is watch this.
To find
like, holy fucking shit. The punk rock aspect to stand-up comedy is being able to stand up to douchebags like this and make fun of them. What the fuck?
You know, what's sort of been...
Like, this mushmouth motherfucking billionaire sitting here explaining how he was like, oh, I thought you took it a little too far. Yeah, you were just pushing the limit. Fucking Tony, you should be fucking embarrassed.
And taken away.
Like, American Redacted nailed this one, but for real, just as somebody who has gotten paid to do this fucking art, I can say that, like, there's nothing more cringe than this. This is fucked. Like, Joe Rogan, sure, but you're on a comedy stage doing this in front of a comedy audience. This is fucked.
Without a doubt. And that's what we always did.
Oh, he's so nervous.
Some comedians, when they're trying to promote their specials or whatever now from LA and New York, will say things like, oh, Austin, so that they can get hits on their clip. You have to talk shit about Austin. It's been a thing the last couple years.
This is what happens when you don't make fun of somebody's lisp for real.
And
like, I hate to say it, man, because like, he was off limits for a long time. Where if you brought up his lisp, you were like fucking punching down kind of shit.
And they go, oh, they're just edgelords and this and that, and they're just pushing limits. And it's like, we were the Comedy Store guys in the middle of the lineup. When I go to New York, I can perform at any club there. When I go to LA, I can perform at any club there. So we just live there.
So first of all, the fact that thousands of people in the...
No, it's always going to be George Carlin and Bill Hicks to me. He showed them at the beginning, but for real, they knew how to do this.
World are
this is gross.
Being introduced to
this is fucking gross. No, because I've always been into punk, so that's what really got me into like the attitude of being in comedy. Was like there was a little bit of punk rock to it, where it's like you don't bend to the establishment, and if you do, then you're fucking like you're a hack. That's what I'm seeing right here. Like, these motherfuckers are all about the establishment. None of them are like taking chances. None of them are punching, like, they're not punching up to these motherfuckers. They're punching down. Like, that's what's fucked. Now punching down, it's like, yeah, that's easy, man. Punch the fuck up. When you have these motherfuckers sitting on your comedy stage, sitting here explaining what they didn't like about your set, and you're just like,
comedy.
Gross.
Through Kill Tony Davis.
Fuck, dude. I miss the days of Opie and Anthony when Patrice O'Neal would have like seen this and he would have just been like, Tony Hinchcliffe, you sell out, motherfucker.
Is actually extremely depressing to think about. Also, you can't even blame the guy for thinking Tony Hinchcliffe is bravely pushing boundaries like a free speech warrior, because he literally has no other comic
Look at these guys
to compare Tony to.
This is gross.
It's no wonder why Hinchcliffe didn't reference the names of the comics who called him out by name here, because if he did, everyone would realize that they're
Mark
actually
Maron,
right.
Anthony
Tony
Jeselnik,
was
Bobby
referring
Lee.
to guys like Anthony Jeselnik, Bobby Lee, and of course Mark Maron, who all spoke out publicly about how some of the biggest names at the mothership were ruining comedy with their lazy use of slurs and their bashing of marginalized groups. And when you go back to watch those call-outs, it just makes you realize how correct they were in their assessment of Tony and the other hacks in Austin.
People like Tony Hinchcliffe, who he's saying uses profanity or just shock value comedy. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, at this point, it's lazy and sloppy and hackneyed. You know, to be in a fucking club where, you know, I'm walking down the hall at the comedy club, at the Comedy Store, and, you know, in one room, someone's doing their bit about trans people, and then I get down the hall and there's someone on stage going, well, I guess I got to do my bit about trans people. Like, no, you don't. You don't. It's hack now. I mean, you know, you guys got the freedom you wanted. You can now say whatever you want. They're defeated. Their rights have been denied. The policies that you guys encouraged with your stupid material are now policy.
Like if I meet you, you know when like you're hanging out with another comedian, he says the N-word around you for the first time?
Yeah.
I like that. That's a little trust that I'm in the circle.
Here we go. Let's talk about this real quick, okay? I'm not
Bobby's based here.
Not with that. You guys are doing in Austin.
What do you mean?
Well, let's be real. I don't like some of the words you guys use freely.
Like what?
It's like edgelord shit. It's like
not all of it.
I know, but it's becoming so hacky to me that
100%.
people, you guys use these words just for the shock factor.
100%.
It's like, I'm just not.
But I'll hear this. People would say, "Is there any line for you?" I would not use a racial slur. I would not use an anti-gay slur, and I will make gay jokes. I will make racial jokes.
Howie? Like Howie Mandel or Howard Stern? Hermit, who are you talking about?
But I think once you use the slur, I think you're dead in the water. I've thrown comics under the bus for using slurs before, because I just think it's got no business in stand-up comedy.
Mandel? Yeah. No, I agree.
So I would never do that. I wouldn't call it a line, because I'd be happy to.
I was about to say, don't listen. Howard Stern came out against the Epstein stuff.
To talk about these subjects, but you have to do it.
I will read his transcript if I have
the
to.
Smart way. Again, you
Like,
want
let's
people
get to his
laughing,
stand.
not just like that. Can't be all there is. It's got to be a laugh in there, and people
No, it
just
can't.
don't
It
do
can't
enough
be
work.
provocative for the sake of provoking.
Modern day comedy is in a pretty dark place right now. Politics
really is.
and podcasts have completely altered the public's perception of what makes a comedian truly great. And it's overall
Maybe the next wave is coming from, you know, the podcast streaming sphere, and then we get some bookings.
all
And
just pretty lame. I mean, the only reason these guys sell tickets
I'm not even sure if I want to do stage comedy. I shouldn't be saying this.
is because they capitalized on the clip farming movement far before anyone else did. Like a lot of people credit Andrew Tate for getting that going, but they don't really realize that clips of the Joe Rogan Experience podcast already had a monopoly on short-form video sites. Like it's really the root of all their success, and as great as that's been for them, it does not in any way mean that they're actually talented at stand-up comedy. It just means that the algorithm worked in their favor. They of course think they're comedy gods though, who are so intellectually gifted that they can now wade into the political battlefield and become political journalists. So all in all, just pretty disappointing stuff, but there are still a lot of talent.
This is where I'm confusing to like guys like, you know, our boy from fucking PodSave. I could probably talk to these like the more political side of things a little bit better because yeah, I am trained in this.
Talented comedians out there.
And I'm not like every one of these guys where it's like, no, we were all working against each other for, you know, spots, blah, 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 blah.
Comedy is not dead whatsoever, but the faces of comedy nowadays are really giving it a bad name.
No, that just means that they're on their way out. This is what happens.
Here's the thing: if you're still mad about this,
like this is what should happen. God, they've had their place in the spotlight for fucking 20 years.
Just know,
maybe time to move on.
That it's your mindset.
Could you imagine if Dane Cook was still at the fucking like at this level? Oof.
And you're thinking like a fucking loser, but you don't have to. You only have what you have because of fans, so don't talk about us like that. Yeah, but you're still a loser if you're thinking like that. And so you're maybe, I'm lucky to have you as a loser fan, but you don't have to be that way. You could be a winner. You just got to change the way you think.
But anyways, guys.
Yeah, I know why I don't watch this.
Guys, that is it for the video. Thanks so much for watching.
Because I'm a loser, folks. I'm a loser, baby. So why don't you K me? There are comedians there and are actors. It's not hard to identify. The thing is, most comedians back from like the 90s, like this is what sucks. When I was coming up when I was working, a lot of them were asking like, oh yeah, so what are you working towards? Are you working towards, doing a yearly special every year? Or are you working towards sitcoms? Are you working towards going to, LA, any of that? And I was just like, what? No, I'm working towards perfecting my stand-up. Like, dude, there were nights that I was bombing hard. Like, I just wanted to be better. And like these motherfuckers are talking to me about like, no, but what's your goal? It's like, my goal is to be funny. Like these assholes ruined comedy, where it was just like you had to do this shit where it had to be for like something bigger, and it was so fucked. If you ain't afraid, if you ain't first, you're last, Pep. You're the #1 streamer on smart fridges. I am. I was for like a hot minute. I have a reputation to uphold. That's right. That's right. Got to keep people who are going for them snacks a little bit entertained. Also, thank you, Bloodstone, for that awesome freaking algorithm hit. Forever, you are a you are a legend amongst pep talks. Actors can be funny, but comedians just are. Yeah. Well, and I never understood this, like, this whole idea that you need to be working for something different than what you were doing. Like, I don't know, man. When I was doing open mics, I just wanted to, that's what I wanted to do. And when, some of my contemporaries would start talking about this shit, it was like, oh, you guys are just like, you're in this for the money. You're in this for like, almost like a quick, a get-rich-quick scheme. But what was also confusing was that I met multiple comedians that when they did kind of even hit that point, they weren't happy. Like, they were still working small clubs. And that's kind of what got me, where I was like, oh, no, you just find something that you like and you just do it. With your name, the fridge is the perfect venue. That is true. Pep talks. Yeah, if you got peppers in that fridge, goddamn. Can't even see what time I'm at. Oh, shit, 6 hours. I should probably get going. All right. Yeah, I got my stream tomorrow. Yeah, I got to get going. All right, guys. Stream tomorrow. Hopefully it'll be a vertical and a horizontal stream on YouTube, because apparently TikTok ain't gonna fly. I met TJ Miller in a small ass town in Kansas City. Then again in Kansas City, after one of his sets, dude remembered me from oh, nice. Yeah, it's always cool when somebody remembers you. Can't really think of anybody like that, but yeah, that's cool. To offend makes people listen, but the joke makes them laugh and think. Yeah. All right, guys. Yeah, no, for real. I do have to start heading out. I got to figure out my my TikTok situation after I get off stream here, so that might have been Gavin. Let's raid GNN. Yes, let's raid GNN. I got 3 over here. All right. Raid channel. Galactic Stream Lord. Oh, come on. Jesus. 24 on Twitch. Fucking A. Crushing this shit. All right, I'm raiding. Come on, do the raid thing. Wow, this is taking a while. Fantastic show. Hell yeah. Hope you guys are looking forward to tomorrow. Really don't know the topic yet, so I'll yeah, it'll be a surprise. What the fuck? Why is this not happening? Oh, there's Manda. Cool. The fuck? Did it just block my raid? What the fuck, dude? I'm like, all right. Did I raid? I think I raided, right? No, I guess I didn't. What the fuck? That's some bullshit. Hold on. Oh my god, why is this happening? Just trying to go and make some dinner. Okay. Start raid. Raid. Come on. Do the thing. Do the thing. Raid. Raid. I'm trying. I don't know why it's doing this thing where it's just like, we got like a little bar that's just kind of waiting. Let's go. Come on. You can do it. And it stopped again. The fuck? Oh, there we go. Man, I feel like I'm downloading a Final Fantasy update. One more? Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. No. Of course, now I gotta pee. Let's go. Here we go. Right? We good? We good? Yeah, we're good. All right. Cool. All right, folks. I will see you all tomorrow. Let me get this on, and then hopefully I will also have the vertical stream up. So, all right, guys. I will see you all tomorrow. Great, my music's not working. Come on. Cue music now?
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
Hi, folks.
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.